The dark, damp basement was filled with a suffocating stench. A few rats scurried through the shadows, squeaking sharply. The heavy iron door slowly creaked open. A dim light flickered on, revealing a figure in the corner, so bruised and broken that she was barely recognizable. A tall woman in a tight dress and high heels walked gracefully toward Joanne. Beside her stood a young man in a suit. They were Li Xiaona and Su Yanqing, the two people Joanne despised most. Just looking at them made her stomach turn, though she was too weak to even retch. She couldn't remember the last time she had eaten. Years ago, Su Yanqing had climbed his way up in business through the Joanne family's connections. With her help, his company had grown rapidly. All his kindness toward Joanne had been nothing more than a stepping stone to becoming the CEO of the Joanne Group. In both business and family matters, he had won her father's trust completely. Her father had believed his daughter had found her perfect match. With Joanne's support, her father had even handed the entire company over to Su Yanqing. But once the wolf had eaten its fill, it no longer needed to hide behind the sheep's skin. After getting everything he wanted, Su Yanqing openly brought Li Xiaona, Joanne's childhood friend, to his villa, betraying her without shame. That was when Joanne finally realized they had been deceiving her all along. Later, he cruelly injured her and locked her in this cold, dark basement.
Li Xiaona śmila cmugli.
Joanne, I didn't think you'd end up like this. Since you're about to die, I came to tell you something. Your father is dead. Do you know how he died? I ran him over with my car. His body was completely crushed. Her tone was full of mockery. Joanne's eyes widened in shock, her face pale as paper. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "You monster! You'll pay for this." "Brother Yan, she's cursing me." Li Xiaona whined, clinging to Su Yanqing's arm with fake tears in her eyes. Su Yanqing grabbed Joanne's chin, his face twisting with cruelty. "You should take a good look at yourself," he sneered, shoving her head aside. "You're nothing now, just a useless. Your mother cried so much over your father's body that she lost her sight. And your 3 brothers? I personally sent them all to prison." Uffed. Joan trembled all over, her heart aching as if cut by a knife. Hearing Su Yanqing's cruel words, she couldn't hold back and coughed up blood. Seeing this, Li Xiaona curved her lips into a mocking smile. TSK, how weak. You can't even handle a little shock." Joan's eyes turned red, tears streaming down her face. "You monster! What did our family ever do to you? How could they be so heartless?" She wanted to stand up and fight them, but when she looked at her injured legs, she realized she couldn't even stand. Li Xiaona let out a cold laugh.
Why?
"Why were you born with everything, while I had nothing? You grew up loved and protected by your parents and brothers. And me? I had no one. I was always following behind you, like a shadow. I'm not willing to accept this, Joan. You got all the good things in life, just because you were born lucky. Why should I struggle so much while you have everything others dream of? I'm the one who deserves happiness. Everything you have should have been mine. You stole it all from me." Li Xiaona screamed, her eyes filled with hatred. "You don't deserve to live." With that, she raised a knife and it tore Joan's chest. She couldn't stand seeing Joan living better than her. Why should Joan have it all? The knife pierced deeply, and blood splattered. Li Xiaona laughed wildly, pulling the knife out and stabbing again. "You don't deserve this. You don't." Joan struggled in pain, her vision fading. With her last bit of strength, she whispered, "You will pay for this." When Joan opened her eyes again, her spirit was floating inside an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. Suddenly, the warehouse door creaked open. A tall, strong man walked in, carrying 2 large sacks. It looked like there were people inside them. The man wore a mask and sunglasses, hiding his face. Joan could only watch as he tore one of the sacks open with his bare hands. When she saw who was inside, Joan was filled with rage. It was Li Xiaona and Su Yanqing. She wanted to rush forward and tear them apart, but she was only a wandering spirit now. Li Xiaona's mouth was sealed with tape, and she could only make muffled sounds. Seeing Li Xiaona in such a miserable state, Joan felt a strange sense of satisfaction. The man removed his sunglasses and mask, revealing a handsome face. His dark eyes were cold and sharp, like blades that had been tempered in ice. Joanne's eyes widened in shock. It was Jiang He. He was now a famous businessman in the country. At only 30, he had founded the Shengshi Group and become an internationally known financial leader. People called him a dark horse of Wall Street, a man who rose to power with unstoppable force. Jiang He looked down at the two people on the floor, his expression dark and frightening. He slowly took out a saw and walked toward Li Xiaona, whose eyes were filled with fear. "Let's deal with you first," he said coldly, his voice like that of a demon from the depths of darkness. The sound of the saw scraping against the floor was sharp and chilling. Li Xiaona's face turned pale. She trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks. She tried to move away, but her hands and feet were tightly bound. There was no escape. Jiang He crouched down and tore the tape from her mouth.
How dare you? Please.
She began, but before she could finish, there was a sharp sound. The saw tore through her sleeve, leaving a deep cut on her arm. She screamed in pain, her voice echoing through the empty warehouse. Beside her, Su Yansheng was so terrified that he could barely move. His whole body shook as he stared at the blood on the floor, his eyes filled with despair and fear. Jiang He's face remained calm, as if what had just happened meant nothing to him at all. Joan stared in shock, unable to close her mouth. He had actually.
Urut Li Xiaona.
Was he taking revenge for himself? A moment later, he picked up the saw again and aimed it at her other arm, moving quickly and decisively. Li Xiaona screamed in pain, her face pale and covered in sweat. Her expression twisted in agony, making the scene terrifying to watch.
Soon she stopped moving.
The floor was stained red, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Joan felt sick to her stomach and almost threw up. After dealing with Li Xiaona, it was Su Yansheng's turn.
Please.
I'll give you whatever you want. All my money, everything I have, just let me live. Jiang He ignored his pleas and walked out of the warehouse without a word. Su Yansheng thought he was safe and felt a wave of relief, until Jiang He returned, carrying a bucket of oil. Under Su Yansheng's terrified gaze, Jiang He opened the lid and poured the oil over him. Then he took out a lighter. In the next moment, flames surrounded Su Yansheng. He screamed and rolled on the ground, trying to put out the fire, but it only grew stronger.
Soon he stopped moving.
When everything was over, the man took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped his fingers clean. He wanted to be spotless when he went to see his beloved Enon. Then, under Joan's horrified gaze, he pulled out a knife and pressed it against his neck. A gentle smile appeared on his face. "Enon, without you, I don't want to stay in this world any longer."
No.
Joan cried, rushing forward to stop him, but she had forgotten. She was only a spirit and couldn't touch him. She could only watch as the knife cut his throat. He fell to the ground, and the blood slowly spread across the floor. Joan closed her eyes in despair, tears streaming down her face. "Jiang He, how could you be so foolish?" she screamed. Only now did she truly understand how deeply he had loved her, so much that he was willing to give up his life for her. But she had completely broken his heart. Suddenly, the entire warehouse exploded, water and light shooting into the sky as smoke filled the air. A flash of white light passed, and Qiao and Soul slowly faded away. "Comrade Qiao, Comrade Qiao?" A deep, gentle male voice sounded beside her ear. Qiao slowly opened her eyes, feeling weak all over. Her head throbbed painfully, as if weighed down by a heavy stone. As her vision cleared, she saw a face with sharp, handsome features, his expression calm and strong. His dark eyes held a trace of warmth, and his tightly pressed lips showed quiet determination. Tears blurred her sight. Her voice trembled with emotion. "Jiang He, I thought I'd never see you again. I didn't expect to meet you even after death." Her eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "Why did you end your life?" She wasn't even a good person. She had hurt him deeply before. Yet he had avenged her, sacrificing his own life in the process. He had everything: success, wealth, and countless admirers. Why did he have to give it all up for her? Was she really worth it? The man looked puzzled. Comrade Xiao, what are you talking about? I didn't end my life. His voice was full of confusion and gentleness. He lifted his hand slightly, wanting to wipe away her tears, but hesitated, afraid it might seem too forward. His hand trembled in midair before he quietly lowered it. Xiaoan sniffled, her voice rising. What do you mean you didn't? I saw it with my own eyes. The nearby villagers, hearing the commotion, turned to look. Feeling their stares, Xiaoan turned her head and froze.
Wait.
You all died too? Everyone looked displeased. Hey, Comrade Xiao, what are you saying? Don't go around cursing people. You're the one talking nonsense from the heat. Xiaoan was stunned, tears still in her eyes. She looked around carefully. Why did this place look exactly like the village where she once worked as a young volunteer? Under Jiang He's confused gaze, she pinched her arm hard. Ouch! Ouch, ouch. Tears suddenly streamed down her face again. In that moment, she realized something. Could it be that she had been reborn? Reborn in the year she went to the countryside as an educated youth. At that thought, Xiaoan smiled. Heaven had shown mercy and given her a chance to start over. She looked at Jiang He and began to cry again. The man panicked. Don't cry. You just have heat stroke. Rest for a while, and you'll feel better. He looked at her helplessly. He had little experience with women and didn't know how to comfort them. For the first time in his life, he hated how clumsy he was with words. Seeing her red, tearful eyes, he suddenly felt an urge to hold her close. But reason told him he shouldn't. She disliked him. So he held back the thought and tried harder to find something to say to cheer her up. What he didn't know was that the more he tried, the harder Xiaoan cried. She sniffled softly, her voice gentle and a little pleading. I feel dizzy. Tears hung on her long lashes, glimmering as they slowly fell. Her fragile look made his heart ache, and his throat felt dry. Suppressing the strange feeling inside, he said softly, Sit here and rest. I'll help you cut the wheat. Then he picked up her sickle and walked toward the field. Xiaoan sat under the shade of a tree, her eyes following Jiang He's figure. His tall, strong build cast a long shadow in the sunlight, making him look especially determined. He wore only a faded vest, and his sun-browned skin glowed with health and strength. Her gaze fell on his bare arms, the firm muscles showing quiet power. She swallowed unconsciously, her eyes moving up to his chest and shoulders. Because of the heat, his vest was damp with sweat, clinging to him and outlining his solid frame. Her gaze was so intense that Jiang He felt uneasy. He coughed lightly, stopped his work, and turned to look at her. Their eyes met, and his deep, steady gaze made Xiaoan's heartbeat quicken. She quickly lowered her eyes, pretending nothing had happened, and stared at the ground. The man withdrew his gaze and continued cutting the wheat. He soon finished and walked back to Joanne, asking with concern, Are you feeling better now? His deep, gentle voice made Joanne's heart beat faster. The faint scent of his sweat and the warmth of his presence made her cheeks flush again. She softly replied, I still feel a little dizzy. As she spoke, her lips moved slightly, and Jiang He couldn't help glancing at them. They looked soft, and he wondered what it would feel like to touch them. He swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and forced himself to look away. If he kept staring, he was afraid he might lose control and do something inappropriate. You should rest a bit longer before heading back, he said. His work was done, and he was ready to leave. He didn't care about gossip, but Joanne was a young woman, and he didn't want others to misunderstand. Seeing him about to go, Joanne quickly grabbed his hand. Are you really going to leave me here alone? Jiang He froze for a moment, even forgetting to breathe. She was acting so differently today. Before, she always tried to stay away from him, but now she was the one reaching out. Although he liked the closeness, he gently pulled his hand back. I'll wait until you go home before I leave, he said. Then he walked a few steps away, keeping his distance and avoiding her gaze. When everyone else went home for lunch, he still didn't say a word. If his eyes hadn't been open, Joanne would have thought he had fallen asleep sitting there. Unable to hold back, she walked over, crouched beside him, and shook his arm. I still feel dizzy. Could you carry me back? Jeong-hee suddenly stood up.
Don't.
Don't do that, he said softly, his voice calm but slightly nervous. Was she really being playful with him? Joanne pouted and said, Everyone's gone to eat. No one will see us. I really don't feel well and want to go home to rest. She wasn't actually that dizzy anymore, but this was a rare chance to be close to him, and she didn't want to waste it. Jeong-hee looked at her, then glanced around. Although that was true, it was hard to avoid being seen on the road.
Please.
Joanne's eyes were red, as if she might cry if he refused. Jeong-hee sighed quietly. Fine, they would take the small path. He turned his back to her and crouched down, signaling for her to climb on. Seeing this, Joanne felt a burst of joy. Jeong-hee's shoulders were broad, and leaning against him made her feel safe. Her warm breath brushed against his ear, tickling slightly. Jeong-hee's body tensed, and he felt a wave of nervous heat rise inside him. His breathing quickened, but he forced himself to stay calm, straightened his back, and walked quickly toward the youth camp. When they reached the gate, he stopped and let Joanne down. I won't walk you in. Joanne was about to say something, but he had already left. Forget it, she thought. There would be plenty of chances to see him again. For now, she just wanted a good night's sleep. The dormitories at the youth camp housed 4 people each. The rooms were small and hot, and after a day of farm work, everyone was sweaty and tired. Some were so exhausted they went straight to bed without washing, leaving the room filled with the smell of sweat and feet. But Joanne was different. She had paid to build an extra room next to the dorm, which was quite spacious. She shared it with Li Xiaona. When Joanne entered, she saw Li Xiaona lying comfortably on the bed, happily eating the malted milk powder Joanne's parents had sent from the city. When the room was built, Li Xiaona hadn't paid a single cent. She had just moved in. All this time, she had been living off Joanne's things, enjoying an easy life. Anger rose in Joanne's chest. She opened the cabinet, grabbed Li Xiaona's bedding, and threw it outside, along with her pots and dishes. Li Xiaona jumped up from the bed to stop her. Are you crazy? Why are you throwing my things out? Joanne gave a cold laugh. I paid for this room. You didn't spend a penny, so I have every right to ask you to leave. Li Xiaona looked shocked. What do you mean? We've been best friends since we were kids, and now you're talking about money? Living here for free and still acting so self-righteous. Joanne was speechless. From today on, we're not friends anymore. And don't you dare step into this room again. When Li Xiaona heard that, she exploded. What's wrong with you? If I can't stay here, where else can I go? Stay wherever you want. It's none of my business. Xiaoan didn't want to argue anymore. She pushed her out and shut the door. Li Xiaona stomped her feet in anger. She had no idea what she had done to upset Xiaoan. As soon as she came back, they started arguing, and Xiaoan even threw her things out. Forget it, she thought. She would just stay with the other educated youths for one night. She still needed Xiaoan's help to live comfortably, so she couldn't fight with her now. Taking a deep breath, she knocked on the door. Then, I spoke too harshly just now.
I'm sorry.
Don't take it to heart. I'll stay in another dorm tonight. You take some time to rest. I'll come see you tomorrow. After Li Xiaona left, Xiaoan changed the bedsheets and blanket, then finally closed her eyes to rest. Not long after lying down, she smelled the delicious aroma of food, which made her stomach growl. She hadn't eaten lunch and was starving, but she didn't know how to cook. The educated youths all cooked for themselves or shared meals. Li Xiaona used to cook for both of them, and Xiaoan didn't even know how much water to use for rice. She still had some snacks, but those couldn't fill her up. Looks like I'll have to learn to cook, she thought, or I'll starve sooner or later. She got up, took a can of orange slices from the cabinet, and scooped a spoonful into her mouth. The sweet taste filled her mouth, and her stomach felt much better. After finishing, She lay back down and went to sleep again. She slept until 5 in the afternoon. Voices filled the courtyard as the educated youths returned from work and started preparing dinner. Xiaoan decided not to sleep anymore and stepped outside. A young girl among the group noticed her and came over with concern. "Comrade Xiao, I heard you got heat stroke at noon. Are you feeling better now?" The girl's name was Fong Hong, 17 years old, the youngest among them. Xiaoan was only a year older. "Thanks. I feel much better after some rest." Joan had some impression of her. She was the kind of person who couldn't keep things to herself and always spoke her mind. Her features were delicate, though her skin had become tanned from working in the fields every day. Unfortunately, her fate in her previous life was tragic. Her stepmother married her off to a lazy man who often shouted at her and treated her badly. Later, she became pregnant. Her belly was round, and according to the elders, a round belly meant a girl, while a pointed one meant a boy. Her husband's family said she was carrying a money-losing girl. Even though she was pregnant, her husband still hurt her. Her water broke early, but the family refused to spend money on a hospital. In the end, she died at home during childbirth. But now that she had a second chance at life, she was determined not to let such a thing happen again. After all, Fong Hong was a good girl with a kind heart. "Comrade Xiao," Fong Hong said, "please don't be upset if I speak frankly. What's so good about Su Yansheng? You didn't see it this afternoon. He and Li Xiaona were acting so close that it made me uncomfortable. You're so beautiful, but your taste in men is really poor." That afternoon, everyone was working hard harvesting wheat, except those two, who were hiding under a tree, being lazy. They were even feeding each other snacks, and Li Xiaona looked so shy that anyone watching would think they were a couple. On the way back, Fong Hong had debated whether to tell Joan. She had warned her before, but Joan always said she was meddling in other people's business. Still, Fong Hong couldn't keep it in. If she didn't say something, it would bother her all day. She thought Joan would scold her again, but to her surprise, Joan didn't seem to care at all. "What they do is their business," Joan said calmly. "Even if something bad happens to them, it has nothing to do with me." Her words left Fong Hong stunned. Everyone had seen how Joan used to chase after Su Yansheng, spending money on him without hesitation. Even others felt sorry for her. "Did you two have a fight?" Fong Hong asked carefully. "I just suddenly realized he's not worthy of me," Joan replied. In truth, Joan had never really liked Su Yansheng at first. But Li Xiaona kept praising him, saying how wonderful he was, slowly influencing Joan's thoughts. Under Li Xiaona's constant persuasion, Joan's attention turned completely towards Su Yansheng. She was only 18, young and inexperienced, while he was a smooth talker who knew how to play with people's feelings. He kept her hanging while secretly being affectionate with Li Xiaona at the same time. Thinking about it now makes me feel sick. Compared to Zhang He, they're like night and day. Fong Hong looked doubtful. "You really mean it? Was she just saying that out of anger?" "Of course. I was blind before, but I won't be again," Xiaoan said seriously, her tone firm. Fong Hong still didn't quite believe her. How could someone change so suddenly? Xiaoan knew it was impossible to convince her right away, so she didn't bother explaining further. Everyone was busy cooking. Li Xiaona only had some pots and pans, while all the food was in Xiaoan's room. The other young workers weren't generous enough to share. In times like these, people could barely feed themselves, let alone help others. Thinking that Xiaoan's anger must have cooled by now, Li Xiaona, too hungry to wait, went into her room to find something to eat. After all, she wasn't the one who had upset Xiao, and surely Xiaoan wouldn't stop her from taking a little food. There was still plenty of good food in Xiaoan's cupboard. Xiaoan had just come back from work, exhausted, and didn't feel like cooking anyway. Since Xiaoan had snapped at her earlier, she might as well let her go hungry for a while. Besides, Li Xiaona didn't know how to cook. Sooner or later, Xiaoan would come asking for help. Then she could ask her for some money. She was short on cash lately. Sitting on the bed, swinging her short legs, she ate a piece of sponge cake, feeling even happier at the thought of soon having money to spend. When Xiaoan came back, this was exactly what she saw. Xiaoan. her freshly changed bedsheet, her teeth clenched in anger. What are you doing? Did Li Xiaona think her words at noon meant nothing? I was hungry, just eating a bit of cake. Li Xiaona didn't notice that Xiaoan was on the verge of losing her temper. She kept eating until she started choking.
Cough.
I'm choking. Can you get me some water? Cough. Water?
Sure.
Xiaoan filled a cup and handed it to her, but accidentally twisted her ankle, spilling the water all over Li Xiaona's face. Li Xiaona gasped. What are you doing? Xiao and put on an innocent face. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Nana, it's my fault. I lost my balance. You're not mad, right? Even saying that nickname made her feel disgusted. Li Xiaona wiped her face, actually believing her. Forget it, just go pour another cup. She had just finished drying her face when Xiaoan fetched another cup of water and splashed it on her again. Li Xiaona finally realized what was happening and got angry. Xiaoan, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Xiaoan didn't bother pretending anymore. Was it that obvious?
She said.
What did I ever do to you? First, you threw my things out and kicked me out, and now you're splashing water on me. Li Xiaona was trembling with anger, her eyes red as she glared at her. You eat, wear, and live off my things.
How dare you get mad at me?
I told you at noon that this room is mine. If I'm in a good mood, you can stay. If not, you have to leave. Clearly, you didn't take my words seriously. You even had the nerve to eat my cake? The noise drew the attention of the other young workers eating nearby. They stood at the door, craning their necks to watch. Li Xiaona raised her voice, gritting her teeth. I cook and take care of everything for you, every day. What's wrong with me eating a bit of your cake? And this room? Who cleans it every time? Why can't I stay here? Xiaoan was speechless at her reasoning. Did you pay for this room? I let you stay here for free. Isn't it fair that you cook and clean? And the food, I bought it myself from the supply store. If you don't like it, don't eat it. And those clothes you wear are mine too. You always wear them without asking. Don't you know you have a body odor problem? Hearing that, the onlookers couldn't help but laugh. No wonder there's always a strange smell. So it's from her. She wears other people's clothes without washing properly. How shameless. That's right. Xiao and lets her live and eat for free, and she still complains about cooking? She should be grateful instead of acting like she's owed something. She's always dressing up in Xiao and's clothes, trying to get attention from the men in the village. Do they even know she doesn't keep herself clean? How embarrassing. The crowd murmured among themselves. They had long disliked Li Xiaona. Zhang Yuzhen, who are you calling shameless? I'll make you take that back. Li Xiaona shouted angrily and rushed toward her. But Zhang Yuzhen, who worked hard in the fields every day, was much stronger than Li Xiaona. She suddenly reached out and grabbed Li Xiaona's hair. A loud slap landed on Li Xiaona's face. Li Xiaona was stunned, falling to the ground and covering her face as she cried, "How dare you hit me?" Hearing the commotion, Su Yansheng quickly pushed through the crowd. When he saw Li Xiaona sitting on the ground, his face darkened with anger. "Xiaoan, how could you hit Nana?" Then he turned to Li Xiaona, his voice softening. "Nana, are you alright?" Li Xiaona sobbed, looking pitiful. "Brother Yen, I'm fine. It's just one slap.
I can handle it."
Handle it? She really thought she could? Xiaoan couldn't stand being falsely accused. Just as Su Yansheng helped Li Xiaona to her feet, Xiaoan slapped her again, sending her back to the ground. She shook her hand and said coldly, "Now you see? That's what it looks like when I really hit someone." It did feel satisfying, though her hand hurt from the impact. Li Xiaona's face, already swollen from being slapped earlier by Zhang Yuzhen, was now even more swollen. She let out a loud cry and wept harder. "Brother Yen, they're all bullying me." Su Yansheng's heart ached for her, his face turning pale with anger. "The three of us came to the countryside together, and Nana is your childhood friend. Do you really have to make such a scene? Did someone tell you something?" He was sure someone had been spreading rumors about him and Li Xiaona to make Xiaoan angry. Li Xiaona leaned pitifully against Su Yansheng's chest, a sight that made everyone around them feel disgusted. "Brother Yen, ugh, how disgusting," someone muttered. These two flirt all day long. Only Xiao, the educated youth, doesn't see it, but we all do. And to think Li Xiaona calls her best friend, pretending to be close while secretly getting involved with Su Yanqing, shameless, both of them. The crowd grew more and more upset, feeling sorry for Xiao and realizing his secret was out. Su Yanqing's face twisted with anger. All of you, be quiet, he shouted. Xiaoan, they're lying. You know what's between me and Xiaona. I only see her as a sister. A sister? Even he probably didn't believe that himself. Xiao and didn't care what they thought. Do you really need others to tell you about the mess between you and her? Since you're both here, let's make things clear once and for all. I must have been out of my mind to ever like someone like you. From today on, I, Xiaoan, am cutting all ties with you too. And about the money you borrowed from me, I've added it up. It's exactly 200 yuan. As for Li Xiaona's share, since you two are so close, you can help her pay it back too. It's not much, just 54 yuan. You have 5 days to return the money, or I'll report it to the police. Every time Su Yanqing asked Xiaoan for money, no matter how much, she always gave it if she had it. Altogether, it added up to 200 yuan, a whole year's salary for a worker in the 1970s. When she mentioned repayment, Su Yanqing panicked. He had never planned to return the money. He thought her family was well off, so why should she care about a little money now? And now she even wanted him to pay Li Xiaona's share too. What a joke. He wasn't foolish enough to lose 54 yuan for a woman like that. Besides, there was no written note. As long as he refused to admit it, Xiaoan couldn't do anything. Paying her back? Not a chance. Thinking this, he felt smug again and was about to speak when the other young people around started talking. Su Yanqing really has no shame, taking so much money from her? Exactly. I saw him ask Comrade Xiao for 40 yuan just a few days ago. I saw it too. Once he even asked her for 100 yuan. And me, I saw him borrow 60 yuan from her once. Everyone spoke up one after another. Even without a written note, there were plenty of witnesses now. Su Yanqing couldn't escape. Xiaoan gave him a cold look, took out paper and a pen from the drawer, and threw them at him impatiently. Write an IOU. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll deny it later. With everyone siding with Xiaoan, he had no choice but to write it. If he refused, they wouldn't let him leave. He blamed Li Xiaona for everything. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have rushed in here, and Xiaoan might not have turned against him. She must have gotten jealous seeing him care about Li Xiaona. And now he had to pay the money back. Forget it, I'll just write the IOU first. Anyway, I'm not planning to pay it back. I'll make it up to her later. He quickly finished writing and pressed his fingerprint on it. Xiaoan took it and noticed that it didn't include the 54 yuan Li Xiaona owed. Oh? You're not paying for her? Hearing that, Li Xiaona immediately held onto Su Yanqing's arm. Brother Yan, you know I don't have any money right now. She knew Xiao and was determined to turn against her. She really couldn't pay the money back. She had spent everything she had on Su Yanqing and now had nothing left. When Su Yanqing saw her swollen face, he felt annoyed. If she hadn't been beaten, she might still look a little pitiful. Your lack of money has nothing to do with me. And please keep your distance from me so people don't get the wrong idea. If it weren't for her, would Xiaoan have treated him like this? And now she still wanted him to pay her debt?
Dream on.
He angrily shook off Li Xiaona's hand and walked away. Li Xiaona clearly didn't expect him to treat her like that. She burst into tears again. She had no money. How could she pay? Xiaoan didn't care. What are you standing there for? Write it, and leave when you're done. She was already annoyed just looking at her. In the end, Li Xiaona cried as she finished writing the IOU and pressed her fingerprint on it. Xiaoan looked at the 2 IOUs with satisfaction. Not bad, another decent bit of income. After finishing, Li Xiaona started packing her clothes. Just as she lifted her suitcase, Xiaoan stopped her. These clothes are mine. You have no right to take them. Li Xiaona's face turned red with anger. You gave these to me. Are you trying to take them back now? Xiaoan laughed as if she had heard the funniest thing in the world. Are you serious? You were the one who insisted on wearing them. I never said I was giving them to you. But the suitcase is yours. Then she opened the suitcase, took out all the dresses inside, and turned to the others outside the door. Anyone want some clothes? They were worn by Li Xiaona, but if you don't mind, you can take them. As soon as she said that, the others rushed forward to grab them. Why would they mind? They could just wash them and wear them again. They hadn't had new clothes for a long time. The ones they wore were full of patches. Joanne's clothes, however, were made of the best fabric, looked beautiful, and were expensive. Joanne opened the bottom layer of the cabinet, where Li Xiaona's old patched clothes were kept, just like those of the other young workers. She picked them up and threw them at Li Xiaona. These are yours too. Take them and get out. I don't want anything of yours in my room. It brings bad luck. Li Xiaona was so angry she almost fainted. How dare you give my clothes to someone else? Joanne crossed her arms and looked down at her. I'll say it one last time. These are my clothes. Understand? If you do, then leave. Li Xiaona clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms.
Fine.
You'll regret this. She gave a cold snort, stuffed her old clothes into a box, and glared fiercely at Joanne before leaving. Joanne muttered under her breath, "Fool. Just wait, this is only the beginning." Without Joanne to rely on, let's see how that selfish couple manages to survive here. She would never forget how her legs had been taken from her by Su Yansheng, or the pain of being stabbed again and again. That pain had been unbearable. In this life, she would make them feel the same suffering. No, even worse. For now, she would take her time. It wouldn't be any fun if it ended too quickly. There was plenty of time ahead. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the young workers got up. Joanne glanced at the clock. It was only 5:30. Even though she had woken up at this time in her past life, she still wasn't used to it. Yesterday, she had only eaten a can of fruit, and now her stomach was growling again. After washing up quickly, she planned to cook something, but found there was no firewood left. Forget it, she thought, I'll ask someone for some. Feeling a bit embarrassed to ask directly, she took an apple from the cabinet and stepped outside. She immediately saw Fong Han cooking over the fire. Joanne walked over with a smile. Hey, I want to make breakfast, but I'm out of firewood. Can I trade you this apple for some? Fong Hong's eyes lit up, and she swallowed hard when she saw the apple in Joanne's hand. The apple was bright red. She hadn't eaten it yet, but she was already imagining how juicy it would be when she took a bite. She smiled at Xiaowen. Take as many as you want. After accepting the apple, she asked curiously, but I remember you don't know how to cook, right? Xiaowen scratched her head awkwardly. Hee, I can always learn. Fong Hong thought to herself, you probably don't even know how to light a fire. It's fine, Fong Hong said. I'm cooking anyway, so I'll make enough for both of us. Otherwise, I'd feel bad taking your apple. Trading an apple for some firewood was quite a good deal for her. She could easily carry a whole bundle from the mountain. Xiao An's eyes curved into a smile. You're so kind. Thank you. Cooking by herself would have been tough. Before long, breakfast was ready. Fong Hong had made some corn porridge. It was a bit rough on the throat, but it was still better than nothing, and since it was made with effort, it shouldn't be wasted. After breakfast, the two of them set out. Today's task was weeding. Fong Hong's field was a bit far away, and before leaving, she said, if you get tired, take a break. I'll come help you later. When Xiaowen reached her field, she was stunned. The weeds were as tall as her waist. At 165 centimeters, she wasn't short, but the weeds had grown incredibly well. The summer sun was blazing, and after only a short while, Xiaowen was already exhausted. She looked at her palms. 3 blisters had formed, and her skin was rubbed raw. If she had to finish the whole field, she'd be completely worn out. Not that she could finish it anyway. Earning work points these days was no easy task. Even working herself to exhaustion, she could only earn 2 or 3 points at most. She knew her limits. Even the village children were more capable than she was. Still, after complaining to herself, she picked up the sickle again and kept working. Half an hour later, Xiaowen felt like she couldn't go on. She slowly straightened her back and rubbed her sore waist. After squatting for so long, her legs and back ached badly. She decided to rest for a bit. Just as she sat down under a tree for some shade, a mocking voice drifted over. Li Xiaona said, "Some people really don't know why they came to the countryside. We're here to answer the country's call and work hard. Everyone else is busy, but she's just sitting there resting. Does she think she's some kind of princess?" She was still holding a grudge. Yesterday, Qiao En had given away all her clothes, leaving her with only patched ones that looked completely unfashionable. That morning, many of the educated youths laughed at her when she went to work, and she was furious with Qiao, and Li Xiaona looked quite ordinary. When she first arrived, her skin was fair, but after just a few days of work, she had become much darker. The young men in the village noticed that she dressed well and seemed to come from a wealthy family. They thought that if they married her, they would never have to worry about food again. Maybe they could even move to the city. So they worked hard every day to help her, while she earned full work points just by sitting around. But that morning, when they overheard some gossip, they realized they had been tricked and had been working for her for free all this time. Earlier, Li Xiaona had gone to ask for help as usual, but this time she was turned down and even mocked. She blamed Xiao En for everything, thinking it was all her fault that she now had to do the work herself, and was completely exhausted. The older women nearby all looked up when they heard this, turning their accusing eyes toward Qiao En. Qiao En, however, stayed calm. "Oh, so you do remember that you came here to work? I thought you were here just to flirt with the men. I almost feel embarrassed for you. How do you still have the nerve to come over and ask for trouble?" Li Xiaona lifted her chin proudly. "Do you think everyone is like you? Those men helping me should feel honored. It's what they ought to do. What's it to you? If you're so capable, why don't you get them to help you too?" Her shamelessness had truly reached a new level. Li Xiaona kept talking to herself, not noticing that the people around her were growing angrier by the second. All it needed now was for Qiao En to add a few words to stir things up. Qiao En said, "You keep calling them peasants. What, do you look down on farmers? The food you eat is grown by their hard work. That kind of thinking is wrong. Everyone's ancestors were farmers once." One of the older women rolled up her sleeves and stormed toward Li Xiaona, pointing at her angrily. "You ungrateful girl. You eat the food we grow and still look down on us? You even tried to charm my son into helping you work. Shame on you." She spat on Li Xiaona's face. How dare you, old woman? How could you spit on me?" Li Xiaona wiped her face in disgust. "These villagers are so rude and unpleasant. No manners at all. No wonder they'll always be stuck in this poor countryside," she thought angrily. The other women also spat in her direction. "I think you shouldn't even eat anymore. The food here is grown by us villagers, and you don't deserve it. You shameless girl.
I don't know what my son saw in you."
"Even if you begged us, we wouldn't want you. Who knows what kind of people you've been close to? I saw her the other day on the back hill with that educated youth, Sue. They were being too friendly. What a disgrace. How could you behave like that before marriage? If I were your mother, I'd be too ashamed to face anyone. Who knows, maybe even that lazy man in the village has been around her. Whoever marries her in the future will bring bad luck to their family." That lazy man was well known in the village for being messy and unmotivated. He was old and still couldn't find a wife. He could barely afford food, refused to work in the fields, and spent his days picking wild vegetables or bird eggs. Bathing was something he almost never did. The women's words were harsh and cruel. Li Xiaona trembled with anger. "You rude, unreasonable old women. You have no sense of decency or respect. This is too much. You're spreading lies about me. I'll report you to the team leader." The women stood with their hands on their hips, glaring fiercely. "Go ahead. We're only telling the truth. Let's see what the team leader says when he hears how you've been trying to charm my son." Li Xiaona bit her lip, her eyes wide with fury. "There's no point talking to you country people." She turned and ran off, afraid they might chase her and hit her. When the commotion was over, Qiao En, who had been resting, decided it was time to get back to work. She picked up her sickle and started cutting grass again. After a while, she grew tired. Her hands hurt whenever she used too much strength. When Jiang-hee came over, he saw her cutting a few blades of grass, then stopping to on her sore palms. He walked quickly toward her, took the sickle from her hands, squatted down, and began cutting the grass himself. Without looking up, he said, "Your hands are covered in blisters. Let me do it." Joan had been feeling down all day because she hadn't seen Jiang-hee. Just when she was about to give up, he showed up on his own. She smiled sweetly and asked, "Are you worried about me?" Jiang-hee paused for a moment, but didn't answer. Joan pressed on, "Come on, tell me. Are you worried about me and don't want me to work?" "No," the man replied awkwardly. "Oh, then I'll do it myself." As she spoke, Joan reached out to take the sickle from his hand. But after squatting for too long, her legs had gone numb, and she lost her balance about to fall. Jiang-hee quickly reached out and caught her by the waist. She could smell the faint, clean scent of him. It was pleasant and calming. Luckily, there weren't many people around. Most had gone home for lunch. Feeling a bit bolder, Joan wrapped her arms around his slim waist and rested her head lightly against him. Jiang-hee's breathing grew uneven, his body stiff with nervousness. He wanted to step back, but she was holding on too tightly, and he was afraid of hurting her. Don't do that. Someone might see us," he said in a low, uneasy voice. He wished she could stay like that a little longer, but he knew it wasn't right. If anyone from the village saw them, it could cause trouble for her. Joan looked up at him, her eyes bright and clear, a playful smile on her lips. "Are you shy?" Jiang-hee turned his head away, his face slightly red. "I'm not. I just don't want people to misunderstand." Seeing this, Joan's eyes sparkled mischievously. "You're too tall. Bend down, I'll tell you a secret, and then I'll let you go." Jiang-hee hesitated, thinking she looked like a clever little fox, but he still leaned down. She whispered something softly, and his whole body tensed. His face turned red, even his ears flushed. Then, before he could react, she stood on tiptoe, wrapped her arms around his neck, and gently kissed his chin. He froze, his mind buzzing. At that moment, Jiang-hee felt as if he were dreaming. His heart was pounding wildly, as if it might leap right out of his chest. Joan smiled and asked, "So, how do you feel?" At that moment, Jiang-hee felt his whole body burning, as if something inside him was about to burst. When he came to his senses, he quickly looked around. Thankfully, no one was there. Seeing his dazed expression, Joan couldn't help but laugh. "You're such a blockhead." Joan was actually a little shy too, but then she thought there would be even more embarrassing moments in the future anyway. Jiang-hee's eyes fell on her bright red lips. He swallowed hard and said in a low voice, "Do you know what you're doing? What if someone sees us?" "Do you like me?" Joan interrupted him. "If you don't say it, I won't talk to you anymore." She knew deep down that he loved her, but she still wanted to hear him say it out loud. Jiang-hee stayed silent for a while, then nodded and said softly, "I like you." Joan felt as if her heart had been filled with sweetness. She stood on tiptoe and gently kissed his cheek. "I like you too," she whispered, her voice soft but clear enough for him to hear. Jiang-hee froze, his eyes shining.
What?
"What did you just say?" "I said, I like you too," Joan repeated. When he didn't respond, Joan pouted a little. "We've already kissed. Don't you think you should take responsibility?" She had already taken the first step, yet he still acted so stiff. Jiang-hee quickly explained, "No, that's not it." He just couldn't believe that what had happened in his dreams was now real. Everything came so suddenly that he couldn't tell if it was a dream or a reality.
Then,
"Do you want to marry me?" she asked. "Of course," Jiang-hee answered without hesitation. Joan smiled softly. "I'll be waiting for you." Jiang-hee was stunned for a moment, then nodded.
all right.
If she was willing to marry him, did that mean she no longer liked that young man named Sue? No matter what, since she had agreed, he wouldn't give her a chance to change her mind. In this life, she would belong only to him. Jiang-hee's gaze fell on her fair, delicate hand. The girl's fingers were long and graceful. Her nails were neatly trimmed and clean, and the back of her hands was fair. Her fingertips were soft and pink, and there were 3 small blisters on her palms. Jiang-hee felt a pang of concern. Let me do it.
You should rest.
I'll get some ointment for you later. How could such delicate hands be used for farm work? He thought that when they got married, he wouldn't let her do any chores. He would take care of her, work hard to earn money, and give her a good life in the city. After finishing the work, he walked Xiaoan back to the youth dormitory. There was no ointment at home, so he went to town to buy some. By the time he returned, it was already afternoon. He knocked on the door. The door opened quickly. "Brother He," she said softly. His ears turned slightly red. He clearly liked the new way she called him. He handed her the ointment. "This will help you heal faster." Xiaoan pulled him inside and locked the door. Smiling, she said, "Can you help me apply it?" He then noticed that her place was even simpler than his own. It was a mud brick house with a thatched roof. The walls were covered with old newspapers. Inside, there was only a chair, a table, and a bed. Such houses could easily collapse in heavy rain. He couldn't let her keep living here. It would be too dangerous. The thought of marrying her and bringing her home grew stronger in his heart. Xiaoan sat on the bed and patted the spot beside her, asking him to sit. He looked at the bed, then at his dusty pants. Afraid of dirtying it, he squatted in front of her instead and gently held her hand to apply the ointment. Her palm felt a little ticklish under his touch.
Soon he was done.
He said with concern, "Don't go to work tomorrow. I'll do it for you." Xiaoan didn't want him to get too tired. "I'll ask the team leader if there's some lighter work I can do." She didn't really need the money, and working in the fields only slowed everyone down. It would be better to find something easier, even if it earned just a few work points a day. He nodded.
All right.
"I'll go now. I'll bring you dinner later. So don't cook." He didn't plan to stay long. Since they weren't married yet, being seen together might cause gossip and harm her reputation. Joan nodded obediently like a child. "I understand." She actually didn't know how to cook, but she didn't want to admit it. What if he disliked her for it? When he got home, he took 2 eggs and the last piece of preserved meat from the cupboard, then went into the kitchen to start a fire. His mother, Lu Yanjun, saw this and walked over curiously. "What are you doing with that meat? Are you cooking? There's still some corn porridge left in the pot. Why waste the meat when it's not even a holiday?" That piece of meat was meant to be saved for the new year. Meat was expensive these days. He sometimes went into the mountains to catch rabbits to improve their meals, but lately, the animals seemed to have disappeared. It had been a long time since the family had eaten any meat, and now only that small piece was left. He said calmly, "I'm cooking for your future daughter-in-law." The words stunned Lu Yanjun. Future daughter-in-law? She had tried to find matches for her younger son before, but no one was interested. They all said he looked too serious and scary. "Explain yourself." "What future daughter-in-law? Which girl? When did this happen? Why didn't I know?" He replied, "Joan, the educated youth." As soon as she heard the name, Lu Yanjun became anxious. "Are you out of your mind? Do you know what kind of person she is?" "I didn't force her.
She said she likes me."
When Lu Yanjun heard that, she immediately quieted down and wiped away her imaginary tears with her sleeve. "Really? Xiao, the educated youth, likes you? Wasn't she interested in that other educated youth, Sue?" Although Lu Yanjun usually didn't care for gossip, she had heard a few things from the women working in the fields. He nodded. "When have I ever lied? So those old women were just spreading rumors then? Is this piece of cured meat enough? There are only 2 eggs. Should I get a few more?" Lu Yanjun was about to go inside to fetch more eggs but turned back halfway. "You rough man, your cooking is probably inedible. Don't make my future daughter-in-law sick. Move aside, I'll cook. You go start the fire." Jiang He. People really can't be compared. Lu Yanjun ran into the house, grabbed 2 more eggs and some flour, planning to make egg pancakes. Jiang He tended the fire while she sliced the cured meat to steam before starting on the pancakes. Before long, the kitchen was filled with a delicious smell. Lu Yanjun's cooking was truly excellent. She could have been a chef. No one in the village could match her skills. "Mother, what are you making? It smells so good." The speaker was Luo Wanyue, Jiang He's sister-in-law and Jiang Ming's wife. She had smelled the aroma from inside the house and came out to take a look. When she saw the kitchen, her eyes widened. "Mother, you use so much oil? And there's cured meat and egg pancakes too." She reached out to grab a piece of meat, thinking it must be a treat for her after all her hard work. Lu Yanjun smacked her hand with a pair of chopsticks, frowning. "This is for my future daughter-in-law. If you want to eat, make your own. And let me warn you now, when Xiao the educated youth marries into this family, if you dare bully her, I'll deal with you myself." Luo Wanyue froze, forgetting the pain in her hand. "Xiao the educated youth? Mother, you're not serious, are you? That woman's always following Su the educated youth around. Aren't you afraid she'll bring trouble to the family?" Lu Yanjun's face darkened instantly. "Luo Wanyue, just a few days without discipline, and you're already getting bold? Do you believe I won't tear that mouth of yours?" Lu Yanjun was known in the village as a fierce mother-in-law, but only toward people like Luo Wanyue. Before she married into the Jiang family, she was hardworking and willing to endure hardship. Lu Yanjun didn't expect her to be especially capable, just obedient and good at managing the household. But after the marriage, she completely changed. Whenever she was asked to work in the fields, she complained about leg or back pain. She was lazy, always stirring up trouble and constantly gossiping, a real troublemaker in the family. Luo Wanyue was a bit unhappy. "You're already so biased toward her before she even marries in. What will it be like after she does?" Even after giving birth to a healthy grandson for the Jiang family, Lu Yanjun had never treated her this well, let alone cooked such a rich meal with so much oil. This favoritism was truly over the top. Lu Yanjun said, "Yes, I'm biased if I want to be. Don't think I don't know what's going on in that head of yours. Instead of daydreaming, you'd better get to work. Go wash the clothes." Lu Yanjun scolded her harshly. Luo Wanyue wanted to argue but didn't dare. She was most afraid of her mother-in-law. She said softly, "I understand, mother." After Luo Wanyue left, Lu Yanjun packed the egg pancakes and cured meat into a lunchbox and said, "Hurry, and take this while it's still warm. It won't taste as good once it's cold." Jiang He replied, "I'll go right now." At that moment, Qiaoan was lying on the bed reading when she heard a knock on the door. She opened it and saw Jiang He standing there with a lunchbox in his hand. "You're here," Qiaoan said with a bright smile. He handed her the lunchbox. "My mother made this. Eat it while it's hot." Qiaoan had long heard that Lu Yanjun was a great cook, but she hadn't had the chance to try her food before. She naturally took Jiang He's hand and led him inside. He let her hold his hand without resistance. As soon as she opened the lunchbox, a delicious smell filled the room. Wow! Egg pancakes and cured meat. She picked up a small piece with her chopsticks, took a bite, and immediately praised, "It's so good." Indeed, her future mother-in-law's cooking was excellent. If she ever opened a restaurant, she would surely make a fortune. But private businesses weren't allowed right now, so that would have to wait for the future. Soon, Qiaoan couldn't eat anymore. She had a small appetite, and Lu Yanjun had made too much. "I can't finish this. You help me eat the rest." She handed the lunchbox to Jiang He, with 2 pancakes and half the cured meat still inside. Jiang He frowned. "You barely ate anything. Are you already full?" Was the food not to her taste? But he had clearly heard the girl say, "It was delicious. I'm really full. You eat the rest, don't waste food." She was so thin that it seemed a gust of wind cut her away. Jiang He pushed the cured meat toward her. "You should eat the meat. There's not much left." Qiaoan covered her mouth and shook her head. "No, I really can't eat anymore. My stomach feels like it's going to burst." Jiang he couldn't persuade her, so he picked up his chopsticks and quickly finished the food himself. Then he closed the lunchbox. I'll bring you food every day from now on. You don't need to cook. Xiaoan smiled brightly and nodded.
All right.
She opened the cabinet and took out all her food supplies, 10 pounds of flour, 10 pounds of rice, and 2 pounds of oil. Take these back with you. Jiang he glanced at them, but didn't take them. If you give them to me, what will you eat? Are you worried that I don't have enough food at home? Don't worry, I can take care of you. He knew he was poor, and Xiaoan had suffered by being with him, but he was determined to work hard and give her a better life. Xiaoan smiled.
Take them back.
Didn't you say you'd bring me food every day? Then I won't need these, and they'll just go bad. Besides, she wasn't good at cooking anyway, so keeping the food would be a waste. Jiang he was silent for a while before agreeing. I'll go now.
Wait.
Just as Jiang he reached the door, Xiaoan called out to him. What is it? Before he could finish, she leaned forward and kissed him. This time, the kiss was deeper and more lingering. His eyes widened, his heartbeat quickened, and his body stiffened in surprise. Her kiss was clumsy but full of warmth, making his heart soften completely. He gently pulled her into his arms, holding her close as the kiss deepened naturally. Xiaoan wrapped her arms around his neck, responding shyly yet sincerely. The world seemed to spin around them until they finally pulled apart, both breathless. Jiang he looked at her, his dark eyes filled with emotion. Xiaoan blushed, quickly stepping back. She opened the door and pushed him lightly toward it. All right, you should go now. It's getting late. Before Jiang he could say anything, she had already closed the door. He stood outside, gently touching his lips, still feeling the soft warmth that lingered there. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That night, Jiang he lay on his bed, unable to fall asleep. It was raining heavily outside, with thunder and lightning flashing across the sky. The storm grew stronger, showing no sign of stopping. He wondered if the young girl was scared. Meanwhile, Xiaoan was curled up in a corner, trembling. She wasn't usually timid, but the thunder was just too loud. A sudden crash of thunder shook the sky, and the wind blew the window open, letting in a rush of cold air. The youth camp was in chaos. The boys' dorm collapsed. Is anyone hurt?
Go check.
I'll find the team leader. Come out quickly. Your room is about to fall. Fong Hong shouted from outside. Hearing this, Xiaoan quickly opened the door and ran out. Just as she stepped outside, her room collapsed behind her, and soon the girls' dorm fell too. Everyone stood in the rain, not knowing what to do. Some had already gone to call the team leader, and many of the young women were crying in fear. Fortunately, no one was hurt. Oh heavens, is anyone injured? Is there still someone inside? The team leader rushed over as soon as he heard the news. Behind him came several officials and a few young men from the village, Jiang he among them. When he saw the scene, his breath caught. His eyes quickly searched the crowd until he spotted Xiaoan, safe and unharmed. He strode over, took off his coat, and draped it over her shoulders. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? She was on the verge of tears. I'm fine, not hurt. Just a little scared. Her voice trembled. She was clearly frightened. Everyone, follow me. Let's take shelter in the warehouse. The team leader gave instructions. The warehouse, used for storing farm tools, was spacious enough for everyone to fit inside. The other officials went door to door to gather the villagers. The other officials continued to call the villagers one by one. In the warehouse, the educated youths and villagers crowded together. Outside, a simple shelter kept some people dry from the rain. A villager asked, "Village chief, why did you call us all here so late at night? What happened?" The village chief cleared his throat. Here's the situation. Because of the heavy rain, the youth dormitory collapsed. The educated youths have nowhere to stay for now, and rebuilding will take some time. I discussed it with the team leader and we decided to ask the villagers to temporarily take them in. I called everyone here to see if anyone has an empty room for them. My family can take one. When they heard that the dormitory had collapsed, everyone looked worried. But when they learned they might have to host someone, they became uneasy. Chief, my house doesn't have any spare rooms. My 4 kids already share one room. There's no space left. We barely have enough food for ourselves. If we take in a youth, we'll have to share our meals. I can't do that. The chief's face darkened. There are more than 20 educated youths. Each family must take one. Why are you all so quick to refuse? They won't stay for free. The work points they earn each day will be added to your household until their dormitory is rebuilt. Still, the villagers were reluctant. They doubted the youths could earn enough work points to make up for the food they'd eat. Seeing this, the chief had no choice but to assign families by name. Those chosen had to take in a youth, while the others secretly felt relieved. Once everyone had a place, Fong Hong was assigned to the chief's home, leaving only Qiao and without a host. The remaining villagers looked at the delicate young woman and quickly turned away, afraid they'd be chosen. Jiang, he stepped forward. Let Qiao stay at my house. The chief glanced at him and thought for a moment. He could tell Jiang he had feelings for Qiaoan, but since no one else was willing, and Jiang he was known to be steady and respectful, he agreed. All right, let's do that. By then, the rain outside had already stopped. The village chief said, the educated youths can go back with the villagers. Work will stop tomorrow so everyone can rest. It's already very late today. People slowly left the warehouse. Because of the heavy rain, there were puddles everywhere, and the ground was slippery. Qiaoan hesitated to step forward when she saw Jiang. He crouched down in front of her. She quickly climbed onto his broad back. Jiang, he carried her home. Lu Yanjun had been waiting anxiously in the yard, and finally saw them return. She hurried to open the gate. How is it? Is Comrade Qiao all right? She didn't get hurt, did she? When she heard that the youth dormitory had collapsed, she had been worried sick, afraid something bad had happened to Qiao and Andy. I'm fine. You can just call me Inan. That's what my mother calls me. Lu Yanjun finally relaxed. Good. Come inside and change out of those wet clothes. Take a warm bath later so you don't catch a cold. She led Qiaoan into the house and brought her a clean set of coarse cloth clothes. Here, these are freshly washed. Change into them first. I'll go heat some water for you. She also planned to make some tea to help her warm up. Her future daughter-in-law was so delicate, she couldn't afford to let her get sick. When she turned around, she saw her younger son still standing there, staring blankly at the young woman. Lu Yanjun gave him a light slap on the back. You silly boy. Go start the fire. Even though Jiang, he didn't want to leave, he obediently went to light the fire. After the door closed, Qiaoan quickly changed out of her wet clothes. She hadn't been wearing much, and after being caught in the rain, the damp fabric clung to her skin, making her shiver. Jiang he carried in a bucket of hot water and poured it into the wooden tub. He brought in the bathing basin, mixed in some cool water, and tested the temperature. It's ready. She hadn't expected him to be so thoughtful. Qiaoan said, You got wet too. Go change your clothes and take a bath. Jiang he looked at her and nodded. All right. Qiaoan added, Don't use cold water. It's bad for your health. Jiang he felt a warm feeling in his heart. The young woman was starting to care about him. In the past, he would just rinse off quickly with cold water, never paying much attention to such things. But today, he suddenly wanted to take a hot shower. Not for any special reason, but because his wife had suggested it, and how could he say no? After bathing, Qiaoan quickly got dressed, dried her hair a little with a towel, and gathered her dirty clothes to wash them. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Jiang he waiting by the door. Surprised, she asked, You're done already? Well, men usually finish showering quickly, unlike her, who always took her time. The young woman's face was still flushed from the hot water, her skin glowing softly, and her eyes slightly misty, making her look especially charming. Jiang he's gaze darkened slightly, and he forced himself to look away. I'll pour out the water for you. Leave the clothes, I'll wash them later. Okay. Qiaoan smiled as she watched his tall figure walk away. She was tired anyway, and having a husband to help really was nice. Before long, Lu Yanjun finished cooking the soup. And come drink this and then get some good rest, she said, placing 2 bowls on the table in the yard. Xiaoan drank it in a few sips, feeling warmth spread through her stomach. The room Lu Yanjun had prepared for her was right next to Jiang He's. No one had lived there for a while, but it was always kept clean. The furniture was old and a bit worn, but everything was in order. Feeling sleepy, Xiaoan went to bed right after finishing the soup. But just as she lay down, she suddenly sat up again. She had forgotten that among the clothes Jiang He was washing were some of her personal items. Xiaoan quickly threw on a coat and hurried outside. Meanwhile, Jiang He picked up the last piece of clothing and froze for a moment, his ears turning slightly red. It was hers. He quickly shook his head, pushing away the thoughts that came to mind, and continued washing. By the time Xiaoan arrived, he had already finished. She didn't know how to face him now. The next morning, Xiaoan woke up early. "Why are you up so soon? You don't have work today. Go back and sleep a bit more. I'll call you when breakfast is ready." "Oh, and shall he put your luggage by the door?" Lu Yanjun said as she busied herself in the kitchen. Today, Jiang He went early in the morning to the youth relocation office to pick up her belongings. Joan was obedient and said, "Annie, I've had enough sleep and am not sleepy anymore." She looked around and saw her suitcase and a large package neatly placed at the door. Last night, the youth relocation office was in ruins, and she thought her things might have been damaged. The packages were soaked by rain, but they contained canned food and other sealed items, so there was no big problem. She took them inside, changed into a white cloth dress, tied 2 small braids casually, and went to wash up. In the kitchen, Jiang Ming watched his mother cooking rabbit meat, drooling with hunger. "Mom, where did this rabbit meat come from?" Lu Yanjun glanced at him without stopping her work. "Your second brother went up the mountain to hunt last night and only came back at dawn. He caught just one. Second brother said those rabbits hide and don't come out easily. Catching one is pretty good," Jiang Ming said as he grabbed a piece of rabbit meat and put it in his mouth. Lu Yanjun reached out to pretend to pull his ear. "Little rascal, have you washed your hands before reaching into the pot?" Jiang Ming chewed the meat and said, "I washed them very clean, Mom. Your cooking skills are getting better and better. But what about second brother? Why did a wife suddenly appear?" He had just returned from the neighboring village this morning and didn't know what had happened before. "Xiao He and Anan are in love. I tell you, from now on, she's like your sister. Xiao He finally found a wife, and as the eldest brother, you should treat her well." Lu Yanjun couldn't help but smile when she mentioned this. Joan, from a wealthy family, was not only beautiful but also had a good personality. Her face looked like she would bring good luck to her husband. She liked Xiao He because it was a blessing from Zhang's family in a past life. Unlike Luo Wanyue, she didn't understand why the eldest son liked her so much. Thinking about this made Lu Yanjun feel annoyed. "Don't worry, Mom. I will treat her like my own sister," Jiang Ming said confidently. Joan was already 23 and still hadn't found a husband, which made her older brother anxious too. Lu Yanjun urged, all right, bring the dishes over. It's time to eat." At the dining table, Luo Wanyue looked at the rice in Xiaoan's bowl and then at her own coarse grains. She angrily said, "Mom, why does she get to eat rice while I don't? These past few days, I've been working in the fields and have no strength left. My back and legs hurt. Xiao Jiqing, let's swap. You're so rich and don't need to work in the fields for those little work points. And this grain still belongs to my family. The owner can decide what you eat. You know that working hard is important, right?" Xiaoan understood her. In her past life, Luo Wanyue caused Jiang He's older brother to fall from the mountain. Although he was saved and survived, he had to spend the rest of his life in bed. But she didn't know the exact reason why. Xiaoan also knew what kind of person she was. She had 80 different tricks and needed to be careful. Before Luo Wanyue's hand even touched her bowl, she was stared down with a cold, sharp look. Jiang He picked up some rabbit meat and put it into Xiaoan's bowl. Luo Wanyue pouted and said, "Second brother, what's with that look? I'm your older sister-in-law, and I'm not even as good as an outsider?" She was holding her 5-year-old son and sarcastically said, "Son, you mustn't be like your little uncle in the future, finding such a flirtatious girl." Lu Yanjun didn't want to lose her temper in front of Xiaoan, but She couldn't hold it anymore. She pointed at Luo Wanyue and scolded loudly, "You good for nothing. If it weren't for an inn, you wouldn't even get to eat rabbit meat today. This rice is bought by her. Do you still have the nerve to ask for it? Don't use the things you learned from your wicked old mother-in-law on us." Lu Yanjun actually wanted to hit her, but she was afraid of scaring Qiaowen, so she held back her temper. She didn't want her precious daughter-in-law to think she was a bad mother-in-law. She glared at him irritably. "Big brother, mother has already told you not to marry Luo Wanyue. No matter how much she begged, you wouldn't listen. Now look at her. So sharp and mean. I really don't know what kind of spell you were under back then, paying 30 yuan in bride price to marry such a cursed woman. If the children weren't so young and dependent on her, she would have kicked Luo Wanyue out long ago." Luo Wanyue. Jiang Ming finally lost his patience and shouted, "You've ruined a good breakfast. If you don't want it, go to your room." Previously, no matter how she acted, as long as she didn't bully her mother, he could tolerate it. But now, she even bullied her sister-in-law. When Luo Wanyue was shouted at like that, she felt very wronged. "How did I spoil things? I work hard every day just trying to eat some good food. What's wrong with that? Anyway, she will marry into our family someday. Her belongings are just ours." Jiang Ming angrily threw his chopsticks at her. "You're shameless, but I still want to. Qiao An is your future sister-in-law. Do you think it's right to say such things?" Luo Wanyue also got angry.
Why isn't it right?
"In the end, we're all family. If you have the ability, tell her not to marry. Now you're shouting at me? Who is your wife that you're so friendly with an outsider?" Jiang Ming had never spoken harshly to Luo Wanyue before, nor had he hit her. Unlike some men in the village who constantly scolded or beat their wives, Luo Wanyue always said whatever she wanted, as long as it wasn't too much. She dared to challenge him because Jiang Ming was this kind of person. But suddenly, Jiang Ming slapped her face. "You really have no sense. You dare to hit me?" Luo Wanyue covered her burning face, unable to believe it. Lu Yanjun watched her eldest son finally stand up for himself, feeling quite pleased. "Your stubbornness has finally opened your eyes. I've told you before, to deal with women like her, you have to teach her a lesson." Luo Wanyue cried and begged, "Mother, I gave birth to a big grandson for the family. I may not have contributed much, but I've worked hard. You won't help me if he hits me?" This was the eldest grandson of the Jiang family. She didn't believe Lu Yanjun would ignore this card. Thinking of this, she felt a bit proud. Things would be better if she didn't mention the child, but as soon as she did, Lu Yanjun's anger grew. "You still have the nerve to mention the child? With a mother like you, this kid will end up just like you someday. Just a few days ago, you even broke someone else's child's head. Do you know how much I paid in damages? I tell you, if you can't teach him properly, I'll have our eldest son divorce you and marry someone better." Hearing about divorce, Luo Wanyue was instantly panicked. Mother, I was wrong. I can definitely teach the child well. I just wasn't fully awake and said foolish things. Before marrying into the Jiang family, she worked in her mother's house every day, earning less than 8 work points and not getting fed. After returning home, she still has to cook, do laundry, feed the chickens, and clean the house. Almost all the chores are done by her alone. If she does a bad job, she might get beaten. Because she is a daughter, she was born to be a burden. The Luo family didn't kick her out just to get a bride price for their son in the future. So she can't get a divorce. If she did, how would she live as a woman alone? "I think you shouldn't eat this meal. Go to your room and reflect on yourself." Luo Wanyue didn't dare to say more, afraid that Lu Yanjun would really make Jiang Ming divorce her. She immediately hugged her child and went back to her room. Jiang Ming sighed. "Sigh, little sister-in-law, it's all my fault for spoiling her too much. Don't take it to heart." Lu Yanjun rolled her eyes. If it really gets bad, just divorce her and find someone else." He had thought about her words, but the child is still too young.
Sigh.
Let's see if she changes in the future. Qiao An didn't really mind much. At first, she was quite angry, but seeing how much these two protect her, she didn't feel upset anymore. "Big brother, I won't argue with her. Not now, but if she comes to bother her in the future, who knows what will happen?" Lu Yanjun clapped her hands. Look at how generous Mayanan is. She liked Xiao and more. Finding a wife like her is what she wants. Xiao smiled shyly. Come, try this rabbit meat. Lu Yanjun picked up a few pieces of rabbit and put them in Xiao's bowl. I don't know if you can handle spicy food, so I only added a little chili. Xiao said, Annie, I can eat anything, I don't mind spicy food. It must be said that Lu Yanjun's cooked rabbit was really delicious, with no fishy smell at all, making her very hungry. She even ate an extra bowl of rice. Auntie, your cooking is really good. Xiao praised while nibbling on the rabbit. Lu Yanjun was flattered by the compliment and felt a bit proud. I'm glad you like it. If you want to eat anything else, just tell me. I'll cook it for you. Just treat this place as your home. Luo Wanyue was holding her son, Xiaohu, feeding him dried sweet potatoes. Son, your mother's life is hard. I married into this family and have such a mean mother-in-law. Xiaohu stretched his little head and curiously asked, Mom, what does mean mother-in-law mean? Is grandma a mean mother-in-law? The child is still young and speaks without thinking. Luo Wanyue is worried he might say something inappropriate in front of Lu Yanjun. She says, You only need to know that Xiao Jiqing is not a good person. She's just a sly fox, coming to bully my daughter. She's a bad person, understand? Xiaohu nods seriously. I understand. I want to protect my mom and stop the bad person from bullying her. His mother said that the older sister is a bad person and also bullies her. She is always right, so he listens carefully. Since his mother dislikes her, he also dislikes her. After breakfast, Xiaoan wants to wash the dishes. Before she can, a big hand takes the bowl from her. Jiang He is faster and says, Let me do it. You go sit down. Lu Yanjun also says, Let him wash. Men should do more chores. Your little hands are soft and tender, not suitable for water, Jiang He. He goes to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Lu Yanjun holds Xiao and small hand and chats. Are you really sure you want to marry our Xiao He? Lu Yanjun adds, Since you've decided, when you marry into our family, I promise we won't treat you badly. Our family is poor, but I won't make you suffer. The second son is strong but doesn't understand much else. He can't make girls happy and is like a big fool. If Anin likes him, she's very lucky. Xiao and doesn't feel wronged at all. Auntie, what's wrong with being poor? I believe our future days will get better and better. In a few years, the National College entrance exam will be restored. Before that, she plans to study with Jiang He and take the university entrance exam together. They chat for a while, and Lu Yanjun leaves the house. She wants to go to the mountain to find some mushrooms, especially since it rained last night. If she waits too long, others will pick them all. Jiang He also leaves. Xiao and sits alone in the yard. She notices Luo Wanyue's son, Xiaohu, squatting in the corner playing with mud. Actually, this child was very obedient at first. But Luo Wanyue kept feeding him wrong ideas, so he gradually became more rebellious and unruly than other children. He's still young, and it's still possible to correct his bad habits. Xiaohu, come here. Xiaoan calls him over. Little Tiger looked at the older sister sitting on the chair, smiling gently, and quietly clenched a small stone in his hand. His mother said she was a bad person, that she made his mother cry this morning, and now she wanted to bully him. The little boy stood still, his big eyes filled with strong dislike.
Joan was surprised.
Such a look shouldn't appear on a child only 5 years old. It showed how Luo Wanyue usually taught him. She went back inside, took 2 big white rabbit candies, and crouched down beside the boy. Gently, she said, Little Tiger, do you want some candy? Your sister will give you some. Little Tiger looked at the white rabbit candy in Joan's hand, swallowed hard. He wanted to eat it, but when he thought of what his mother said, he shook his head. If you want to eat, just eat. I have plenty, Joan said softly, pulling the boy's hand and placing the candy into his palm. She also reached out and gently rubbed his small head. It seemed that this child hadn't been too badly influenced by Luo Wanyue. As she thought this, the boy suddenly threw the candy on the ground and pushed her. Joan fell hard onto the ground. You're a bad person. You bully my mother. I don't like you. Angrily, Little Tiger threw the heavy stone he had hidden behind his back at Joan's head. Joan's skin was tender, and when hit, blood immediately started to flow from her forehead. She covered her head, her face pale. She had thought this child hadn't been corrupted yet, but now she realized she was wrong. It would be hard to correct him in the future. Lu Yanjun happily carried a basket full of mushrooms, enough to last a long time. She also accidentally found a wild chicken and planned to stew it for Joan tonight. But as soon as she entered the yard, she saw Joan squatting on the ground, holding her head, with blood still flowing from her forehead. She was so worried, she threw the basket on the ground and hurried over. "Oh no! Dear heavens! Then what happened? Why are you bleeding?" Seeing the blood-stained stone on the ground, Lu Yanjun finally understood. It was hit by a stone. She turned and slapped little Tiger on the back, shouting, "Did you throw that? You little brat! You look just like your mother." Little Tiger cried out in pain, "Grandma, you wicked old woman. Wah wah wah." Hearing the crying, Luo Wanyue and Jiang Ming immediately ran out of the house. Wanyu saw her son being hit and felt sad. She held Xiaohu in her arms.
Mom.
"Why are you hitting Xiaohu? What did he do wrong to deserve such a heavy hand?" Jiang Ming looked at Qiaowen and understood immediately. Lu Yanjun grabbed Wanyu's hair, slapped and scratched her. "You wicked woman! I told you long ago that this child would be spoiled by you. Now he dares to throw stones at people. Are you teaching him to say I'm a bad mother-in-law? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll think you can do whatever you want. Big brother, take this little brat away." Jiang Ming was also angry. Kids at this age like to imitate adults. He didn't expect Xiaohu to be raised like this by Wanyu. Seeing Wanyu begging for help, he chose to ignore her and moved the child aside. Women like her should be properly disciplined by their mothers. Wanyu's hair was pulled messily, her face swollen so much that she could only see a slit for her eyes. She quickly begged, "Mom, I didn't teach Xiaohu well. I promise I won't do it again. Please stop hitting me." Lu Yanjun spat and kept hitting her. "You know you didn't teach that little brat properly? Clearly, a daughter like you has a son like this. I must beat you to death today." In the yard, Wanyu's cries and pleas kept coming. Jiang He heard the noise from far away. When he entered and saw Qiaowen, his heart felt like it was breaking. He hurriedly picked up Qiao and ran to the village clinic. At the clinic, the doctor quickly bandaged her. "It's nothing serious, just some bleeding. You're a bit weak. Rest well, eat good food, and you'll be fine."
Dr. Zhang, please check again.
"Are you sure it's nothing serious?" Seeing so much blood and hearing it's not serious, Jiang He doubted whether the doctor knew how to treat patients. "Dr. Zhang," he said impatiently, "are you a doctor or am I? Why don't you check yourself, Jiang He? If he knew how to treat injuries, why would he come here?" Qiaowen leaned on him, feeling weak. "Since Dr. Zhang says it's fine, let's go home." Hearing this, Jiang He's heart felt like it was stabbed. It hurt so much he almost suffocated. If only he had been there earlier, this wouldn't have happened. It's all his fault. He caused the young girl so much suffering. Joan saw his face full of guilt and comforted him, saying, "I'm fine. It's not your fault. Since the doctor said so, let's go home." Although she said this, Jiang He still felt very upset inside. At the Jiang family estate, Luo Wanyue was crouched in a corner, crying quietly. When they returned, Lu Yanjun hurried forward and asked, "How is it? What did the doctor say? Did you hurt your bones?" "Annie, the doctor said rest is enough. It's nothing serious." Seeing her weak appearance, Lu Yanjun almost started crying. "Look at you, your face is so pale. You don't look like you're okay." "Is the doctor reliable?" Joan chuckled softly. "Really, I'm fine. How can these two be so different? You're hurt so badly and you're still smiling." Lu Yanjun choked up. "Today I caught a chicken and cooked it for you. You should rest well and lie down in your room." Jiang He carried Joan back to the room, helped her lie down, and covered her with a thick blanket. "And it must hurt a lot," his voice trembling a little. Joan pouted and acted cute. "Kiss me, and it won't hurt anymore." Jiang He sighed and gently kissed her lips. "Is that better now?" Joan pouted again and shook her head. "No, it still hurts. Kiss me a few more times, maybe it will be better. You Jiang He's ears turned red, almost bleeding. Even though she was hurt, she still wanted to tease him, and her mother was outside.
What if she saw?
Unmoved, Joan looked at him with teary eyes. Just one more kiss. I'm a patient now, and you can't refuse this small request. Jiang He's heart softened, and he kissed her again, then said soothingly, All right, go to sleep peacefully. Joan nodded happily. After she fell asleep, Jiang He quietly left the room. Luo Wanyue was still crouched in the corner, crying. When she saw him come out, she hurried over and pretended to ask, Second brother, is sister-in-law okay? Little Tiger is still young, so don't. She didn't finish her sentence, but Jiang He shot her a cold look, making her swallow her words. He works in the fields every day and has no energy to take care of the children, neglecting their education. Lu Yanjun poked her head out of the kitchen with a spatula and shouted, That useless woman just annoys me. Big sister, you saw it yourself, right? She has turned that little brat into something terrible. Both the older and younger ones are just like that bad woman from the Luo family. Honestly, I think we should just get a divorce and find someone better. Otherwise, I'll be so angry I might get sick. Luo Wanyue didn't expect Xiao, who to act like this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said these things. She ran over and grabbed Lu Yanjun's arm, tears streaming down her face. Mom, I really know I was wrong. I promise I will teach the children well from now on. Please forgive me this time. Lu Yanjun looked as if she had touched something dirty and immediately shook her off. Get lost. You heartless little brat, I'm lucky I didn't hit you today. Seeing that didn't work, she turned to Jiang Ming and begged, Father of the children, you can't divorce me. I'm just a woman. How can I live alone after a divorce? I even gave birth to a son for you. You still have the nerve to mention the children. If it weren't for you, would he have done such a thing? Jiang Ming was very angry, but he couldn't bring himself to really divorce her. He had been with Luo Wanyue for so long. Although her personality changed a lot after marriage, the feelings from before were real. If he hadn't truly loved her, why would he have married her despite his mother's objections? Now, if she was forced to make a decision, he didn't know what to do. Moreover, Xiao Hu couldn't be separated from his mother. Although the child made mistakes, he was still his own son at the end of the day. Jiang He saw his dilemma, frowned, and said coldly, I don't want this to happen again. Luo Wanyue wiped her tears. Second brother has said so, child's father. Please don't argue about it anymore. Shut up. You don't have a say here. Hearing Jiang Ming shout, Luo Wanyue shrank back in fear. Second brother, Jiang Ming assured her, Don't worry, this will definitely be the last time. If she does this again, I will divorce her without hesitation. If it happens again, you and she, along with the children, can all get out, Lu Yanjun said fiercely, pointing her spatula at them. After making her point, she went back to the kitchen to continue working. Joan slept until after 6 in the evening, and only then woke up. Lu Yanjun didn't want to wake her, hoping she could sleep a little longer. For some reason, she always felt a tightness in her chest, and her wrist hurt badly, as if something was tightly wrapped around it. But when she looked at her hand, there was nothing there. However, the feeling in her wrist was real. She thought and thought but couldn't figure out why. She decided not to think about it and hoped it would be better tomorrow. She left the room and saw Jiang He chopping firewood. When he saw her come out, he put down his axe and asked, You're awake. Does your head still hurt? Joan moved close to Jiang He's ear and said, It doesn't hurt anymore. Thanks to Brother He's kisses, I recovered so quickly. A warm breath brushed her ear, and Jiang He's ears turned red. He thought Joan was acting a bit mischievous. She was even more playful than the men in the village. Joan liked to see him shy and always couldn't help teasing him. She touched the gauze on her forehead and took out a mirror to look at herself. She wasn't sure if she would have a scar. If she had a scar, it would probably look ugly. Would Jiang He stop liking her then? She wanted to take off the gauze and see, but before she could, Jiang He stopped her. She pouted, a little unhappy, and asked, Why? I just want to see. Wait a couple of days before removing it. Joan was even more annoyed. Are you afraid it will look ugly? Jiang He quickly denied. No. The gauze is to protect your wound and prevent infection. Be good, wait a couple of days before taking it off, okay? If I get a scar, will you dislike how I look? Joan asked.
Jong-hee answered seriously. Of course not.
No matter what you look like, I won't dislike you. He thought for a moment and added, don't worry too much. It probably won't leave a scar. Joan knew this, but she was still worried. She cared a lot about her appearance. Even a tiny scar was unacceptable. And in Dinner is Ready, Lu Yanjun called her, reheating the stewed chicken. Since Luo Wanyue wasn't there, everyone ate very happily. The chicken was cooked very tender and flavorful, and the soup was delicious. Joan still felt a little reluctant to finish eating. Because they had to work tomorrow, everyone went to bed early. Late at night, Joan was lying on the bed, breathing heavily. She felt like she couldn't breathe properly and her body was very uncomfortable. Her whole body was hot, and her clothes were soaked with sweat. Her small face was very pale, and her normally pink lips had lost all color. The pain in her wrist felt even worse now, as if it was about to be cut off. It seemed as if an invisible hand was squeezing her heart, trying to crush it. Finally, she couldn't hold on anymore and fainted. When she opened her eyes again, everything looked blurry, and the pain in her body was gone. She was now in a large villa covering 200 acres. The style was European, both delicate and luxurious. On the first floor was a big living room, with the kitchen on the right. The second floor had the bedrooms, the third floor was a study, and the fourth floor was a gym. Outside the villa, there was a large vegetable garden with various fruits and vegetables. Joanne's eyes lit up. Could this be her so-called golden finger? She went out of the villa and into the garden, noticing that all the fruits and vegetables were ripe. She casually picked an apple and took a big bite, full of juice. The apple was very large, tender, and sweet, much better than those sold outside, incomparable even. It seemed that the food in this space was different from outside. In the middle of the garden there was a large lake. Could this be the legendary spiritual spring? The kind that cures illnesses, dispels disasters, and is used for bathing, beauty, and skincare? She walked over, took off her clothes, and soaked herself in the warm water. Then she quickly ran to the mirror and removed the bandage from her head. She was a bit surprised. In the mirror, the girl had long, flowing hair casually draped over her shoulders, and her small face was rosy and white. Her skin was smooth like congealed fat, and her bright, almond-shaped eyes looked lively. Her long, curled eyelashes made her eyes even more charming. Below her small nose were red lips that looked like ripe cherries, tempting and beautiful. Because she had bathed in the spiritual spring, her features became more delicate than before, and even the scar on her forehead disappeared. This spiritual spring was truly amazing. She also found that after bathing in the spring, the water would automatically be replaced with fresh spring water. She happily ran over and took a few more sips. It was sweet. Suddenly, she felt refreshed and energized. She stepped into the kitchen and found it filled with food. There were all kinds of meats, noodles, frozen foods, oils, and various seasonings. Almost everything Joan could think of was here. She opened the fridge and saw different cut-up fruits and drinks inside. She took out a bottle of soda, twisted it open, and took a sip. She then noticed that where a drink should have been missing, a new bottle had appeared. This meant that the supplies here are endless. She didn't have to worry about running out of food. Suddenly, a red light appeared on her wrist. Looking down, she saw a red bracelet. Before she could think too much, a message suddenly appeared before her eyes. Joan looked at it and finally understood the strange feeling she had earlier. It turned out that the bracelet was recognizing its owner. It was so painful. Was it not afraid of losing its owner? But it was worth it, because this villa was inside the bracelet, and its owner was Jiang-hee. So, this was the place where Jiang-hee had lived in her past life. She thought about it, and instantly, she disappeared from the space and returned to her bed. When dawn was breaking, the villagers got up to start working. Joan had planned to go with them, but Jiang-hee insisted she rest at home. There was nothing she could do. She stayed at home since going out wouldn't earn her many work points anyway. She went back to her room and took a short nap. When she woke up, it was almost 11 o'clock. It was almost lunchtime, and although she didn't know how to cook, she now had her space. She got out of bed, locked the door, and with a thought, disappeared from her spot. She then went to the kitchen, cooked some frozen dumplings, divided them into 3 portions, and packed them into lunchboxes. She wasn't generous enough to include Luo Wanyue's share. The rest, she scooped into a bowl and sat at the table, eating small bites. The dumplings inside her space were bigger and filled with meat, and she was full after just 5 or 6. Then she went to fetch a jar of spiritual spring water, feeling satisfied, and left the space. Joan walked along the field ridge, looking around for Jiang He's figure. Everyone else was busy working. Only Su Yansheng was hiding under a tree to rest. He hadn't even eaten breakfast, and was now so hungry his stomach was pressed against his back. Just then, he looked up and saw Joan carrying a lunchbox walking over. He knew that Joan was a stubborn woman who pretended to be tough but actually liked him. When he found out she hadn't eaten, she hurried to bring food to him. He looked at the lunchbox in Joan's hand and swallowed hard, not knowing what was inside. Since Joan was so rich, it must be meat. Ever since they had a fight, he hadn't eaten any meat. He thought staying at the villager's house would be better, and he wouldn't have to cook. But the family there had hidden the meat and wouldn't let him have any. Every day, he only ate rotten vegetable leaves, which didn't fill him up at all. His stomach was empty and lacked energy. He was about to faint from hunger, but Joan was still standing on the field, looking around. He grew more annoyed. Wasn't she an adult? Couldn't she see what was happening? Su Yansheng wanted to go and get the food himself, but he couldn't. Last time, Joan had yelled at him and asked him to pay back money. He was waiting for Joan to come and ask him for help. He was broke again, so he planned to ask her for some money, then decide whether to forgive her. While he was thinking about how much money to ask for later, he saw Joan walking to the other side. Did she only notice him if he spoke first? Su Yansheng cursed silently and shouted impatiently, "Joan!" She didn't turn around, ignoring him, as if a dog was barking. She carried the lunchbox and quickly looked around, finally spotting him in the corner and jogging over. The man was working in the field, head down. He stood up, grabbed his shirt to wipe the sweat from his face. As he moved, his 8-pack abs were clearly visible. That scene was strangely attractive. Joan stared at him intently, unconsciously swallowing. Her gaze was too intense. Jiang He turned his head and saw the girl standing there, still holding the lunchbox. "Why aren't you resting at home in this hot weather? What are you doing out here in the field?" His voice was deep and pleasant, with a magnetic quality. Joan didn't even notice when he approached. She hurriedly turned away, touching her nose. Luckily, she hadn't started bleeding from her nose. Jiang He watched her small movements and asked on purpose, "What's wrong with you?" Joan cleared her throat and said, "It's nothing. I'm here to bring you food." She took out a lunchbox and handed it to Jiang He. "Eat quickly. I made this myself. Although it was frozen, she cooked it herself, so it counts as homemade, right?" Jiang He took the lunchbox and asked, "Are you sure you're okay? You look like you have a nosebleed." She clearly didn't touch her nose just now. Joan reached out to check again, but there was nothing. She realized she had been tricked. Pretending to be annoyed, she said, "Humph. I won't talk to you anymore." Then she ran off quickly. She had learned how to tease him, which she found really annoying. "Walk slower," Jiang He advised. "Don't fall." Watching her figure grow smaller in the distance, he thought about her angry little face and smiled slightly. Only after she was completely out of sight did he open the lunchbox and start eating. He didn't expect Joan to be such a good cook, better than his mother's. But he decided he wouldn't let Joan cook again in the future. The kitchen was full of smoke and fumes. What if it made her sick? "Uncle!" Joan stood on the ridge and called loudly to Lu Yanjun, who was shucking corn in the field. Lu Yanjun looked up and said, "Oh my, it's so hot outside. Why are you out here?" She put down her work and walked over to Joan. Joan smiled and said, "I'm here to bring you some food." Lu Yanjun opened the lunchbox, looked inside and praised, "Did you make this? Mine can cook. It smells so good." She then turned to Luo Wanyue with a look of disapproval. Unlike some people who have been married for so long and haven't thought about bringing food, Luo Wanyue awkwardly smiled. It's just bringing some food. What's there to praise? She also never heard that old woman say a good word when she cooked at home. She just wanted to flatter Joan because her family was rich.
Uffed.
But isn't there no meat at home? Did you go to the county town? Lu Yanjun asked. The chicken she cooked last night was the last of their meat. Joan shyly nodded, feeling a bit guilty. Lu Yanjun looked at her with concern. Her dear daughter-in-law had gone all the way to the county to buy meat just to bring them food. The ox cart is so bumpy. In the future, if you want to buy things, let Jiang He go. That kid has tough skin and won't mind the bumps. Also, you don't need to cook anymore. Auntie is worried you'll get tired. And then is such a delicate girl. She really doesn't want her to cook. Auntie, I'm not tired. I just want to cook a meal. No, that's not allowed. Just having the intention is enough. Lu Yanjun insists she shouldn't cook, so and can only agree. Suddenly, a loud shout made Qiao jump in surprise. Su Yansheng had been waiting under the tree for a long time, but didn't see Qiao. Now he came looking for her, angry and impatient. He stretched out his hand and said impatiently, "Give me the food." Qiao rolled her eyes. What's wrong? Are you a beggar? Coming here to ask for food? She decided to teach this rude man a lesson today. With Lu Yanjun here, she wasn't afraid of fighting. Lu Yanjun was famous in the village for being fierce in fights. And is my family. Why are you still shamelessly bothering her? Lu Yanjun was furious as soon as she saw him. Qiao immediately complained, Auntie, he's been bothering me lately. Just now, he even tried to the food I made myself. He said if I didn't give it to him, he would hit me. Lu Yanjun was already angry, and now even more furious. She didn't care that others were nearby, and started cursing loudly. F you filthy, rotten scab. Your face is as dirty as spoiled water, attracting flies. Can't you live without stealing food? How did your skin get so thick? Do you want me to give you a pile of dirt instead? Su Yanqing's face turned pale and then purple. Facing Lu Yanjun's shouting, he decided to try to reason. Qiaoan is my girlfriend. You have no right to interfere with us. And today's meal was originally made for me. Can you please be reasonable? People listening and turn their attention to Lu Yanjun. This is a couple's matter. Why is she interfering? That's too much. Exactly. Just a few days ago, I saw Qiao Jiqing chasing after Su Jijing. They're probably already a couple. Maybe they're having a fight now. Lu Yanjun really has too much time on her hands, wasting it on other people's business instead of controlling her own temper. Lu Yanjun suddenly lunged at a village woman named Zhao Dahua, who had been talking the most. The person was suddenly pushed to the ground. Lu Yanjun forcefully pulled her hair, pulling out a large handful. Zhao Dahua screamed in pain. Lu Yanjun, you little brat, get up. Lu Yanjun was strong and pressed her down, so she couldn't get up. You old troublemaker. Your son is already over 30 and still can't find a wife. It's all your fault. Our family is about to be left without a future, and you still talk so badly. How dare you scold me? Zhao Dahui only has this one son. The other 2 children died young. Everyone in the village looked down on her family because they were poor, and her son was both ugly and dirty. Plus, she had a harsh mouth that scolded everyone, so no one wanted to marry their daughter to her family and suffer. There were also families like Luo Wanyue's who treated their daughters as money-making objects. But Zhao Dahui's family couldn't even afford 5 yuan. When the topic of having no children or grandchildren came up, Zhao Dahui got angry and started fighting Lu Yanjun. You little troublemaker. How dare you curse my family to be childless? I'll fight you. But her strength was no match, and she quickly lost. Unable to win, she lay on the ground, rolling and crying. Everyone look. They're bullying me. Go get the village chief. Lu Yanjun is out of control. Everyone saw that Lu Yanjun was the one who started the fight. She was right, and when the village chief arrived, she planned to accuse this troublemaker. Su Yanqing saw everyone supporting him and became more confident. Qiaoan. Stop causing trouble. Everyone knows you're my girlfriend. You're fighting with me now? Aren't you ashamed? Come with me. He reached out to pull Xiao En's arm. But before he could touch her, a strong hand grabbed his wrist and threw him hard onto the ground. Jiang He stood in front of Xiao En, with sharp eyes glaring at him. Try touching her again. Su Yansheng grimaced in pain. He felt like his wrist was about to break. He endured the pain, got up, and his face turned pale. Jiang He, what does it have to do with you if I talk to my girlfriend? Jiang He narrowed his eyes and said clearly, Your girlfriend? A cold feeling ran down Su Yansheng's spine, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. He stiffened his neck. What else? Everyone knows Xiao and likes me. It's only a matter of time. Jiang He looked very angry, his face dark and scary. He clenched his fist and punched Su Yansheng in the face. A bloody smell came from his mouth, and he lost a tooth. Jiang He, are you hitting someone? He said through gritted teeth. Although he was angry, he didn't dare fight Jiang He back. This man could fight a grown wild boar alone. Someone like him wouldn't be enough to challenge Jiang He, even if there were 10 of him. What's wrong with hitting you? Xiao En said coldly. You said I like you in front of my boyfriend, which is spreading rumors. That deserves a punch. When she said this, everyone fell silent. Even Jiang He paused for a moment. He didn't expect Xiao En to say that in front of so many people. His gloomy face softened a little. Su Yansheng couldn't believe it. What are you talking nonsense about? She must be threatening you, right? Xiao En liked him so much. How could she be dating a country bumpkin? She was probably threatened by Jiang He. Why are you arguing? The village chief received news that there was a fight and noise in the fields. He was so angry, he almost lost his appetite and hurried over. When he saw the village chief, Zhao Dahua straightened her back. Village chief, you're finally here. Lu Yanjun started hitting me as soon as she arrived. Look at my hair. My scalp is torn. I don't care. You have to stand up for me. Zhao Dahua looked messy, her face scratched and swollen. The village chief couldn't bear to look at her. All right. Tell me what happened. Qiao Ziking and Su Ziking's family had a disagreement. I just said a few words. She came at me and hit me. She even cursed my family to have no descendants. She was beaten so badly that if she didn't get 20 yuan today, that old troublemaker wouldn't stop. Lu Yanjun spat and rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight. You old troublemaker. Anan is my daughter-in-law. Didn't you hear? Or are you just talking nonsense? Just because I hit you lightly, you want more? Think again. Seeing this, Zhao Dahua hid behind the village chief and shouted, Village chief, she dares to hit me. She doesn't respect you at all. Jiang He even threatened to make Qiao Ziking his girlfriend. Their family really doesn't act like decent people. The village chief frowned. How could Jiang He do such a thing? This boy was usually honest and never bullied women. He always took on the work others refused in the village. He looked at Xiao and Qiao Jiqing, is this true? Did Jiang's son really threaten you? He couldn't believe Jiang He would do something like that. Qiao and held Jiang He's hand. Village chief, we are in love. It's actually Su Yansheng who keeps bothering me, spreading rumors that I like him. What do you think we should do? Su Yansheng got angry. Village chief. It was him threatening Xiao En. She's a young lady from the city. How could she like Jiang He? Xiao En glared at him. Does he not understand what she's saying? I warn you one last time. I did this voluntarily, and we're about to get married. If you bother me again, I'll report you for harassment. Then she looked at the village chief and smiled. Village chief, please help us get a marriage certificate after you go back. We want to marry as soon as possible. You can choose the date, but don't be careless. Hearing this, Jiang He's heart skipped a beat. He looked down at Xiao En's serious face. His Adam's apple moved up and down involuntarily. She wants to marry him soon? He was so happy he almost shouted. His heart softened completely. The onlookers were like weather vanes, changing sides with the wind. So she really is willing. Oh. Then we've been wrong about her. All because of Su Jiqing. He kept saying Qiao En liked him, deliberately misleading us. Exactly. Even Zhao Dahua's nasty mouth. Which mother-in-law wouldn't be angry hearing that? If it were me, I'd slap her. Suddenly, the situation changed. Zhao Dahua couldn't understand. How did Xiao Jiqing become Lu Yanjun's daughter-in-law again? Wasn't she always chasing Su Jiqing? Now she ignored him, but Lu Yanjun did hit her. She cried out, "Village chief, can't you just forget about the injury on my face? Look at how badly that old woman hit me. Make her pay." "I don't want much, just 20 yuan. Lu Yanjun spat. "Bah. You still want money? I won't pay you a single cent." "Enough. Stop arguing, everyone." The village chief also got angry. "Zhao Dahua, why are you meddling in other people's family matters? How many troubles do you need to cause to feel satisfied? Since you're so free, go fetch some manure water. If you say one more word, I'll deduct a day's work points from you." When she heard about the deduction, Zhao Dahua didn't dare to argue anymore. She grumbled as she left. After Zhao Dahua left, the village chief's expression softened a bit. "Xiao Jiqing, I will talk to the village committee later. Once the date is set, I will inform you. Let's consider this matter settled for today." Since the village chief said so, she couldn't just ignore it. "All right, thank you, village chief." Su Yanqing only now realized that Xiaoan was serious. She really didn't like him and wanted to marry Zhang He, this country bumpkin. No, he couldn't accept that. If she really married Zhang He, what would he do? Who would give him money to spend in the future? This poor countryside is so backward. How could he survive? He shouted anxiously, "Village chief, you can't give her a certificate, and she can't marry Zhang He." One Zhao Dahua was enough trouble for the village chief, and now Su Yansheng was causing more chaos. "Aren't you ashamed enough? She has feelings for him, and you still interfere with her marriage? You're just as idle as Zhao Dahua. Go fetch manure water too. If you don't finish, you're not allowed to leave work," the village chief said. "All right, that's enough for today. Everyone disperse." He left first. After everyone had gone, Su Yansheng still sat on the ground. In his mind, Xiaoan should be chasing after him, unconditionally good to him, giving him all her money. How could she turn around and marry someone else? Who knows how long he would have to stay in this terrible place? He still hoped to use Xiaoan's family connections to go back to the city. No, he couldn't let Xiaoan marry Zhang He. If there was a way to make her marry him instead, an evil idea suddenly came to mind. Zhang He and Xiaoan were finally getting married. Lu Yanjun was happy, humming a tune while cooking dinner. Xiaoan went to the backyard. Zhang He stood there, dazed, lost in thought. She hugged the man's waist from behind. "What are you thinking about?" Feeling something soft on his back, Zhang He straightened his spine, his breathing hot and intense. Zhang He turned to look at her, his voice hoarse. "Can you say what you said today again?" Xiaoan's small eyes flicked around. "What did I say today? In the field this afternoon you said you wanted to marry me." Xiaoan softly said, "Yes, I want to marry you." "Don't you want it too?" "Of course I do." He dreamily wished for it. "I just want to hear you say it again." She looked straight at him, her fingers tracing circles on his chest. Zhang He gently caught her mischievous hand, his voice low and restrained. "Don't touch me like that, or I'll..." "Or what?" Xiaoan didn't give up, her eyes shining with mischief, her fingers continuing to draw circles on his abs. The unique scent of the girl lingered in the air. Zhang He's breathing grew faster, feeling warmth in his stomach and a dry throat. His deep eyes fixed on her. If he could still resist this temptation, he wouldn't be a man. Xiaoan felt like something was pressing against her. It was as if she had gone too far. She decided to stop and took a few steps back. But Zhang He wouldn't give her that chance. He quickly pulled her back into his arms. His big hand held her waist tightly. They were very close, and Xiaoan could even hear his heartbeat clearly. The man leaned down, his lips close to her ear, his warm breath brushing her sensitive earlobe. "I will eat you." After saying that, he kissed her lips. Xiaoan's eyes widened, her heart pounding. How long had it been? And he was already like a wild wolf. Zhang He's kiss was deep and intense, almost making Xiaoan suffocate. After a while, Jiang he released her, and she leaned weakly into his chest, her lips red and swollen, breathing heavily. Xiao and puffed out her cheeks. You've changed. Now, she didn't blush when teasing him. Jiang he touched his nose. Where's that? Xiao snorted and turned away, ignoring him, but she noticed a little guy standing there. The little guy hesitated, looking at Jiang he with some fear. Joan immediately understood that he wanted to talk, but Jiang he was there, and she was afraid. She pushed Jiang he gently. You go to the front yard first. After what happened last time, Jiang he was a bit worried. But Joan knew he was afraid Xiao who might do something again, but she was an adult now. Could she let a little kid bully her? Joan, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, it won't happen. Go help Aunt in the front yard. Jiang he sighed. All right. Before leaving, he gave a warning look to the little guy. Xiao who was so scared. Tears were welling up in his eyes. The little uncle is so fierce. After Jiang he left, Xiao who finally dared to walk over. He was holding a few dried sweet potatoes. Sister, this is for you to eat. Joan was a bit surprised. Was the little guy trying to be nice? She hesitated to take it. Xiao who got a little anxious and started crying. Sister, I'm sorry. I threw a stone at you that day. Dad told me that Mom's teachings were all wrong. He said I shouldn't listen to Mom, or else I wouldn't be loved anymore. Boo-hoo. That night, Jiang Ming harshly scolded Xiao Hu in the house and decided he wouldn't let Luo Wanhua teach the kids anymore. He would do it himself. He also told Xiao Hu many important lessons. The little guy understood a lot. Joan knelt down and softly asked, Are you afraid that your dad won't love you, so you came to apologize to me? Xiao Hu hurriedly shook his head. Dad said, if you make a mistake, you have to admit it. I hit my sister and said you're a bad woman. Can sister forgive me? He asked. I won't listen to Mom anymore. I'll listen to Grandma and Dad. Joan was even more surprised. She didn't know exactly what Jiang Ming told him, but it worked so well. She smiled. Knowing your mistake and changing is a good boy. Sister forgives you. Xiao, who was very happy. He reached out and offered the remaining dried sweet potatoes. In a soft voice, he said, Sister, you eat this. Dad gave it to me. Joan patted his little head and took a piece. Just one piece for sister. The rest is for you. Xiao Hu nodded happily. Great. Sister forgave him. Dinner was ready, but Joan was nowhere to be seen. Jiang he was about to go to the backyard to look for her. Suddenly, he saw her walking over, carrying Xiao Hu and chatting happily. Lu Yanjun was both curious and a little angry. And then, this child even threw stones at you yesterday, and you still hugged him. Qiaoan smiled and explained, Annie, Xiao Hu just apologized to me, and he's not a bad kid at heart. But, she paused and looked at Luo Wanhua. Luo Wanhua quickly ran to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Lu Yanjun snorted coldly. Anyway, the words are already spoken. You handle it yourself. After dinner, Jiang he prepared a bath for Qiao and Qiaoan sat in the tub, slowly washing herself. Outside the door, Jiang he stood leaning against the wall. He listened to the sounds inside, his heart beating faster. He had very good hearing and could clearly hear the water flowing. Suddenly, his mouth felt dry, and his throat was parched. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his excited mind. Don't think about anything inappropriate. He repeated this a few times, but it only made him more restless. Finally, he decided to take a cold shower. The next morning, Jiang he looked tired with dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not slept all night. His mind was full of inappropriate thoughts, and he had taken 3 cold showers but still couldn't sleep. Lu Yanjun saw this and thought he had sneaked out last night. Xiaoan slept very well. She didn't plan to go to work today since she wasn't short of money. At noon, she got on a bullock cart heading to the county. Besides Qiaoan, there were a few village women on the cart. They chattered about other people's affairs. One villager said, Did you hear? That Xiao Jiqing is going to marry that Jiang family boy. Yes, I heard. With her family so rich, what kind of man do you think she wanted? But she chose a country bumpkin. Yesterday, they were holding hands in the field. Exactly. And that Jiang family boy, he's strong and capable, but He looks fierce. Looks like he might be the type to hit women. Xiao Jiqing will have a tough time marrying him. Better to marry into my family. My son is much better than that Jiang boy. He's gentle and cares about women. I really don't understand what Xiao Jiqing sees in him. Can't you tell? With his build, he must have some good qualities. What qualities? Oh, you don't understand that I told you when he sees that part Joan. Ahem. A few village women were stunned and turned to look. Joan was sitting at the innermost part. When they got on the ox cart, they didn't pay attention to her, just chatting away. Now that the main character caught her, they all fell silent in embarrassment. Joan didn't bother with them. She had important things to do. When the ox cart reached the county town, Joan got off. Following her memory from the past, she arrived at the entrance of the black market. She turned into a quiet alley and entered her space to take out a basket with 100 pounds of rice and 30 eggs. She couldn't carry too much, or she would drop it. Then she took some cosmetics from her space and put on an old lady's makeup. With a big mouth like a sausage and a face full of freckles, who wouldn't be confused after seeing her? After finishing all this, she headed toward the black market. At the entrance, 2 strong men were guarding. When they saw Joan, they immediately stopped her. What are you here for? Their unfriendly look made Joan feel nervous. She lowered her voice deliberately. Little brother, I'm here to sell things. The strong man lifted the cloth covering her basket and looked inside, then let her in. Joan walked to a relatively empty spot, put the basket on the ground, and soon someone came to ask. It was a middle-aged woman. Wow, sister, your rice looks so good, shiny and full. I've never seen rice like this before. Joan held out a handful of rice to show her. Big sister, this is imported rice, not available in the country. And it tastes really good. My family loves to eat it. The middle-aged woman listened and seemed interested. So this is what imported rice looks like. How much per jean? If the price is right, I'll buy some to take home. Joan smiled. Not expensive, 1 yuan per jean. And I'll give you an egg for free. Items in the black market are a few cents more expensive than in the supply store, but this rice not only tastes good but also helps strengthen the body. 1 yuan is really not much. The woman listened and looked a bit unhappy. 1 yuan per jean? That's much more expensive than outside. Fine, I don't want the free egg. I'll buy 100 jean. Can you sell it to me at 0.8 yuan per jean? Joan waved her hand. That's not possible. This rice is good stuff. You know it's better than what's sold on the market. Selling it at 1 yuan is already very cheap. I would rather spend a little more money, but I need to eat, right? 8 cents is too little to sell. The woman thought for a while and finally decided, all right, 9 cents it is. How much do you sell the eggs for? Joan, 1.5 cents each. If you buy some, I'll give you 2 extra. These days, everyone wants a good deal. Eggs are really good stuff. The woman took out 106 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Joan. I'll take all the eggs. Pack 100 jean of rice for me. Joan took the money. Okay, I'll pack it for you now. After a while, the woman left carrying the rice. In less than an hour, Joan earned 106 yuan. Not bad at all. Joan didn't plan to take the ox cart home right now. She found a quiet place, entered her space, and took off her makeup. She also took out a basket and packed 10 jean of pork, 10 jean of flour, 20 eggs, and some vegetables. It was too much to carry all at once. When she got back to the village on the ox cart, it was already afternoon. Seeing Joan carrying so many things, Jiang He quickly went to help. Lu Yanjun looked worried. Anin, didn't I ask you yesterday to buy something for him? Why didn't you listen to me? Carrying such heavy stuff must be tiring. Anin was a weak little girl, and seeing her carry so much made her feel heartbroken. Joan wiped her sweat and smiled. Annie, I just wanted to go for a walk. If Jiang He went, she wouldn't be able to take things out of her space to sell. She didn't plan to tell Jiang He about going to the black market for now. If she got caught doing shady deals, she'd be in trouble. She wasn't sure if Jiang He would oppose her, so she decided to wait and think about it later. Joan originally wanted to take a bath in her space, but Jiang He had already heated the water. After washing, she lay on the bed, feeling too tired to move. When she first got back, she didn't feel anything, but now her shoulders were sore and aching. She felt like her body was weaker than before. Carrying such a small load made her exhausted. Dinner was brought to her by Jiang-hee. Joan was so tired, she didn't want to lift her hands. She pouted and acted cute. "Brother He, my hands are sore. Can you feed me?" Jiang-hee's heart softened as he picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and held it near her mouth. "Open your mouth," he said gently. Xiaoan squinted and smiled, obediently holding the meat in her mouth, chewing it up, swallowing, then opening her small mouth again, acting like a hungry child. Jiang-hee was very patient and added another piece of meat to her plate, his face full of kindness. After a while, Xiaoan touched her round belly and sighed happily. "I'm full, very full." Maybe she was too tired today. After eating, she started to feel sleepy. She yawned lazily and leaned into the man's arms. "So sleepy, then go to sleep," Jiang-hee said softly, holding her. Xiaoan responded drowsily, closing her eyes and slowly falling asleep, her breathing becoming steady and even. Jiang-hee looked at her peaceful sleeping face and couldn't help but kiss her soft lips. Just for a moment, then he pulled away. In the middle of the night, after everyone was asleep, Jiang-hee went up the mountain under the moonlight. Lu Yanjun heard the noise, but didn't say anything. When he reached the outskirts of the mountain, he found the cave where he had left some things before. He carried a machete, some animal traps, and some corn and sweet potatoes into the deep forest. First, he laid leaves on the ground and placed the corn and sweet potatoes together. These were the favorite foods of wild boars. Then he set several traps around and hid behind a tree, waiting quietly. About 20 minutes later, there was movement in the woods. A wild boar slowly emerged from the trees, its sharp teeth glinting, snorting loudly. Just as the boar was about to step into the trap, it seemed to sense danger and turned, running in the opposite direction. Fortunately, Jiang-hee had set traps around, and the boar's legs were caught after only a few steps. The forest echoed with the wild boar's fierce squeals. Jiang-hee seized the moment, gripping his machete and rushing out from behind the tree, swinging it straight at the boar's neck. Blood sprayed out immediately. The machete was stuck deep, showing Jiang he had used a lot of strength. The boar struggled a little before collapsing. He carried the boar down the small path and went to the black market that night. After cleaning the internal organs, someone quickly bought it. The black market was busy at night. The 300-pound pig meat was sold out quickly. He counted and earned 325 yuan. He originally didn't plan to go to the black market to sell things anymore, worried about getting caught by the person with the red armband. But he is getting married next month, and he has a young wife to support. He can't let her suffer because of him. When dawn was near, Jiang-hee finally returned home. He planned to rest for a while before going to the fields. Even if he went later than others, he could finish his work before everyone else. An hour later, he went to the field. At noon, Xiaoan brought a jar of spring water from her space to the field. Little Tiger saw her and immediately ran over, reaching out to hold her hand. "Sister, I just found something good." Xiaoan asked, "What is it?" Little Tiger pulled her toward the riverbank, looking at the path and then at her. "A very pretty little squirrel. I want to show you." The little squirrel was found earlier on a pile of rocks by the river, tied with a string. He thought it was very cute and covered it with a basket, planning to show Xiaoan later. He just happened to meet her. When they reached the river, Little Tiger opened the basket, and sure enough, there was a little squirrel inside. The little guy was very proud. "Look, I covered it with the basket, so it can't run away. Isn't it cute, sister?" Xiaoan glanced at it. It was adorable, but its foot was hurt. The string was probably tied by someone else. She reached out to touch it, but the little squirrel was scared and jumped back a few times. If the string wasn't so long, it would have run straight up a tree. Little Tiger, it was deliberately tied here by bad people. Little Tiger pouted. "Who is so mean? Not even a cute little squirrel is safe." Xiaoan patted his small head. "That bad person will come back later. Let's set it free now, okay?" Little Tiger nodded. "Okay, we can't let that bad guy catch it again." Xiaoan untied the string from the squirrel's foot. It immediately climbed up a tree. It even peeked back at Xiao, and before hiding. Nana, listen to me. A voice was heard from nearby, a bit familiar. Xiaoan tiptoed forward, hiding behind a tree. She wondered why it sounded so familiar. Turns out it was Li Xiaona and Su Yanqing. She put her index finger to her lips to signal Xiao Hu not to speak, then listened carefully with her ears perked up. Su Yanqing hugged Li Xiaona gently and said softly, Nana, can you listen to me first? Li Xiaona struggled free and complained, No, if you really do it, what will I do? I don't agree anyway, Su Yanqing continued to persuade her. I have no choice. Xiaoan is getting married to Jiang He next month. Think about it, if she really gets married, what will we do? We can't survive here on our own. She no longer has feelings for me. I can't even get a chance to speak, but you still can. She now has no feelings for him at all, and she doesn't even get to speak. But you do. You've been her close friend since childhood. She wouldn't really turn against you. When the time comes, just make her drink that poison water. Li Xiaona hesitated, but since Xiaoan turned against them, they haven't eaten meat, and 2 meals a day is a luxury. She really wanted to go back to how things used to be, but she still felt a bit reluctant. Su Yanqing interrupted her. There's no but. Don't worry, Nana. I won't marry her. If I marry anyone, it will be you. I don't like that kind of woman. Once he handles Xiaoan, who else would want her? Soon she'll be obedient again, just like before. It's all Xiaoan's fault. She's the reason he no longer gives her money or treats her well. She said so many unreasonable things, and now, in the eyes of the youth, he's just a joke. Brother Yan, let me think about it, she said. Li Xiaona wasn't unwilling to do it. If she were just giving Xiaoan to another man, she wouldn't blink an eye. But giving her to Su Yanqing? He's going to marry her someday. Who wouldn't advise their man to stay away from another woman's advances? And such a flirt. She's the best at tempting men. She's worried Su Yanqing might get addicted after one night, and then what would she do? Su Yanqing knew what she was thinking, but Li Xiaona was just someone insignificant to him now. Money was the most important. Only after dealing with Qiao, and would life get better. I didn't expect to hear such disgusting plans just by coming to see a squirrel. Zhou almost vomited in disgust. These two really can't keep their secrets. I'll stay and see who outsmarts whom. Zhou quietly led Little Tiger back to the field. Meanwhile, Jiang He was working absent-mindedly. He kept thinking about what Zhou might be doing at home right now. Is she bored alone? Most importantly, does she miss him? Lost in thought, Zhou came over with a water bottle, leading Little Tiger. Brother He, I brought you some water. When Little Tiger saw Jiang he suddenly ran away as if he saw something scary. Jiang He took the water bottle and took a big sip, feeling the sweet taste spread through him. Zhou said, Sweet, right? I added sugar. Maybe it was just his imagination, but after drinking, Jiang He felt full of energy. Just like her sweet. Zhou pushed the water bottle toward him. Drink more. He took a few more sips and said, You should go back now. It's hot outside. Although he really wanted Zhou to stay with him, he was worried about her being in the sun. Zhou shook her head. We'll go back together after you finish working. Anyway, she had nothing to do at home, so it was better to stay here and keep him company. Jiang He didn't say anything. He went under the shade of a tree and laid leaves on the ground for her to sit on. Stay here and don't run around. I'll be done soon. After giving her instructions, he continued working. Zhou just watched him silently. He really is a good worker, smooth and efficient. With one cut, he gathered a big bundle of grass, which soon piled up into a small hill. Fong Hong was tired from work and decided to rest under a tree. She happened to see Zhou. She had heard about what happened yesterday and couldn't understand why Zhou, with such good conditions, would choose to marry Jiang He. Looking anxious, she asked, Anan, are you really going to marry him? With your conditions, you could find someone better. Fong Hong became more anxious. But if you do that, you won't be able to go back to the city. You'll have to stay in the countryside for your whole life. Just look at those village women. They live such hard lives every day. Living in the countryside forever is impossible. With Jiang He's ability, moving to the city is only a matter of time. It's just a question of when. Before she could reply, Fong Hong continued, People in the village say her mother-in-law still hits her daughter-in-law. You often hear her begging in the yard. She's a tough woman. Think about it, you're so small, you wouldn't be able to fight back, right? It's true that Lu Yanjun hits her daughter-in-law, but Luo Wanyue is really the kind of person who needs to be taught a lesson. Talking to her is useless. Only force can make her remember her place. But she treats her very well, like her own daughter. Xiao and patted her chest confidently. Her family treats me very well. Don't worry, I have good judgment about people. Fong Hong rolled her eyes and tapped her forehead.
You.
That's because you haven't married in yet. Once you do, you'll change completely. And you think you have good judgment? How did you even fall for Su Yensheng in the first place? In this village, every family hopes their son marries a wealthy girl. Someone like Qiaoan, from a rich and noble family, if she married into a family, she wouldn't have to worry about food or clothes for the rest of her life. Qiaoan awkwardly coughed a few times. Oh, I was possessed before, but now I'm clear-headed. Seeing her stubbornness, Fong Hong was so angry she pinched her between the eyebrows. There was also a girl named Tang Xinhui, a young educated girl who married a villager. When she was only 18, just like you, she was so happy she was almost blinded. She was so excited she couldn't be pulled back. But after she moved in, her mother-in-law and husband beat her every day. She was covered in bruises, with no good spots on her body. They even made her write letters to her family in the city asking for money. If she didn't listen, they hit her. Later, her parents found out she married a country bumpkin and disowned her. Now her life is very miserable. You're walking down her path now. All this was told to her by old, educated youths. A few days ago, she saw Tang Xinhui being beaten by her family while wandering around the village, crying her heart out. Xiaoan hadn't heard about this, but Fong Hong's stories had nothing to do with Jiang He. The man who loves her to his bones wouldn't dare lay a finger on her. Whenever I think of Jiang He, I can't help but smile. He is truly a rare talent. Seeing her like this, Fong Hong felt she would get so angry she might explode if she stayed any longer. You really make me so mad. She left only those words and then turned around, crossing her arms and storming back to the rice field. Jiang He heard their conversation clearly. He had just finished his work and was heading back when he saw two young girls sitting under a tree, seemingly talking about him. He quietly moved closer from behind, even though eavesdropping wasn't polite. But he couldn't help wanting to listen carefully. He was surprised that Xiaoan admired her so much. A gentle smile appeared on Jiang He's face, and a warm feeling filled his heart. Fong Hong's worries were correct, but Jiang He was determined to prove to everyone that Xiaoan's judgment was right. Xiaoan hadn't gone to work for 2 days. If she didn't go today, she might be talked about. Even though Jiang He didn't want her to go, she went anyway. The village chief assigned her to plant rice seedlings, which involved placing young rice plants into the fields. In about 5 months, they would be ready to harvest. After receiving the tools, Jiang He and Xiaoan walked along the field ridge. Many young men from the village couldn't help but glance at her. Today, Xiaoan wore a blue cotton shirt, jeans with flared legs, 2 braided pigtails, and a small straw hat. She was bouncing happily behind Jiang He. The city youth who came to the countryside weren't as pretty as her. Her skin was as white as snow. They also wanted to marry her and bring her home, but their mothers didn't agree. Can you marry someone who can't lift or carry things? Would you keep her as a family treasure? We don't have extra food to support a lazy person. That was what they said, but if they had a chance to marry someone as beautiful as Qiaoan, they would be willing to support her as a treasure. Some of them started to regret. They thought that a wealthy young lady like Qiaoan wouldn't look at someone from the countryside like them. But Jiang He managed to win her over. That made them feel so jealous. It was like a flower growing in a cow dung pile. Many women tugged their sons' ears and said, "Look at that. Look at your mother's words. She's going to marry someone else, and you're still staring. Are you giving up on working?" The young man, annoyed, pouted and said, "If she's so pretty, why can't I look?" Still dare to talk back? "Master, bring me a small stick." "Mother, I'm sorry. Jiang He took Xiaoan to the rice field. Many people around had already started planting rice seedlings. Xiaoan stood on the ridge, looking uncomfortable. She wondered if there might be leeches in the water. Leeches are very disgusting. They attach to people and blood. Xiaoan was most afraid of these soft-bodied bugs. He rolled up his pants and went into the field holding the seedlings. Xiaoan looked at him confused. This is my job. He didn't look up and kept working.
You sit and rest.
I'll do it. Xiaoan shook her head. No, I'll do it myself. You go ahead. She knew he was worried about her. But he also had his own work to do. If he did her work too, it would be too tiring. He said, you don't need to do it. He didn't want to let Xiaoan work herself too hard. What if she got tired? I came to the field to work. I can't let you do everything. How about this? If I can't do it, you come help me. He still didn't agree. Xiaoan thought. This person is as stubborn as a mule. The women around looked at her differently. One of them said to her son, see? It's good that I stopped your little flame of love back then. Otherwise, you'd be working 2 jobs now. Xiaoan was speechless. Finally, after her persistent pleading, he gave in. He sighed helplessly and returned to the ridge. He warned her worriedly, if you get tired, rest. I'll come help you later. Don't push yourself. Xiaoan nodded eagerly. Got it. You can go now. After he left, Xiaoan hesitated on the ridge, afraid to go down. What if a leech her? But the women in the field seemed fine, so it probably wasn't a big problem. She took a deep breath and stepped down quickly. The water was cool and quite comfortable. She picked up the seedlings and started planting them. Soon, she noticed that several of the seedlings she just planted floated up. One of the kind women nearby kindly reminded her, when planting rice, try to keep your feet still in the water. Because if you move your feet a lot, your footprints increase and the muddy spots multiply. If a seedling happens to be planted in a muddy pit or at its edge, it might float to the surface due to water's buoyancy. Jones suddenly realized something and, having learned the secret, bent down to continue working. After about half an hour, Joan, supporting her nearly exhausted back, slowly straightened up. This work is really not for humans. Her hands were turning white from being soaked in water. Joan decided to sit under a tree and rest for a while. Suddenly, she felt like something was touching her foot, and she had a bad feeling. There's a leech. She screamed and ran toward the ridge, slipping and falling to the ground, her face covered in mud, making her expression hard to see.
Ha ha ha.
A few children were standing on the ridge, and seeing her so clumsy, they couldn't help but laugh. One older boy said, Sister, why are you so scared? It's just a leaf. Joan looked at her ankle doubtfully, and sure enough, it was just a leaf. So what was she so afraid of just now? She had also made herself all muddy. She stood up, rubbing her, and angrily said, Stupid mud, dirty mud. Suddenly, she felt like someone was watching her. Joan turned around and saw a pair of bloodshot eyes, with tears flickering inside. She was startled. The woman looked to be in her 20s, but her face was tired and worn out, her lips cracked and bleeding, and she was so thin she looked like skin and bones. Her clothes were patched, dirty, and torn.
Tang Xin Hui.
You little brat, what are you staring at? Hurry up and work for me. If you don't earn 10 work points, you'll be in big trouble. A village woman came over and harshly grabbed Tang Xinhui's arm. Joan's eyes widened in surprise. This was the girl that Fong Hong had told her about yesterday, the young woman sent to the countryside, Tang Xinhui. Facing the sudden scolding from her mother-in-law, Zhang Zaiwahua, Tang Xinhui was used to it. She didn't dodge or fight back, because if she did, Zhang Zaiwahua would only hit harder. She had lost count of how many scars she had on her body. She looked at Joan as if she saw her former self. She used to be a wealthy young lady, but after going to the countryside and meeting Li Shan, that troublemaker, her life was completely ruined. At first, when she still had some money, her family treated her very well. But later, she realized that Li Shan never loved her. Her parents no longer wanted her, and she was destined to stay in this place forever, tangled with that scoundrel until death. Yesterday, when Fong Hong told her, she didn't feel much. But today, after seeing it with her own eyes, she felt very sad for her. She was only in her early 20s, full of youth, yet living like an old woman. It was just someone else's family matter. She couldn't interfere as an outsider. Joan sighed and went to the river to wash her face. The mud from earlier needed a good wash. Her pant legs were dirty too. She scrubbed them hard with her hands. It wasn't completely clean, but it looked better than before. The wet fabric stuck to her thighs, feeling a bit uncomfortable, but the sun was hot, so it would dry soon. After washing, she returned to the field. Jiang He finished his work and came to find her right away. Lu Yanjun also prepared some sugar water for him to bring over. Joan saw him from afar. Hearing her call him, that made Jiang He feel happy, and he quickened his steps. When Jiang He got close, he pinched Joan's waist and helped her onto the ridge, then poured her a bowl of chilled mung bean water. After drinking it, she immediately felt refreshed. It was very hot that day, and she was sweating all over. Drink some too. She took the water jug and poured Jiang He a bowl. Jiang He took a soft candy from his pocket and put it in her mouth. Softly, he said, "I don't want it. You wait here, and after we finish working, we'll go back." "It'll be quick." Joan asked curiously, "Where did you get the candy?" "Someone gave it to me." "I don't like candy, so I left it for you." Jiang He finished speaking and rolled up his pant legs to go back to work. Joan thought she should ask the village chief if there was any easier work to do. She was happy with just 2 or 3 work points a day. She wasn't short of money, so it didn't matter. When they returned home, they found an uninvited guest. "Pack more, look at how stingy you are. Girl, this grain isn't mine. If I take too much, my mother-in-law will find out." In the kitchen, Luo Wanyue's mother, Zhou Chunfeng, was instructing her to pack rice and meat, and she also packed a small jar of oil. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a voice startled both of them. "Oh my goodness." Zhou Chunfeng covered her chest, and seeing Jiang He behind Xiaoan, she became even more nervous, her legs trembling. Luo Wanyue felt guilty and shrank into the corner, trying to hide herself. "Are you Xiaoan? Lu Yanjun is really lucky to have a daughter-in-law like you," Luo's mother said with a fake smile. Although they weren't from the same village, she had heard that Jiang He had found a city girl with a good background. How could such a good thing not happen to her son? God must have been blind. If Xiaoan could marry her son, there would be no need to come here to ask Luo Wanyue for grain. "Are you stealing grain?" Xiaoan didn't answer, but pointed at the 2 baskets on the ground. Luo's mother looked embarrassed. No stealing. That's not right to say." Luo Wanyue originally wanted to secretly pack some grain for her mother-in-law before they finished work. But she didn't expect Xiaoan and Jiang He to come back so early. If Lu Yanjun found out, she would definitely be in trouble. "Luo Wanyue, sister-in-law, we really didn't steal grain. You misunderstood." Xiaoan blinked. "But I clearly heard and saw everything just now. If you're lying, you should at least be good at it. I'm here to borrow grain, not steal." "You don't understand. My son has been sick lately and hasn't gotten better. I want to get some good things to help him recover. Our family is poor, so I thought I could borrow some. It just so happens that your aunt isn't home. We're all family, so I don't think she would mind." Luo's mother rambled on. To Xiaoan, it was just nonsense. She counted on her fingers. "First, your son's illness has nothing to do with us. Second, if I remember correctly, Luo Wanyue was married with $30 in bride price, or rather, bought with it. On the day of the bride price, your Luo family cut ties with us immediately, so how can you say we're all one family? Third, how do you know my aunt wouldn't mind? Although I don't understand why your face is so thick, my aunt would never agree to give you food. Not only would she refuse, but she would also beat you up." Mrs. Luo's smile froze, and she chuckled awkwardly. "We're family. How can you say such things?" Xiaoan shook her head and sighed. "Did you forget what I just said? It's like talking to a wall." Mrs. Luo clenched her teeth and stopped pretending. "I'm still your elder. How can you talk to me like that? You ungrateful girl. Didn't your mother teach you manners?" Jiang He stepped in front of Xiaoan, looking coldly at Mrs. Luo. "If you dare to curse again, watch your tongue." Mrs. Luo felt nervous under his gaze. "I was just saying, don't be angry, don't be angry." Xiaoan glanced outside and saw Lu Yanjun nearby. My aunt is back. You should talk to her. What? Lu Yanjun is back. Thinking of her, Mrs. Luo's legs trembled uncontrollably. That mean wife would hit anyone without mercy, wherever it hurt. She had fought Lu Yanjun once before, and as a result, she was bedridden for 3 days. As soon as Lu Yanjun entered, Xiaoan hurriedly ran forward to complain, Auntie, you're finally back. They want to steal the food from our house. Good for you, you old troublemaker. How dare you steal from the Jiang family? Why is your face so thick? Didn't I beat you enough last time? Lu Yanjun rolled up her sleeves and headed toward Mrs. Luo. Her shout attracted neighbors nearby to come and watch the scene. Mrs. Luo, scared, took a few steps back. Relatives, it was all a misunderstanding. How could I steal anything? Lu Yanjun turned to Luo Wanyue. Get out. After I deal with your mother, I'll deal with you too. Luo Wanyue shivered from the shout and ran out of the kitchen. Today, she knew she would get hit. She didn't want to pretend to give food to Mrs. Luo at first, but she was afraid of being beaten, so she gave in. Over the years, although Mrs. Luo cut ties with her overbride price, she had once returned to her family. But Mrs. Luo had beaten her out with a broom, and she never went back. She didn't know why Mrs. Luo suddenly came to find her today. Seeing her about to be beaten, she secretly felt a little hopeful. Mrs. Luo's face was pale, and she forced a smile. Relatives, it was all a misunderstanding. Before she finished speaking, Lu Yanjun grabbed her hair and pushed her against the wall, but with less force, so as not to hurt her badly. Your mother? What kind of relative are you? That little brat has already been sold to our Jiang family for $30 in bride price by your Luo family. And you're still here pretending to be relatives with me? Stealing my grain, huh? I'll beat you until you... Luo's mother's head was bleeding, but she couldn't fight back against Lu Yanjun and didn't dare to hit her. She was only tough at home, always angry at her family, but outside she was afraid to say a word. Xiaoan watched happily, not even blinking. She even wanted to get a small stool and some sunflower seeds to sit and watch. Her future mother-in-law was fierce and very strong. Lu Yanjun finished hitting, then dragged Luo's mother to the roadside. She spat and said, Phew, old and useless. Get out of here. Don't let me see you again, or I'll hit you every time I do. Luo's mother, relieved, got up and ran away. Lu Yanjun closed the big gate of the yard, glared at Luo Wanyue, and then looked at Jiang Ming. Big brother, this is your wife. You decide what to do. Jiang Ming looked serious, walked over to Luo Wanyue, said nothing, and pulled her arm to lead her inside. Luo Wanyue was so scared her legs almost gave out, and she almost fell. Little Tiger wanted to speak up for her, but Jiang Ming gave him a sharp look, so he dared not say anything and ran behind Xiaoan, hiding his head. Soon, Luo Wanyue's crying could be heard from inside. At dinner, the village chief arrived. Lu Yanjun warmly greeted him. Village chief, we just finished cooking. Stay and eat some. The village chief waved his hand. No need. I just came to deliver the marriage certificate. I checked the date, and the 10th day of next month is a good day, so we'll set it for then. The village chief's wife was waiting at home with the meal, so he didn't stay long and handed the certificate to Xiaoan before leaving. Xiaoan looked at it, then folded it and put it in her pocket. She smiled at Jiang He. He, let's go get the marriage license tomorrow. Okay. Jiang He gently brushed her stray hair behind her ear, his voice soft and tender. That night, everyone was asleep. Jiang He lay in bed, looking out the window. He knew he had to work hard to earn money now. He didn't want to make Xiaoan suffer, especially since they didn't even have a proper wedding house. All the furniture, like the bed, needs to be replaced with new ones, including the 4 main pieces. Currently, Jiang He has only about 300 yuan in total, but just one set of the 4 main pieces costs over 600 yuan. If he could hunt a wild pig every day, he could save enough in about a week. He was thinking about this when he heard a creaking sound. The door was opened from outside. Jiang He usually doesn't lock his door because he lives alone in the backyard, and his family rarely enters his room. At first, he thought it was a thief, but then he remembered there was nothing valuable at home. He was stunned when he saw Xiaoan. Why is she coming to his room in the middle of the night? He softly asked. Can't sleep? Xiaoan didn't answer. She just crawled onto his bed. He was surprised and didn't know how to react. Feeling something warm and soft crawling into his arms, he realized that Xiaoan might be sleepy and had entered the wrong room. Under the moonlight, her skin was as white as snow, with curly eyelashes casting two shadows on her eyes. Her pink, rosy lips were slightly open, whispering softly, "He." Hearing her sweet call, He's heart almost jumped out of his chest. He looked down and felt his heartbeat quicken even more. Xiaoan didn't like to wear heavy clothes when she slept, and since it was hot now, she was only wearing a small white tank top. Her white shoulders and arms were exposed, and her full chest was faintly visible. She was pressed close to him, and he could clearly feel her warmth, softness, and elasticity. For a man, this was an irresistible temptation. He felt all his blood rush to a certain place, making his mouth dry and his whole body uncomfortable. He wished he could immediately press her down and teach her a lesson. But Xiaoan, unaware of the danger, kept rubbing against him like a kitten, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. He forced himself to suppress his rising desire, carefully looked away, and gently pushed Xiaoan aside. If this continued, he really wouldn't be able to control himself. He looked down at his uncooperative brother and sighed. Why did the village chief set the date for the 10th day of next month? I wish it had happened earlier, so he could have. Village head. Can you still blame me? As he thought, he suddenly felt something flowing down. He reached up to touch his nose and saw bright red blood on his finger. Was he so angry that he bled? Finally, he resigned himself and took a cold shower in the yard. Today, they were going to the county to get their marriage certificate, so Xiaoan woke up early with excitement. He took a day off from the team and borrowed a bicycle from the village head, a sturdy old bike. It takes about 2 hours to ride from the village to the county. The road is bumpy and uneven, making the ride very rough, and Xiaoan's bottom hurt from sitting. How much longer do we have to ride? She reached out and hugged He's slim waist, her small hand unconsciously slipping inside. He's riding motion stiffened. He coughed awkwardly. Don't touch me there. It's outside, and it's not good if someone sees. We'll be there in 10 more minutes. Xiaoan's voice was soft and sweet. No one's around, just us. He, in a husky voice, said, Be good. I'll give you enough to touch when we get back. Cheapskate, drinking cold water. Xiaoan pouted and complained, then honestly stretched out her small hand. When they arrived in the county, they went straight to the photo studio. Xiaoan wore a white, neat shirt and a pair of black straight jeans today. She had simple, tidy ponytails, looking very lively and a little playful and cute. Next to her, He also wore a white shirt. He's tall with long legs, and whatever he wears looks good on him. They sat together, looking like a perfect match. Handsome man and lovely girl. Click. The photo was taken, freezing the moment. In the picture, the man is handsome and charming, and the girl is cute and lively, tilting her head and leaning on his shoulder. But they couldn't get the photo immediately. The staff said it would be ready in a few days. After leaving the studio, they went to handle the marriage registration. All they needed was to give the village head's certificate to the staff, and they could process it. 20 minutes later, they finally got their marriage certificate, looking like a big red award. Xiaoan put the certificate in her pocket, held He's arm, and smiled happily. We finally got our marriage license. Are you happy? He smiled and said, And I am very happy. Thank you. Thank me for what? Xiaoan tilted her head. Thank you for willing to marry me. This day was what he had always dreamed of. The moment he first saw Xiaoan, he liked her immediately. However, at first, Xiaoan disliked him very much and was wary of his advances. He didn't ask for much. Just to stay near her and protect her from afar was enough. Many scenes he had dreamed of came true one after another, and he actually registered their marriage with Xiaoan. Right now, he felt like he was about to be happy forever. Thinking of this, tears welled up in his eyes. I can see you're very happy. You're about to cry, she said. Jiang He wiped his eyes, his ears turning red. He hugged Xiaowen and helped her onto the back seat of his bicycle. He asked, "Are you hungry? I saw you only ate half a bowl of rice this morning. You must be starving. Let's go to the state-run restaurant to eat." Hearing this, Xiaowen realized she was indeed hungry. She was craving braised pork. The rich sauce covered the shiny, tender pork, with a perfect balance of fat and lean meat. It was crispy outside and tender inside. Xiaowen swallowed hard and nodded. Okay. When they arrived at the state-run restaurant, Jiang He found a seat for Xiaowen to sit. "Enin, what do you want to eat?" "I want to eat braised pork and a bowl of rice." Jiang He nodded. "Anything else you want?" "No, that's all." Xiaowen took some money and a ticket from her pocket and handed them to Jiang He. But he refused and returned them to her. "Keep it for yourself. Like I said, I will support you." After saying that, he went to line up for the food. Xiaowen's lips curved slightly, and she put the money back into her pocket. Hey, Jiang He is so good to her. In her previous life, Su Yanqing often took her to the state-run restaurant, but she always paid. Soft-hearted man, using her as a money bag. Indeed, without comparison, there is no hurt. Compared to her Ahe, he was like heaven and earth. No, he was just a dirty thing from the gutter. He didn't deserve to be compared to Ahe. Jiang He placed a bowl of braised pork and a bowl of noodles on the table. I pushed the braised pork toward Xiaowen and handed her a pair of chopsticks. Xiaowen picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in her mouth, looking very happy. She looked at Jiang He's bowl in front of her. "Why did you order this?" "There's no meat. Eating more meat is good for your health. I feel like you've gotten a bit thinner recently." "Hey, I care about you." She pushed the braised pork toward Jiang He again, signaling him to eat. "Hurry up and eat. If you don't eat, I won't either, and I can't finish it all alone." A warm feeling rose in Jiang He's heart. Enin cares about him. He took a piece and ate it with some noodles. Soon, Xiaowen put down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth. Jiang He looked at the half bowl of rice left in her bowl. "Are you full?" Xiaowen nodded. "Yes, I'm full. You can finish the rest." Her appetite was like a little cat's, which Jiang He knew very well. He carried her bowl over to his side and finished it in a few bites. After they finished eating, they left the restaurant. They weren't in a hurry to go back. Since they had the day off, they just went to the post office. Xiaowen didn't forget about the college entrance exam. She planned to write a letter home, asking her family to send her some middle and high school textbooks. After sending the letter, Xiaowen and Jiang He were about to leave when they saw a man walking toward them. It was Su Yanqing. What was he doing at the post office? Su Yanqing also saw Xiaowen and Jiang He. When he looked at Xiaowen, there was a strong feeling of hatred in his eyes. When he looked at Jiang He, his hatred grew even more. After being punched in the face by him last time in the field, his mouth hurt for several days. He also lost a tooth and a few nearby teeth were loose, so he was afraid to chew too hard when eating now. But he didn't plan to pay attention to Xiaowen and Jiang He for now. He came to the post office today to pick up a package. He had sent several letters in a row, and his family finally agreed to send him some food. Su Yanqing was not his biological son. He was adopted. Because they had no son or daughter, they decided to adopt Su Yanqing and treat him like their own child. Su's father didn't agree. He didn't want to spend money to raise a child who wasn't related to them by blood, but Su's mother insisted on raising him. After some time, Father Su finally couldn't stand it anymore. He thought Mother Su was like a hen that couldn't lay eggs, always holding on to Su Yanqing and fussing over him. He wanted a divorce and to marry someone else. But on that very day, Mother Su found out she was pregnant, twins. The couple was overjoyed. Since the children were born, Father and Mother Su looked down on him and treated him like a servant. During his long time working in the countryside, he often sent packages to the city. Most of the money Xiaowen sent him, he also sent back home. Su Yanqing told the postal worker his name, expecting to receive a big package. But when he saw what the worker brought out, he was stunned. The package was only the size of 2 palms. How much food could it contain? He had been waiting so long, And this was all he got. Su Yanxing clenched his fists in anger. The worker saw he was hesitating and impatiently threw the package at his feet. Feeling angry already, Su Yanxing took out his frustration on the worker. How can you treat someone's package like this? If it gets damaged, can you afford to pay for it? Do you believe I'll report you? The worker was not easy to scare. He retorted, I handed it to you myself. If you don't take it, what am I supposed to do? Keep holding it? I only take money, but judging by your poor look, you probably can't pay. Su Yanxing choked and picked up the package from the ground. He snorted coldly, I don't bother with people like you. After saying that, he turned to leave. As he passed by Qiaowen, he shot her a meaningful look. In 2 days, once he successfully dealt with Qiaowen, he wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. He wondered if she would still be as tough as she was now. Little did he know, Qiaowen had already figured out his plan. Soon, he would see what true despair feels like. Jiang He looked at her with a clever glint in his eyes and couldn't help but think of a fox. Yes. His wife was definitely plotting something big. On the way back, Jiang He couldn't help but ask Qiaowen, by the way, we're about to get married. When should we visit your parents? Honestly, he was a bit nervous. Marriage was a big deal, and he knew he should inform her family. But he wasn't sure if her family would accept him. Qiaowen also felt a bit anxious because she was nervous too. My family definitely wouldn't agree for her to marry Jiang He, so she hasn't written back yet. Otherwise, they would come overnight to take her home. Now Jiang He suddenly asked, and she really didn't know how to answer. She thought for a moment and said, in a few days. My family is very busy with work and often isn't at home. There's still plenty of time. I just mentioned this in my letter. If they are at home, they will reply. Then we can take the train to Beijing later. Actually, she only mentioned her textbooks. Until she figured out a solution, she decided to delay it for now. How many people are in your family and what do they do? When Jiang He asked this, he tensed up completely. He hadn't asked Zhou about her family before, only knew that her family was well off. Zhou said, my mom is a university professor and my dad is a military officer. Just these 2 identities made Jiang He feel a bit overwhelmed. He took a few deep breaths before asking, and the others in your family? Zhou continued, I have 3 brothers. The oldest and second brothers are in the army. The oldest is a military commander, the second is a regiment leader, and the third is studying medicine. He's the deputy director of a hospital in Beijing. Jiang He felt like he was almost stopping breathing. He knew Zhou came from a good family, but he didn't expect it to be so impressive. He was just a country boy, wondering what he had done to marry such a wealthy girl. He already felt he didn't deserve Zhou, and now he felt even less worthy. Zhou marrying him was really unfair to her. Zhou saw what he was thinking and comforted him. You don't need to put too much pressure on yourself. My family loves me very much. They will definitely agree if I like a man. And I believe you will achieve great things in the future. I've always had good judgment. Seeing how much she believed in him, Jiang He definitely wouldn't let her down. He needed to work harder from now on. Jiang He affectionately rubbed Zhou's head and said, I will work hard to earn money so you can have a good life sooner. He wasn't just saying this. He had already made up his mind. He had a friend named Lin Shan who was involved in some risky business. Recently, Lin Shan invited him to join, but he refused. Now he wanted to give it a try. I went to buy some cheap items from the market and then sold them for a higher price. For example, I bought 100 pounds of rice at 6 cents per pound and sold it for $1.30, earning $130. After subtracting the cost of the rice, I made a net profit of $70. I can also find other items that are not available in the county to sell, but such risky trading is dangerous. If I get caught, I might face serious trouble, so I must be very careful. Running a business also needs capital. Tonight, I plan to go back into the mountains to see if I can catch a big wild pig like last time. Joan and Jiang He arrived home around 3 p.m., while Lu Yanjun and the others were still working in the fields. Jiang He borrowed a bicycle from the village chief's family and needs to return it. Not long after Jiang He left, Fong Hong came over. Joan asked curiously, why are you here now, not working in the fields? Fong Hong was indeed working in the fields, but when she heard that Joan and Jiang, he went to get their marriage certificate today, she seemed distracted. She heard about it from the village chief. She had come earlier at noon, but Joan wasn't back yet. Just now, she saw Jiang he pushing a bicycle in the field and thought Joan had returned, so she came over. And then, did you really get your marriage certificate today? Joan nodded and said, yes, I'll show you. She took out the marriage certificate from her pocket. Fong Hong looked at it and confirmed, really. She said, and then if there's anything I can do to help in the future, just tell me. If Jiang he isn't good to you after marriage, I will find a way to help you get out of it. Fong Hong had thought it over. She knew she couldn't judge a person's character just by appearance. Jiang he looked fierce and tough, but he hadn't been mean to anyone in the village. Except for Zhao Dahua, who already had a grudge against Jiang's family and naturally spoke badly of him. Even the village chief, who was very cunning, thought Jiang he was a good person. And he seemed to treat Joan well. Even if Joan later regretted it, Fong Hong would find a way to help her. Seeing Fong Hong suddenly change her attitude, Joan felt a bit strange. She asked, what's wrong with you? I remember you weren't saying this yesterday. Fong Hong turned her face away. Anyway, from now on, I support all your decisions. Even if you make mistakes, I'll just clean up after you. Fong Hong's family is quite well off. Her father is the director of the Beijing police station. Suddenly, she thought of something. She gossiped, by the way, do you know that old lady Li from the village? She has a daughter named Luo Wenxue, who works at a factory in the county. Today, she just came back. Guess what? I feel like she's interested in Su Yanxing. How do you mean? Xiaoan also became interested. But she wasn't interested in Su Yanxing herself. She was just curious about how that girl liked him. Fong Hong continued to gossip. When I came here just now, I saw her. She was carrying a water jug, probably going to give water to old lady Li. And Su Yanxing was there too. When Luo Wenxue saw him, she didn't even know how to walk properly. She blushed and went over to ask his name, then poured him a bowl of chilled mung bean water. Although Fong Hong had never been in a relationship, she had read many stories. That look on Luo Wenxue's face was just like spring had arrived. Xiao En had never seen Luo Wenxue before. She had heard about her from villagers last time, but she had never seen her in person. She only knew her family treated her well, and she earned a few dozen yuan a month working at the factory. Fong Hong said, I really don't understand what's so attractive about Su Yanxing. Even if he threw himself at me, I wouldn't want him. He's not handsome either. Just a little better looking than some men in the village. His build looks unhealthy, with pale lips and dark eye sockets. I think he's weak. She then disdainfully pursed her lips. Xiao En looked at her meaningfully. You seem to know a lot about this. Are you thinking of finding a partner? Who said that? I just read it in a storybook. Don't talk nonsense. Fong Hong blushed. Fong Hong did have thoughts about it, but she wouldn't just pick anyone from the village. Since she was young, she admired soldiers. Brave, strong men, real heroes. She had always vowed to marry a soldier someday. Xiaoan smiled. Then why are you blushing so much? Fong Hong covered her face, stammering. You. Oh. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going back to the fields. I haven't finished my work yet. Before Xiaoan could speak, she ran out of the yard. While Jiang he wasn't home yet, Xiaoan decided to cook dinner herself. Of course, she planned to do it using her space. Lu Yanjun was so tired from work, and she still had to cook when she got back. As her daughter-in-law, she should be understanding. Although Lu Yanjun firmly said last time not to let her cook, maybe an occasional try would be okay? She needed to hurry, or they would come back soon. Back in her room, she activated her mind and entered the space. Xiaoan planned to make pickled fish, stir-fried shredded pork, and eggplant. She took out the ingredients, washed and cut them, heated some oil, but then didn't know what to do next. She directly put the washed eggplant into the hot oil, and it sizzled loudly. The oil splattered everywhere, and she got some on her face. She was so scared she ran dozens of meters away. Why is cooking so hard? Lu Yanjun always makes it look so easy. Why does it turn into a mess when she tries? It's like the kitchen is about to up. This space is great, but only frozen foods are ready-made. The rest still need to be prepared.
But she didn't know how.
If only the ingredients could turn into the dishes she wanted by themselves. Suddenly, a strong fish aroma filled the air. She hurried back into the kitchen and saw a prepared dish of pickled fish, stir-fried shredded pork, and eggplant on the table. Xiaoan looked at this scene, speechless with surprise. She had only thought about it briefly, and yet it had actually been made. She picked up a piece of fish with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. Delicious. Very delicious. She had never tasted such tasty fish before. Just as she was about to serve the dishes, she remembered. It seemed there was no fish at home, only pork and some vegetables. If she suddenly brought out the pickled fish, they would definitely be suspicious. Stir-fried pork was fine since it was made with pork and there was eggplant at home too. She had brought it back from the black market last time in her basket. Forget it, she'd just eat the fish herself. Then, she thought about a basket of steamed buns and some cold cucumber salad. In this weather, eating cucumber is quite refreshing. Suddenly, these two dishes appeared on the table out of nowhere. The cucumber was sweet and still had a bit of coolness. This new skill is really very convenient. She happily left the space and placed the food on the wooden table in the yard. After finishing all this, Jiang He also returned from the village chief's house. As soon as he entered, he saw a table full of dishes. Without thinking, she knew they were made by Xiao and poured a glass of plain water and handed it to him. Drink some water. When Annie comes back, we can start eating. Jiang He took the water and drank it quickly with a few gulps. Don't do this again in the future. Xiaoan. She thought she might hear some praise for her cooking.
But all she got was a cold, detached remark.
She looked at Jiang He in confusion. Do you think my cooking is not good? She had also eaten the dumplings she made last time and they were really delicious. Seeing her misunderstand, he quickly waved his hand to explain. No, it's just that cooking is too tiring, so he didn't dislike her food, just the effort involved. Xiaoan smiled. It's not tiring at all, not at all. All the food was made in the space and she just sat nearby enjoying it, so it wasn't really hard work. But still, you can't do it anymore. From now on, you don't cook. If you want to eat something, I can make it for you. Although I can't cook well, I can learn. If not, I still have my mother, Jiang He said seriously. Xiaoan. In the end, it still comes down to her aunt. Lu Yanjun smelled the aroma of food from afar. She was wondering whose cooking it was, and it actually smelled better than hers. The closer she got to home, the stronger the smell became. She thought to herself, maybe it was the neighbor cooking. When did Gao Posi's cooking get so good? Lu Yanjun curiously stood outside the neighbor's yard, looking left and right. She then saw that Gao Posi had just started a fire. No, that can't be right. Where is the smell coming from? Could it be her own house? She pushed open her yard gate and went inside. The smell was even stronger. Looking at the dishes on the table, she realized they were really from her house. Xiaoan had gone to change clothes. When she was cooking in the space earlier, oil splattered on her, and only Jiang He was in the yard. Lu Yanjun was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. Xiao He, I didn't know you could cook. When did you learn? I haven't seen you cook before. She eagerly picked up her chopsticks, took some shredded meat, and put it in her mouth, then grabbed a piece of eggplant. Wow, it smells so good, and it tastes even better. Your cooking is better than mine. Make more meals like this. I've never had such delicious food before. She then took a slice of cold cucumber and put it in her mouth. Lu Yanjun, just back from the fields, was sweaty and tired. Eating the cool cucumber made her feel much less hot. She couldn't help but feel amazed. Her son worked hard in the fields, and he also cooked such tasty food. She thought he probably made the meal because he knew she was tired from working outside. Her son was very filial. She was proud she had him. Jiang He saw her tearful expression and coldly said, It's not me who cooked, it's Anna and Lu Yanjun. Her face immediately changed. You little brat, how can you let Nin cook? She's just a young girl. What's she doing in the kitchen? There's so much smoke and fumes. She must be uncomfortable. Don't you care about her feelings? If you keep making her cook, I'll punish you next time. He didn't want to explain anymore. Before he could say anything, his mother had already made her decision. What could he say? Mom, what did you cook today? It smells so good. Jiang Ming was holding Xiaohu with Luo Wanyue behind him. They had just come back from the fields. Lu Yanjun pouted and pointed at Jiang He. Look at your ungrateful little brother. He's willing to let in such a delicate girl go into the kitchen to cook. I can't believe it. Luo Wanyue felt a bit speechless. When she cooked, Lu Yanjun never said she was reluctant. It's only been twice since Qiaoan started cooking. Does it matter so much? And we're exhausted working in the fields. What's wrong with her cooking a meal? It's only right. Even though she thought this, her mouth was already watering with hunger. Xiaohu, who had been quietly leaning on Jiang Ming, saw Qiaoan come out of the house. He struggled to get down and ran over to her, wanting a hug. Lu Yanjun quickly pulled him back. You little rascal, your hands are so dirty. What if you dirty Anan's clothes? Go wash your hands. Little Tiger looked at his small paws. Today, he played with mud with the village boy, making little figures covered in mud. He couldn't get his sister's clothes dirty. Little Tiger jumped up and ran to wash his hands. Lu Yanjun looked at Qiaoan, feeling very worried, as if a piece of meat had fallen off her. She said, I told you last time not to do it. Why don't you listen, girl? Qiaoan smiled sweetly. Annie, it's okay to do it once in a while. I don't do it every day, just this once. If you do it again, I'll be angry. I really don't want you, my little girl, to get that greasy smell from the kitchen. Qiaoan sighed silently. Her auntie was too caring for her. From now on, she decided not to do it anymore. Luo Wanyue muttered, Is it really necessary to care so much? It's her job anyway. What did you say? Although her voice was quiet, Lu Yanjun still heard it. Luo Wanyue's heart tightened.
Huh? I didn't say anything, Mom.
You must have heard it wrong. I heard you say that and should do it, right? Lu Yanjun was older, but her ears weren't deaf. Luo Wanyue didn't expect her to hear her so clearly, even in a soft voice. Her mother-in-law must have super hearing. She awkwardly chuckled. Mom, women are supposed to cook? Who in this village's daughter-in-law doesn't cook? Lu Yanjun nodded, seeming to agree. You're right. Starting tomorrow, you will cook. If you skip a meal, you're in big trouble. Mine isn't married yet, and even if she was, I wouldn't let her do it. She's different from you. Hearing the first part, Luo Wanyue felt a bit happy, but the rest made her mood drop suddenly. Mom, I not only have to take care of little Tiger but also work in the fields. When would I have time to cook? She didn't want to cook. Qiaoan didn't have to cook, so why should she? Lu Yanjun, hands on her hips, snorted coldly. You take care of little Tiger? Forget it. The older brother will take care of him. If you're the one to raise that kid, it'll be a disaster. There is work in the fields, working for 10 minutes and resting for half an hour. How can you say you're tired from working? Let me tell you, from now on, I will give you as much food as the work points you earn each day. If you don't earn any points, you'll have to go hungry. I won't give you a single grain of rice. This attitude, Lu Yanjun, is serious. Luo Wanyue instantly panicked. No, mother, I will do it. I like cooking. I will cook every day. Whatever you want to eat, I will make it. She can't even earn 5 work points a day. If the food is based on work points, she would starve. She realized she shouldn't have said those few words earlier, as she only brought trouble upon herself. But she didn't think she was wrong. Qiaoan is just a little girl. Why is the old lady spoiling her so much? She gave birth to a grandson for the Jiang family, but hasn't received any gratitude. Lu Yanjun took out 5 sets of bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen, but none for Luo Wanyue. She thought Lu Yanjun forgot her share and went to the kitchen to get her own. Just as she sat down, Lu Yanjun knocked on the bowl. Luo Wanyue asked confusedly, Mother, what's wrong? This was made by Anan. If you want to eat, make it yourself. Did you forget what you told Xiaohu about Anan? Talking behind her back and now wanting to eat her cooking, dream on. Luo Wanyue was stunned. Such a rich meal was in front of her, but she wasn't allowed to eat it. Just a few words of gossip, and she's holding a grudge like this? Lu Yanjun simply wouldn't let her eat. She had no choice but to go to the kitchen and cook herself. That meat and vegetables were also bought by Anan. You're not allowed to use them, Lu Yanjun added. Luo Wanyue. If nothing can be used, what good dishes can she make? In the corner, there were some cornmeal and a few sweet potatoes. She mixed them together and cooked. Everyone enjoyed this dinner very much, except Luo Wanyue, who was gnashing her teeth in anger. The next day, Xiaoan didn't go to work. At noon, she brought a jar of spiritual spring water to the fields. Su Yansheng was working in the field at that moment, with a woman beside him, probably Luo Wenshua, as Fong Hong mentioned yesterday. Luo Wenshua brought lunch for Su Yansheng, including pork, and thoughtfully wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Comrade Luo, you really don't need to bring me lunch. I feel bad taking advantage of you, especially with so much meat. Su Yansheng saw the meat and couldn't help but swallow several times, but he smiled and pretended to decline. Lu Wenshua directly handed him the lunchbox, blushing. Su Jiqing, this is my little gift. Please accept it. If you don't, I will feel sad. She put her portion of pork into the lunchbox for Su Yansheng to eat. Lu Wenshua had just returned from the county yesterday. When she saw Su Yansheng, she fell in love with him at first sight. He was handsome, well-mannered, and from the city, looking gentle and refined, completely different from the rural folks. Only someone like Su Yansheng could match her. Su Yansheng felt torn and tried to decline kindly. Everyone's food is hard to come by. Although I can only eat some wild vegetable porridge every day now, I am already happy to have something to eat under these tough conditions. Comrade Lu, you should keep your food. Sure enough, when Lu Wenshua heard this, her face showed concern. Su Jiqing, you work so hard every day. How can you only eat wild vegetable porridge? It's not nutritious. You need strength to work. Please eat it. I will bring you some every day from now on. Don't refuse me, or I'll be upset. What Su Yansheng wanted was her words. He sighed. Comrade Lu, since you say so, I will accept your kindness. Do you need help with any work? He had many tasks to do, and lately, he hadn't been feeling well, so he might not finish everything, but he would try his best to help her. He wouldn't really help her with work. He couldn't finish his own tasks, let alone others. He wasn't foolish. And since Lu Wenshua liked him, she wouldn't really let him work for her. But he still had to pretend. When Su Yansheng mentioned feeling unwell, Lu Wenshua quickly waved her hand. I don't have any work for you. If you're not feeling well, I can help you, see? This kind of woman is easy to deceive. She believes whatever he says. Su Yansheng shook his head vigorously. No, no. How can I let a woman like you do my work? It's tiring. I can do it myself. I am a man, and I'm not afraid of hard work. No need, I am quite capable. You eat quickly, and I will go help with the chores. Luo Wenshua was indeed very capable. She was quite strong, about 1.7 meters tall, even taller than Su Yansheng. Her skin was dark, covered with freckles, her lips thick, and her eyes small. When she smiled, only a narrow slit was visible. In the past, with someone like her, Su Yansheng wouldn't have even looked at her or spoken to her much. But now, things are different. The family they temporarily stayed with used to give her a bowl of porridge, but now she only gets half a bowl. Because he only earned 3 or 4 work points, which was too little. The family didn't even want to share their food with him. But they couldn't just let him starve, so they only gave him a little at each meal. Su Yansheng was always hungry, waking up at night feeling starving. Luckily, now he has Luo Wenshua, and he can rely on her. He makes her willingly bring him food every day and helps him with chores. It's a win-win situation. Although she looks ugly, Su Yansheng can tolerate it just to eat enough. After all, he doesn't really plan to be with her romantically. Thinking this way, the smell of pork in his hand became even more tempting. Joa looked at him speechlessly. This idiot is really good at pretending. Was she just like Luo Wenshua before? How could she not see through Su Yansheng's hypocritical face in her past life? If possible, she really wanted to slap her past self a few times. Luo Wenshua noticed Joa looking at Su Yansheng. Could she be a romantic rival? She stormed over to Joa, full of anger. Hey, What are you looking at? You wouldn't also like Su Jiqing, would you? Let me tell you, Su Jiqing wouldn't look at someone like you. You probably think he's handsome, right? You're so hypocritical. He was the one I liked first. Don't even think about causing trouble. Joa. Is this person brainless? Is Su Yanqing handsome? Sorry, he can't even compare to Jiang He from my family. I advise you to give up now. Su Jiqing just accepted the food I brought him and even asked if I was tired from working. He must like me. Luo Wenxue was very sure in her heart. The way Su Yanqing spoke to her so gently meant he was interested in her. She just didn't dare to say it out loud because of her shy nature. She took the initiative to help him with chores, but he refused, saying he was worried about tiring himself out. He really is a good man. Joan looked at her with a puzzled expression. This is more than just having a silly idea. She's love-struck and not thinking clearly at all. If she knew that Li Xiaona had slept with Su Yanqing, what would she think? Joan pretended to be surprised. Really? So Su Jiqing likes you? I saw Li Xiaona holding and hugging him just yesterday. It must be Li Xiaona pestering him. I believe Su Jiqing isn't the kind of man to be so casual. Wenxue immediately exploded. What? Who is Li Xiaona? Why does she keep bothering Su Jiqing? She also believed that Su Yanqing wasn't like that and was sure Li Xiaona was the one trying to him and cling to him. Joan pointed in a direction. Look, the girl in the blue patch shirt is Li Xiaona. You should be careful. Even though she looks innocent, she's quite clever. Wenxue took a few steps forward, then stopped, suspicious. Wait, are you lying to me? Are you trying to distract me so you can go talk to Su Yanqing alone? Joan shook her head. Why would I lie? I already have someone, and we're getting married next month. I definitely don't like Su Yanqing. She leaned close to Wenshue's ear and added dramatically, You know what? Li Xiaona has already tried to flirt with Su Yanqing. Everyone knows. Su Yanqing is only in his early 20s. Men tend to be passionate, which is normal. Plus, she's clever and probably used some tricks. It must be some dirty methods. Otherwise, how could someone as honest as Su Yanqing do such a thing? This angered Wenxue so much that she couldn't hold back anymore. She stormed off angrily toward Li Xiaona. Joan smiled triumphantly. Now this will be interesting. Li Xiaona had been working since early morning and was so exhausted she sat down on the ground. There's nothing she can do now. The men in the village refuse to help her anymore. If she doesn't work, she won't earn any points, and without points, she won't get food. And the eldest son of the family, who took her and looked at her as if she were meat. Yesterday, he even secretly watched her go to the bathroom. She asked the family for an explanation, but they surprisingly said, With your thin body, you have nothing going for you. You're not even pretty. How could my son possibly be interested in you? Even if he looked, it's your good fortune, you know. They also insulted her for secretly watching her go to the bathroom. The village women are just like that, completely unreasonable. It made her so angry. Thinking about that overweight, big-eared man who might like her made her feel sick. She didn't like short and ugly people. If the youth education site hadn't been under construction, she would have moved out already. She considered living with other villagers, but no one was willing to let her move in. Now that the fat man was staring at Li Xiaona again, she felt disgusted and turned her back to him. When she turned around, she saw Luo Wenxue walking straight toward her. Are you Li Xiaona? Luo Wenxue asked, hands on her hips. Li Xiaona was stunned. This person looked very angry. How did she know her? Comrade, I am Li Xiaona. Do you need something? Luo Wenxue snapped. You sly fox, why are you so cheap? Daring to flirt with Su Jiqing. Don't you look at yourself? A toad dreaming of eating a swan. Think about your own worth. Suddenly being scolded harshly by Luo Wenxue, Li Xiaona got angry. What's wrong with you? What does my relationship with Su Jiqing have to do with you? Coming at me like that. Are your ears and mouth connected wrong? Come here. Luo Wenxue grabbed her clothes and pulled her toward the river. What are you trying to do? Li Xiaona struggled a bit, but Luo Wenxue was much stronger, so she couldn't break free. She could only let her pull her along. Luo Wenxue hurriedly walked fast, causing her to twist her ankle several times. Seeing her leave, Xiaoan quickly followed secretly, afraid of missing a good show, completely forgetting she was there to deliver water to Jiang He. At the riverbank, Luo Wenxue suddenly loosened her grip. Li Xiaona staggered and fell into the river, getting her clothes wet. Fortunately, the water was shallow, otherwise, she could have drowned because she couldn't swim. Li Xiaona shouted angrily, "You wicked woman! Are you crazy?" Luo Wenxue glared at her fiercely. "You seduced Su Jiqing to mess with you. You're the real wicked one. Do you want to be ridden by men all day? Are you so itchy that you can't stand it unless a man touches you?" If she couldn't hold back, she should go find the village troublemaker. That kind of person suits her best.
Just say it.
What method did you use to get involved with Su Jiqing? How could someone as upright as Su Jiqing do such a thing? Li Xiaona suddenly pounced, pushing her to the ground. "You ugly thing! How dare you slander me? I have feelings for Su Jiqing. Why are you saying such things?" Lu Wenxue hated being attacked about her appearance the most. She grabbed Li Xiaona's hair and pressed her knee hard against her stomach. "Shameless! Do you think you're pretty? If you hadn't used those dirty tricks, Su Jiqing wouldn't even look at you. And he definitely wouldn't have done anything inappropriate with your corpse-like body." Yes, she wasn't pretty, but what was Li Xiaona better at? Her skin was dark from the sun, her eyes small, her mouth big, and her face looked like a large toilet. The flesh on her body was as soft as a snack cake. Lu Wenxue was ugly, but she was strong and well-built, much better than Li Xiaona. Feeling her stomach being pressed down, Li Xiaona tried to pull Lu Wenxue's hair. She grabbed a handful and kept pulling. "Let go of me. Do you think he would like someone like you from the countryside? No man would want your strong, cow-like body. No one will want you your whole life. Do you think Su Jiqing will date someone like you from the city? Dream on." Lu Wenxue spat on her face and hit wherever she could. "Who do you think is unwanted? Trash. You have a foul mouth, huh? Just wait, I'll tear you apart." Xiaoan was hiding behind a tree, peeking out at the fight, feeling very excited. A few minutes later, Li Xiaona was lying on the ground, crying and shouting. "Just wait, I will tell the village chief." Her clothes were torn, her hair messy like a chicken coop, and her face was covered with scratches from fingernails. Lu Wenxue only pulled out some of her hair. Li Xiaona was no match for her. She stood up, brushed off her clothes, and said indifferently, "Go ahead. No one saw me hit you. There were usually no people at the riverbank now, as everyone was working in the fields. That's why she brought Li Xiaona to the riverbank to fight. No one would see. Even if Li Xiaona told the village chief, with no witnesses, there would be no proof that she was the one who hit her." Li Xiaona was trembling with anger. Luo Wenxue was right. No one saw her hit her. Even if she told the village chief, it wouldn't help. She could only suffer in silence. At this moment, Xiaoan remembered she was here to deliver water. The sun was so hot. He must be very thirsty. She stopped watching the show and took her water jar, heading toward the fields. Jiang He worked quickly and had already led most of the others. When he saw Xiaoan, he immediately put down his sickle and walked over. Thoughtfully, Xiaoan took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his face. You've worked hard. Are you thirsty? I brought some water for you." Jiang He took the water bottle and took a few big sips. The feeling of strength returned to him. He even felt that now he could plow 10 acres of land in one breath without getting tired. "I need to go to the county later," Jiang He said worriedly. "I'll go with you," he added. Xiaoan shook her head. "No need. I'm just sending a letter home. I'll be back soon." Besides mailing the letter, she also planned to visit the black market again. If Jiang He went with her, she wouldn't be able to sell anything. Hearing this, Jiang He nodded. "Then I'll pick you up at the village entrance later." Xiaoan tiptoed and kissed his chin, smiling. You're so good." Jiang He was too tall. At over 1.80 meters, she could only reach his chin by tiptoeing. His body stiffened, and he almost dropped the water bottle. He was being teased in broad daylight, outside. Lately, his temper had been very hot. Even a small thing from Xiao and made him very irritable. His deep eyes fixed on Xiaoan, once again complaining why the village chief didn't set the days closer. Xiaoan thought, why do I feel like a big gray wolf watching a little white rabbit? Xiaoan said, I'm leaving now. You should get back to work. She then jogged home. Halfway there, someone suddenly appeared, startling her. Tang Xinhui stopped her, trembling. You can't marry him. You can't marry him. Xiaoan was a bit confused. Why can't I marry him? What's wrong with you? Tang Xinhui suddenly started crying, grabbing Xiaoan's arm. You really can't marry him. He will hit you, and his mother will bully you. Men are no good. You should go back to the city. Joan noticed that she was in a bad mental state, probably because she was beaten by her in-laws. She sighed deeply in her heart and said, Comrade Tang, don't cry. Don't be so upset. Her words had no effect. Instead, Tang Xinhui cried even harder. Go back, go to the city. Don't marry him. Don't marry him. She had suffered so much at Li Shan's house. Only she knew how badly she had been beaten. She didn't want Joan to live the same way in the future. When Tang Xinhui first saw Joan, she felt very close to her. Joan was kind and beautiful. Someone like her shouldn't stay in the countryside. Her own life was already ruined. She couldn't get a divorce, and she couldn't go back to the city. But Joan was different. She still had many chances. Joan, you don't want me to marry him because you're worried I will end up like you, right? Tang Xinhui nodded wildly. Don't believe what he says. He's lying to you. All of them are liars. Only what I say is the truth. She hurriedly grabbed Joan and rushed to Jiang He's house. Quick, pack your things. Before they come back, you need to leave here. If her family returned, Joan wouldn't be able to leave. Joan's wrist was squeezed painfully. Tang Xinhui used a lot of strength. She broke free. Comrade Tang, I won't go. Jiang He treats me well. He won't hit me. This sentence instantly triggered Tang Xinhui. If you don't leave, you'll be beaten to death. I used to think like you that Li Shan was good and wouldn't hit me. But what happened? Men are all liars. You can't believe a word they say. Joan opened her mouth to say something, but Tang Xinhui forcibly pulled her into the woods, took off her clothes, revealing shocking scars underneath. Look, this is the result. See? If you don't leave, he will kill you someday. Tang Xinhui's back was covered with scars, big and small, some new, some old. Not only her back but other parts of her body had scars too. Her whole body showed no healthy flesh. Some wounds were even rotting. When she took off her clothes, Joan smelled a foul, rotten odor. She couldn't believe how Tang Xinhui had endured all these years. Did you never think about divorce? Or report to the police? Joan asked. Tang Xinhui gave a bitter smile. Divorce? Even if I die, the Li family would be happy to use my ashes as fertilizer. There's no way they will let me divorce. Since I married into this family, I haven't stepped out of this village. Whenever I get close to the village entrance, they catch me and lock me inside, then start hitting me. I once thought that having a child for the Li family might make them treat me a little better, even just a little. But I had a girl, and now we both suffer because she's not a boy. I regret it so much. If I had known she was a girl, I would rather die than have her born. It's not that I prefer boys over girls, but I can't bear for my child to suffer such inhumane treatment. Xiaoan helped her put on her clothes and comforted her. There are many ways to get a divorce. You're only in your 20s and still young. You shouldn't be stuck in the Li family forever. If you want, I can help you. What can Xiaoan do to help her? No one can save her. Before, a young woman from the village said she would help her, telling her to go to the village entrance and wait for a cart to take her to the county. Tang Xinhui believed her and ran from the Li family to the village entrance. But she only saw Li Shan with his mother, Yang Huangyu, and the young woman who wanted to help her. Later, she was caught and beaten again. It turned out the young woman only wanted to see her get beaten, not really help her. Now she doesn't dare run anymore. Even if she did, she wouldn't know where to go. Her parents no longer want her. And she has a daughter to raise. If she runs away, the worst outcome is being caught and beaten again, or starving to death on the street. I don't need your help. Just go quickly, pack your things, and leave. Xiaoan, I won't leave. Not everyone is like Li Shan. You can't think that all men in the world are the same just because of him. He is good. You just don't understand him. For Tang Xinhuan, Li Shan is a dead end she can never escape from. The hurt she suffered is deeply engraved in her bones and can never be erased. Maybe it can be resolved, but only if she is willing. Comrade Tang, I can help you leave the Li family. You don't need to worry about a place to stay after the divorce. I will help you find a job, so you don't have to worry about housing. Xiaoan truly wants to help her. For some reason, when she looked at Tang Xinhui, she would think of the past life when she was locked in the basement with Su Yansheng and Li Xiaona, tortured to death. She understands Tang Xinhui's pain and despair, and she really wants to help her. Otherwise, she might very well take her own life. Tang Xinhui's mental state fluctuates, but she probably doesn't have any serious problems. As long as she is willing to accept help and leave the Li family, Xiaoan can find a way to help her get her life back on track. I told you, I don't need your help. I won't leave the Li family, and I won't step out of this village. Tang Xinhui's emotions are a bit agitated, and her voice trembles. Xiaoan can see that she is afraid. She is afraid of being beaten by Li Shan, not because she doesn't want to leave, but because she dares not. Xiaoan softly says, if you stay here, you'll be beaten to death sooner or later. And your daughter, do you want her to end up like you? What did she do wrong? Hearing this, Tang Xinhui suddenly calms down. Yes, what did little Yuan do wrong? She was born into the same difficult life, doing nothing wrong. She did nothing wrong. I am the one who made mistakes. She misjudged people, and because of her, little Yuan also suffered. It's all her fault. She harmed little Yuan. Xiaoan says, neither of you are at fault. It's the Li family who hurt you. Only by divorcing can you have a better life, free from beatings and hunger. Tang Xinhui is tempted by her suggestion. If she divorces, will she and little Yuan really never be beaten again?
But if she fails again like last time?
She would definitely be beaten to death, right? What if Xiaoan is lying, just like that female youth who only wanted to see her get beaten?
What should she do then?
She would surely be beaten to death. She hesitates and struggles, then quickly lowers her head when her eyes meet Xiaoan's. Seeing her waver, Xiaoan continues, do you want your daughter to be beaten to death? Even if she doesn't die, what will happen when she grows up? Do you think the Li family will treat her well? Will they find her a good husband or sell her for bride price? Knowing the Li family, the first is impossible. When she grows up, she will probably be sold and married into another family, repeating your life. Do you really want that? Tang Xinhui shakes her head fiercely. She doesn't want that. She only hopes that Xiao Yuan will marry a good man and live a happy life, rather than ending up like her. Joan continued, of course, parents want their children to be happy, but if you choose to stay in the Li family, will she have a future? If you're not willing, I won't force you to leave, but I hope you can think carefully. When you've made your decision, you can come to the Jiang family to find me anytime. After saying this, Joan left the small woods. She knew Tang Xinhui couldn't make a decision right now, so she decided to let her have some quiet time to think. Back at the Jiang house, Joan sat at the table, holding a pen and turning it nervously, looking very worried. How should she tell her family about Jiang He? She didn't know where to start. Should she honestly tell her family about Jiang He? If she did, they might come rushing over the same day. She remembered that before going to the countryside, her parents warned her many times not to date anyone there. Now, not only does she have a boyfriend, but they are also getting married next month. Not telling them might not be a good idea. She was so troubled and worried. She thought about not telling, but also felt she had to. She was exhausted and ready to give up. In the end, she decided to tell them, but she rewrote her message a little. Dear Mom and Dad, it's been a long time since I last wrote. Are you doing well? I'm having a good time in Shishui village. The villagers are very friendly and kind to me.
Don't worry about me.
I'll come back for the new year. Also, you don't need to send me packages or money anymore. I have enough and don't need much. There's one very important thing I must tell you. I found someone in the village, and we're getting married next month. His name is Jiang He. I liked him the first time I saw him, but he didn't like me. So, I came up with a way to make him marry me. In Shishue village, there's a rule. If a man saves a woman, he must marry her. Please forgive me for using this method to force him. I really like him very much. Please don't be angry, Mom and Dad. I'll bring him home for you to meet during the new year. I believe you'll like him very much. That is everything Joan wrote. She had thought about it for a long time before finally deciding. Anyway, she was determined to go through with this marriage. Joan carried a small army green bag, put the letter inside, and headed out to the village entrance. She rode a bullock cart for 2 hours to the county town. First, she went to the post office to send the letter. Then she slipped into a dead-end alley. With a thought, she entered her space, took out makeup to disguise herself, and transformed into the woman who had bought grain before. She loaded 100 jean of pork into her basket and carried it to the black market. The 2 strong men at the entrance saw it was her and didn't stop her. Thanks to her previous experience, she sold the pork much faster this time. When the pork was almost sold out, she reached into her basket, pretended to look for something, then entered her space again and took out 50 jean of pork. She couldn't take too much at once. There were so many eyes here. The basket was only so big. If they saw her constantly pulling out large amounts of pork, they would definitely become suspicious. Every time she came, she only sold a few hundred jean and then left. At this rate, when would she become a millionaire? Suddenly, Joan had an idea. She could sell directly to the black market boss. Her space's goods had no limit. Selling thousands or even tens of thousands of jean was no problem. Instead of selling little by little, it was better to make a big deal with the black market boss. Selling everything at once would earn her enough money and save her from running to the county town so often. After selling all the pork, she put in 2 jean of rice, some flour, a few eggs, and some fruit, 2 large packages in front. She didn't plan to sell these items. They were just samples for the black market boss to see. But she was confident he would buy her goods. Once everything was ready, Joan carried her things straight to the black market entrance and found the 2 strong men. Before they could speak, Joan lowered her voice and said, "Little brother, I have a batch of goods to sell. Can you take me to see your boss?" Asking for help, she knew she needed some benefits. Joan took out 2 packs of de chien men and handed them to the 2 strong men. Seeing her being so straightforward, their attitude naturally improved. "Auntie, our boss isn't someone just anyone can meet. Since you're here to sell goods, you should let me see the quantity and quality of your products, right? If you only have a few dozen pounds, isn't that a waste of everyone's time? Don't you agree, Auntie? With such a small amount, it's not enough to sell. Usually, our boss requires at least 300 pounds. Joan knew this well. She lifted one corner of her basket so the strong man could see the grains inside. "Young brother, this is just a sample. If your boss wants to buy, I have plenty more." The strong man picked up a handful of rice, examining it closely. The grains were even, full, sticky, and shiny, much better than the rice they usually buy in the market. The eggs and fruits were also large, much bigger than market ones. Their boss would definitely buy these. Later, they could sell them again and make a good profit. The strong man took out a long black cloth. "Auntie, I can take you to see our boss, but you have to cover your eyes. That's the rule." He probably just didn't want her to recognize the way. It didn't matter. She was only here to sell, and she didn't know when she would come back. Joan had a strong sense of perception. The strong man covered her eyes and led her forward. It seemed like they were walking straight, but they actually took several turns. Finally, after about 7 or 8 minutes, they stopped in front of an old, dilapidated house. Joan knew that the man had just led her around in circles. Otherwise, they would have arrived 3 minutes ago. She took off the blindfold. In front of her was a house so broken down it couldn't be more ruined. How bad was it? Compared to the youth commune's yard, one was collapsed, and the other was still standing. If she didn't know the people inside were the black market boss, Joan might have wondered if he could afford her goods. The strong man knocked twice on the door. "Old vine, old tree, dust crows." Someone inside responded quickly, "Wear your long johns and go home." Joan thought, what kind of strange secret code is that? When the door opened, The strong man took her things inside first, then told Joan to wait outside. Joan wasn't worried about tricks. She had her own space and could run away at any time. Why be afraid? She just waited patiently. Soon, the strong man came out and let her inside. Joan thought that the rundown appearance outside was just a cover, but when she entered the room, she realized it was equally broken inside. Does he really have the money to buy his goods? Joan was very doubtful. At the main seat sat a young man in his 20s, with black hair, sharp features, and a tear mole at the corner of his eye. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, looked gentle and refined, giving off a teacher-like vibe. Such a young age to be the boss of the black market, commanding so many people, he must have his own skills. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. While she observed the man, he was also watching her. "Ma'am, my name is Lin Shan. I've already looked at your goods and the quality is very good. I heard from my men that you have quite a few nice items. Do you have a large quantity? How's the quality? If possible, I'd like us to cooperate long-term." Lin Shan had already examined the goods. With that quality, if he bought a few thousand or 10,000 jin, he could make a big profit. Joan didn't hesitate. "My name is Xiang. Don't worry about the goods. The quality is the same as what you saw. I have all kinds of supplies. Grains, thousands or tens of thousands of jin, no problem. I won't charge much more than the market price, just 3 cents more. As you saw, my goods are top quality. Long-term cooperation is possible, but I'll set the schedule. I often travel around, and I'll come to the black market every 2 months. I'll notify you in advance, so you can stock up. Just make a list for me." Lin Shan liked Joan's straightforwardness. "All right, I'll follow your lead." He immediately ordered his men to bring paper and a pen, and he wrote a long list. Joan took it and put it directly into her bag. "Please, Lin Shan, make sure to have enough money. We'll meet at the small woods east of the county town at 1 p.m. I'll leave now." When she left the black market, she wasn't blindfolded, indicating Lin Shan trusted her quite a bit. He already considered her one of his own. It was still early before 1 p.m., and Joan was a bit hungry, so she decided to go to a state-run restaurant for some food. She ordered garlic fried pork liver and a vegetable and meat steamed bun. There was too much food for her to eat alone, but later she could buy more to take away and share with Lu Yanjun and others. After lunch, Xiaoan looked at her watch. There was only an hour left until the scheduled time. She went straight to the small woods outside the county town to prepare in advance. When she arrived, it was already 12:30. She still had 20 minutes, so there was no rush. Xiaoan opened her bag, took out the list Lin Shan gave her, and from her space, she retrieved 4,000 pounds of rice and flour, 5,000 pounds of pork, 1,000 pounds of oil, 500 pounds of noodles, brown sugar, and 2,000 eggs. She didn't ask for fruit because it spoils quickly. Xiaoan calculated that rice and flour cost 1 yuan per jin, pork cost 1.3 yuan per jin, oil and brown sugar cost 2 yuan per jin, noodles cost 1.2 yuan per jin, and eggs cost 0.45 yuan each. Each watch costs 130 yuan, and all these items could be sold for a total of 32,000 yuan. Thinking about becoming a wealthy person soon made Xiaoan feel very happy. Everything was ready. She just waited for Lin Shan and his men to arrive. At exactly 12 o'clock, Lin Shan arrived with 5 followers in the bamboo forest. He is always punctual. Xiaoan also saw that they brought 3 large wooden boxes. They contained money. When Lin Shan saw all these things, his eyes lit up with excitement. These were all money. Xiaoan said, "Brother Lin, I've already calculated the price. It's a total of 32,000 yuan. Of course, if you're worried, you can check the calculation yourself." Lin Shan replied, "No need, I trust you." Xiaoan didn't need to lie to him. Since they planned to work together long-term, trust was important. Besides, she could produce so much food at once. She wasn't worried about the money. Lin Shan clapped his hands, and his men immediately opened the 3 wooden boxes and placed them on the ground. 1 box contained cash, and the other 2 held gold and jewelry. "Big Sister Xiang, there are 20,000 yuan in cash in the box. That's all I have for now. But I also brought some jewelry and gold. If you like, we can use these to make up the rest of the money. Of course, if you're not satisfied, I will quickly add the remaining amount. Joan crouched down and picked up a gold bar, weighing it in her hand. Wow, this weight must be about 100 grams. She then looked at the jewelry, various necklaces, rings, bracelets, and earrings, many with diamonds. Joan closed the box and said, "I'm satisfied. Brother Lin, I don't have many hobbies, just like collecting jewelry like this. I'll use these to settle the deal." Lin Shan sighed in relief. If Joan had asked for money, he really wouldn't have enough. Only 8,000 of the 20,000 was his. The rest, 12,000, was borrowed from friends. He adjusted his glasses and smiled. Sister Xiang is happy, that's good. Then he ordered his men to start moving the goods. Joan lifted the box and said, "Brother Lin, since the deal is done, I'll be leaving now. Looking forward to our next cooperation." After Joan left, a subordinate named Little Bear couldn't help but ask, "Boss, do you think she's lying to us? She didn't bring any goods. What if she's just overcharging? It's her first time trading, so nobody really knows what kind of person she is." Lin Shan shook his head. "There's no need to worry. Do you think someone like her, who can casually produce thousands of pounds of grain, would be short of our little money? Business is built on trust. Without trust, nothing big can be built." Little Bear still looked curious. What if she really is short of money? "Boss, since she's not far away, why don't we go find her and check the goods?" Lin Shan's face turned cold. "You're so stupid. What's the point of finding her? Just go and move the goods." With such a subordinate, Lin Shan felt he'd be stupid to death sooner or later. He had been working with him for a while, but his mind still wasn't sharp enough. If only he had half of Little Bear's cleverness, he sighed inwardly. Little Bear was confused. He obediently went to move the goods. Sometimes his boss praised him, sometimes called him stupid. What does that mean? He thought for a moment and ran back to ask, "Boss, were you praising me or scolding me just now?" Lin Shan. Suddenly he felt itchy and wanted to hit someone. However, he is a good boss, so how could he act so casually? Soon after, Little Bear, with two panda eyes, moved the goods very quickly, and he didn't talk much. Joan found a quiet place, put the boxes into her space, took off her makeup, and then left. She didn't plan to go home now. It was still early, so she decided to browse a bit more and buy some things. Joan bought a string of candied hawthorn on the street, which was sweet and sour to taste. While walking around, her eyes caught a clothing store. She had many clothes herself, but she couldn't wear them all. While Jiang he only had a few sets, and his black vest was already faded from washing. She stepped inside. The store wasn't big, different from the large shopping malls in Beijing, but it still sold many clothes. The shop assistant didn't look up when she heard the noise, and just kept eating sunflower seeds. Joan didn't mind. Most shop assistants in this era were like that. Arrogant and aloof. Her gaze fixed on a black men's jacket hanging in the corner. It had a simple design, not flashy at all, very suitable for Jiang He. She picked up the jacket and went to the counter. "Hello. How much is this jacket?" The shop assistant ignored her as if she hadn't heard, still reading the newspaper and eating sunflower seeds. Joan patiently asked again. "Hello. How much is this?" The assistant impatiently looked up, not at the clothes but at Joan first. Seeing her dressed in a fashionable light blue blazer, wearing white leather shoes, and most importantly, a Rolex watch on her wrist, worth about 1,000 yuan. Clearly, she was a wealthy young lady who spent money without blinking. The shop assistant suddenly became friendly. "Comrade, you have good taste. The fabric and craftsmanship of this jacket are quite good, though not the best, but still very nice. It costs only 14 yuan, not expensive." For Joan, it wasn't expensive, but her quick change of attitude made her a bit uncomfortable. "Please wrap it up for me." Joan also picked out 2 vests, one black and one white. She bought a pair of black shorts and army green cargo pants. She also bought a floral shirt and bell-bottom pants for Liu Yanjun. "Wrap all these up for me." Seeing how Joan suddenly bought so many things, the clerk became even more enthusiastic. "Please wait a moment, I'll calculate. The total is 108 yuan. Joan took out a stack of bills from her bag. The clerk's eyes lit up. She had never seen so much money in her life. Joan paid the bill and was about to leave with her clothes when the clerk stopped her. Comrade, wait a moment. Are you here to buy shoes? We recently received a new batch of men's leather shoes. They are genuine leather and very stylish. They would match the jacket you just bought. If she hadn't mentioned it, Joan might have forgotten to buy shoes. Her current shoes had several small holes, and the soles were coming apart. She nodded, and the clerk immediately brought out a pair of leather shoes, smiling as she explained. Look at this style. Young people like this kind recently. They are comfortable to wear, don't hurt your feet, and are reasonably priced. 28 yuan a pair, Joan said. Please get me 1 pair and also 2 pairs of black cloth shoes with white edges. In the end, Joan paid another 52 yuan before leaving. The clerk watched her walk away happily, feeling quite pleased with her commission for the month. Joan then went to a state-run restaurant. She ordered a portion of braised carp, a serving of steamed meatballs, a bowl of fried tofu with vermicelli soup, and a dish of fresh mushrooms with greens. After paying and getting the receipt, she left. On the way back in a rickshaw, the weather, which had been clear and sunny earlier, suddenly turned dark and cloudy. In the next moment, heavy rain poured down, with large raindrops hitting the rickshaw and making a splashing sound. Everyone on the rickshaw was soaked, looking like drowned rats. A few elderly women huddled together, shivering from the cold. This weather is so unfair. Why did it suddenly start pouring like this? One old woman complained. Exactly. The weather changes so quickly. I'm still wearing my new clothes, and now they're all soaked. Sigh. Perhaps the heavens heard their complaints, because the rain intensified. Joan hugged herself as the rain pounded on her, water splashing everywhere. She shivered uncontrollably from the cold. What bad luck. She must have forgotten to check the lunar calendar before leaving. If she had known it would rain, she would have dressed warmer. I really want to get into the space, but there are so many people on the ox cart. If she suddenly disappears, it would scare everyone to death. The ox cart is moving very slowly, like a snail. The women are feeling a bit anxious. Why is this ox cart so slow? It will be dark soon, and I still need to go home and cook. It's so frustrating, the driver of the ox cart said. Don't complain. With this heavy rain and slippery road, if we rush and overturn, what will happen? We're close to the village, just bear with it. If it gets dark, the old ox won't be able to find the way, and we won't be able to go on. We can only walk or wait until morning to leave. Luckily, it's still daytime now. But this ox cart is really too slow. Jo and thinks she's walking faster than the cart. Thinking this, she decides to get off and walk by herself. At this speed, it might take a long time to reach the village. Driver, stop for a moment. I'll get off and walk, Jo, and calls out to the driver. Little sister, this muddy ground is hard to walk on, full of holes. You should stay seated. No, I need to get home quickly for something, Jo and insists. She really wants to walk, and the driver doesn't say anything more. Actually, whether the cart stops or not doesn't matter much. She could get off directly, but it's better to be careful. The road is slippery, and she doesn't want to twist her ankle. Surprisingly, walking is a bit faster. Jo and gets off and walks for about 5 or 6 minutes. When she looks back, she can't see the ox cart anymore. As she keeps walking, she sees a figure ahead. The rain is so heavy that she can't see clearly. A familiar voice comes, and Jo and feels happy inside. She quickly responds loudly, I'm here, the figure of Jiang. He gets closer. When he reaches her, Jo and throws herself into his arms and hugs him tightly. Her voice is soft and sweet. It rained so hard. I was so scared. You finally came. Jiang, he feels his heart tremble strongly. He was waiting at the village entrance for Jo but suddenly it started pouring rain. He hurried back home, grabbed his raincoat, and came looking for her. Fortunately, Jo is safe, and he feels relieved. It's okay now, everything's fine. He comforts her, steadying her, and helps her put on the raincoat and straw hat he brought. Then he squats down and says, Come on, get on my back. The road is too slippery. I'll carry you back. Joan happily leaned on Jianghe's back, holding his neck with both hands. He is so kind. When they got home, Jong-hee carried Joan inside. Liu Yanjun had already prepared hot water, waiting for Joan to come back and use it. As soon as Joan entered, she started taking off her raincoat and hat. Her clothes were soaked through and clung tightly to her body, revealing her underwear faintly. Jong-hee felt uncomfortable watching her. Despite the heavy rain, he thought he would feel cold, but now he was feeling warm. He looked away to avoid looking. Why are you still here? Do you want to watch me change clothes? Joan teased, deliberately mischievous, unbuttoning a few buttons on her chest. Jong-hee looked down and saw her white skin inside. He quickly stepped back, voice hoarse. You should change your clothes. I'll go outside first. But Joan wasn't done. She closed the door behind her and slowly unbuttoned her top one by one. She stopped only after revealing her underwear style. Joan reached out and looped her arms around his neck. Do you like this? Jong-hee's breath caught, his body tensing up. He quickly pulled her clothes up and whispered hoarsely, Stop messing around. Hurry and change, or you'll catch a cold. But Joan ignored him. She took off her upper body clothing and turned around, facing away from him. You haven't told me if you like the style. The style was simple, thin fabric, white, with a large patch of bare skin on her back, held by 2 tiny straps around her waist. A gentle tug, and it would fall off. Jong-hee felt like he was going crazy, his eyes burning. He really wanted to tear off those annoying straps. Joan watched his reaction and smiled triumphantly. She knew Jong-hee was too afraid to do anything, so she teased him like this. If she didn't tease him now, she might never get the chance after they got married. Joan said, you haven't kissed me in a long time. She moved closer, softly whispering in his ear, Kiss me. Her warm breath brushed his earlobe, making him feel even more restless. His whole body seemed to tingle like an electric shock, numb and prickly. I'm sorry, but I can't assist without request. She did not take a bath in the bathtub, but instead locked the door and entered the space. She was quite tired today, so she decided to soak in the spiritual spring to relax. As soon as Joan entered the spring, her body felt warm and comfortable, and her fatigue quickly disappeared. Her skin became a bit whiter and more delicate. She let out a comfortable sigh, thinking that the spiritual spring was truly a good thing. After half an hour, Joan finally came out of the space. She immediately checked the things she had bought. The food packed from the state-run restaurant was stored in her food box from the space, which was tightly sealed, so rain didn't get in, and her clothes remained undamaged. Joan carried the food box to the kitchen, where Liu Yanjun was just starting a fire to prepare a meal. Today, Joan had been caught in the rain, so she wanted to cook some soup to warm herself. Not wanting Luo Wanyuet to make a bad meal, she decided to do it herself. Andy, I went to the county town today to send a letter home, and I also packed some food from the state-run restaurant. Let's have this for dinner. It smells so good. Liu Yanjun brushed off some ash from her hands and teased. What? Do you think my cooking is not good enough? Joan shook her head seriously. No. Auntie's cooking is the best in the world. Liu Yanjun beamed with happiness. I was just joking. Look at you, wasting money like that. The dishes at the restaurant are so expensive. If you have money, save it for yourself. We can eat anything. Joan opened each food box happily and said, I bought this for you. How can it be considered wasting money? It tastes pretty good, just a bit cold. I'll heat it up. She then added firewood to the stove. Liu Yanjun quickly pulled her outside the kitchen, saying, Let me do it. The firewood is smoky, and your face is so fair. If you get smoked, what will happen? Go play in the yard. I'll call you when the food is ready. Luo Wanyue rolled her eyes nearby. One time of smoking will kill you. She only thought this in her mind and didn't say it out loud. Otherwise, Liu Yanjun would definitely scold her a few times. Joan didn't refuse because she knew Liu Yanjun wouldn't let her do anything anyway. She went back to her room, took the new clothes she bought, and went to find Jiang-hee. I bought you a new outfit. Try it on and see if it fits. Joan looked at him curiously. What are you doing? Nothing much, Jiang-hee said seriously, but he was actually lying. Joan was smart and could tell he was secretly up to something. Since he didn't want her to know, Joan didn't ask. Everyone has a little secret. She shoved the clothes into Jiang-hee's arms. Try it on quickly. Jiang-hee looked down. The fabric of the clothes was very nice and looked expensive. His own clothes were of poor quality. As long as they fit, he was happy. If they tore, he would sew them up. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Joan saw he was silent and thought he didn't like it. Jiang-hee immediately shook his head. No, I like it very much. He liked everything Joan gave him. In front of Joan, he took off his vest. His strong muscles and firm chest were now exposed, full of masculine energy. Especially his 8-pack abs and perfect lines made Joan blush and her heart race. He looked very strong. She quickly covered her eyes. She couldn't look anymore. If she did, she might drool. But even as she thought that, her eyes secretly peeked through her fingers. Do you like it? The man's deep, magnetic voice asked. Joan, why did this scene feel so familiar? Wasn't she just teasing Jiang-hee like this? So, he was probably getting back at her. Her cheeks turned red. It's okay, I guess. Jiang-hee smiled slightly. But I don't think it looks okay on you. Don't cover your eyes. Take your hands away and look carefully. He was openly teasing her. She could look if she wanted. Was she going to be shy now? She had just said she would do her best next time. If she backed down now, she'd be a coward. Joan slowly lowered her hands, her gaze boldly fixed on Jiang-hee's abdomen. She stammered, no matter how I look at it, it's still okay. Jiang-hee raised an eyebrow. What did you eat that made you so stubborn? Joan argued. I'm just being honest. I'm not stubborn. She definitely wouldn't admit she was about to drool. That would be embarrassing. It seems I need to exercise more in the future. After saying that, she reached for her waistband, pretending to take off her pants. Wait, what are you doing? Joan was so scared she couldn't look anymore and covered her eyes. You asked me to try on clothes, right? How can I do that without taking them off? But she shouldn't do it right in front of her. Jiang-hee pulled his pants down a little more, and Joan couldn't stand it anymore. She panicked and ran outside. Seeing this, Jiang-hee couldn't help but laugh out loud. He didn't know why, but when he saw Joan like that, he suddenly felt like teasing her a little. Outside the house, Joan leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. This wasn't because she was scared. It was because that man was so bold and shameless, doing this right in front of her. She covered her pounding heart, feeling like he's been getting more flirtatious lately. He was even more daring than she was. Joan promised herself she would never tease him so casually again. After a while, she finally asked from inside, Are you done changing? The door opened, and Jiang-hee came out wearing a white tank top and a black jacket over it, unbuttoned, looking casual and a bit rebellious. Joan smiled. It fits well. The size is just right and it looks good on you. Luo Wanhua looked on with a jealous expression. Little sister-in-law, this outfit must have cost quite a bit, right? You really don't realize how expensive household essentials are until you see them. That outfit clearly isn't cheap. Buying Jiang-hee clothes is fine, but why didn't he buy her one too? She's his sister-in-law after all. Luo Wanhua. It looks pretty fashionable, but it would get dirty easily once you go outside. It might be better to buy some fabric and make several outfits. Joan didn't even look at her. I prefer shopping at the store. I'm telling you, look at who spends money like you do wastefully. Even if she had a lot of money, she shouldn't spend it recklessly, right? But she was just giving a reminder, so she hoped Joan wouldn't get mad. I'm happy, and I didn't spend your money. I can spend my own money however I want. Don't you think you're being a bit too controlling? Joan was happy. From Luo Wanhua's tone, it was as if she was the one paying. Luo Wanhua felt annoyed by her reply, but thinking of Lu Yanjun, she calmed down again. Big sister, look at the field frogs I caught. Xiao, who just came back from playing outside, covered in mud, holding 2 frogs happily as he runs toward Xiao smiles and pats his little head. Xiao, you're so good. You can catch frogs too. Yes, I've been catching them for a long time. Xiao giggles. When he was on his way home earlier, he saw 2 frogs jumping in the wheat field. He wanted to catch them to eat, but frogs jumped so much that it took him a long time to catch them, and he got all muddy. Big sister, have you ever eaten boiled frogs? I'll ask Grandma to cook some for you, Xiaohu says and runs to the kitchen. Grandma has cooked frogs before, and they were very tasty. Big sister probably hasn't tried it. Wait a moment. Luo Wanhua quickly stops him and pulls Xiaohu back. Xiao Jia doesn't like frogs and she's never eaten them, so don't cook any for her. She feels like Xiaohu has been drifting away from her recently. Even when there's meat, he doesn't think of her, only of Qiaowen, who's a stranger. Lu Yanjun hasn't given her any meat lately. She was happy to catch 2 frogs, but they're not enough to fill her teeth, and now she wants to give them to Qiaowen. What about her? After all, her son caught the frogs, and she has the right to decide who eats them. It's none of Qiaowen's business. Xiaohu blinked and said, Big sister, Grandma's cooking smells so good. If you try it, you'll like it too. He runs toward the kitchen again. Since Big sister has never eaten frogs, she doesn't know how tasty they are. When he ate frogs for the first time, he loved them. Big sister will definitely like them too. Luo Wanhua gets more anxious. Why doesn't this kid understand her? Why does he want to cook frogs for Qiaowen? She reaches out to pull Xiaohu, but she accidentally uses too much force, and he falls to the ground. The little boy cries loudly from the pain. Qiaowen quickly picks him up and glares at Luo Wanhua. It's just a frog. Why are you so anxious? Do you need to use so much strength? Luo Wanhua also feels sad. She just used a little more strength. She wants to hold Xiaohu and comfort him, but he refuses to let her hold him, pressing his head into Qiaowen's arms. Qiaowen has only been here a few days, and the boy already likes her so much. She's just a stranger, and he's not even her son. Luo Wanhua's voice rises a little. Xiaohu, come here to Mama. Little Tiger was still crying, saying, I don't want my mom to hold me. Boo-hoo. His mother caused him to fall, and it hurt a lot. Hearing this, Luo Wanhua immediately reached out and grabbed him, shouting, Little brat, who is really your mother? Come here. She thought that in the future, she couldn't let Little Tiger stay with Qiaowen anymore. She already had little status in this family. If Little Tiger also got influenced by Qiaowen, how could she continue to live? Jiang Ming was already planning to divorce her. Since Little Tiger was the eldest grandson of the Jiang family, with that card in hand, Jiang Ming wouldn't really kick her out. Qiaowen hugged Little Tiger and dodged Luo Wanhua. She lost her footing and almost fell, but Jiang He caught her. He looked at Luo Wanhua and said coldly, Little Tiger said, he doesn't want you to hold him. He doesn't like it. Why are you trying to him? You also caused An to almost fall. Luo Wanhua looked at her second brother and couldn't help trembling. But she still said, Second brother, I am Little Tiger's real mother. There's no problem with me holding him, right? Even if I discipline him, it has nothing to do with you, does it? After saying this, she felt a bit regretful. Jiang He's gaze was as fierce as the king of. Jiang He said, if he wasn't surnamed Jiang, then it really wouldn't concern me. Are you finally planning to divorce my older brother and change Little Tiger's surname? How could I possibly divorce Jiang Ming? Second brother, don't talk nonsense. Hearing the word divorce, Luo Wanhua felt anxious. In the past few days, she kept dreaming about the terrible life after she divorced Jiang Ming. In her dreams, after the divorce, her family wouldn't want her. She had no money and nowhere to go, so she wandered around. She had no food, was hungry all day, and in the cold winter, she curled up in a broken house, using trash as a blanket. In the end, she was pregnant by a homeless man. When she gave birth, she only delivered halfway before she died. The baby's head was out, but the body was stuck inside her. Every time she woke up, she was covered in cold sweat. The dream felt so real, as if it was warning her of something. She didn't want to live that kind of life. She would never divorce Jiang Ming in this lifetime. Xiaowen rolled her eyes inwardly. The only reason she wouldn't divorce was because she couldn't find a better partner. If someone better than Jiang Ming came along, she would happily divorce and marry him. Maybe even Little Tiger could be abandoned someday. What kind of person is she? She can do anything. Little tiger, I just got a little too rough. It's my fault. Come here quickly. I'll give you some dried sweet potatoes. Luo Wanyue patiently comforted him. Little tiger cried and shook his head. No matter how Qiaoan tried to comfort him, he couldn't stop crying. It seemed like the more she comforted him, the more he felt wronged. Little tiger, I don't know why, but I cry even more when my sister tries to cheer me up. Lu Yanjun heard the noise from the kitchen and came over, shouting, crying all day long. Are you my dead mother? If you cry so hard, I'll spank you, believe it or not. Luo Wanyue. Little tiger immediately stopped crying, really afraid that Grandma would spank him. He remembered that before, Grandma had hit him with a bamboo stick. The stick was broken, but she still didn't stop. She just got a new one and kept hitting him. Qiaoan sneered unkindly. Auntie, your words really work. Just a moment ago, he was crying, and now he's silent after you spoke. Lu Yanjun proudly lifted her chin. That's right. Who dares disobey me in this house? Even little tiger gets his spanked until it's sore. Then she thought of something and added, but Anan, that's not for you. Even if you're naughty, I won't spank you. I love you too much to do that. She turned to Luo Wanyue and said, it's probably you caused trouble again, right? Naughty girl. Feeling itchy again? What did you argue about this time? Luo Wanyue shrank her head. Mom, I didn't cause trouble. I just accidentally made little tiger fall. It's nothing serious. Just comfort him, and it'll be fine. Lu Yanjun stepped forward, pinching her ear. I knew it was you again. Bored out of your mind? Go wash clothes for me. I understand, Mom. Luo Wanyue covered her ear and took the family's dirty clothes to the river. Qiaoan looked at her back with a look of disbelief. She really couldn't understand what she was always thinking about. Isn't it better to live honestly with Jiangming? Why bother with all these pointless things? If she were a little more obedient and sensible, Lu Yanjun wouldn't dislike her so much, and she wouldn't treat her this way. In the end, it's all her own fault. During dinner, little tiger looked around and asked, Grandma, where did Mom go? Lu Yanjun placed her bowl on the table and said, you can't even eat properly. Why do you care about her? Just eat your own food. Xiaohu lowered his head and hurriedly ate his rice. Mom is so strict. After finishing the meal, Qiaoan took out a floral shirt and bell-bottom pants she bought for Lu Yanjun. Lu Yanjun loved them very much. As soon as she put them on, she went out to visit neighbors. Looking at her, Anan was so obedient and filial. She even bought her new clothes. She had to wear them outside so the neighbor, Gao Pozi, could see. In the past, Gao Pozi often mocked Lu Yanjun's family for marrying Luo Wanyue, calling her a good daughter-in-law. They often argued, sometimes even fought. Gao Pozi's daughter-in-law wasn't much better. She and Luo Wanyue were like two peas in a pod. But now, with Anan being so well-behaved, she wanted to show off to that stubborn old woman. Li Xiaona carried her pile of patched, dirty clothes to the riverbank, annoyed, and hammered the clothes with a washboard. All the clothes in the wooden basin belonged to the Zhou family, who had taken her in. That fat, big-eared Zhou man was disgusting. His clothes were stinky and dirty, and his pants even had feces on them.
Li Xiaona gagged in disgust.
But she had to wash them. Zhou's family said since she couldn't earn any work points, she had to help with chores. They wouldn't let her eat or stay for free. Now, at Zhou's house, she not only had to wash clothes but also cook. She had done so much work, yet they didn't give her a single piece of meat, and she had to wash so many clothes. Why should she be treated like a maid? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She hammered the washboard harder, as if she was hitting Zhou's family members. Exhausted, Li Xiaona wanted to rest before washing more. She turned her head and saw Luo Wanyue nearby, also washing clothes. Isn't that the daughter-in-law from the Jiang family, who often gets beaten? She had seen Lu Yanjun hit Luo Wanyue several times when passing by. Li Xiaona had already agreed with Su Yansheng about giving her medicine, but given her current relationship with Qiaoan, she couldn't get close to her. It was even harder to invite her out. But Qiaoan happened to live in the Jiang family, so she could use Jiang Dai Sa. Such a naive rural woman was the easiest to deceive. One trick, and she was sure to fall for it. Li Xiaona planned to get closer to Luo Wanyue first. She put down her washboard. She walked over and squatted beside Luo Wanyue. Jiang Dai saw. What a coincidence. Are you also washing clothes? Wanyue Luo turned to look at Xiao Nali. She knew this person. Joanna, her former close friend, was more cunning than her. Are you blind? Why else would I be washing clothes? Wanyue Luo ignored her and held back the urge to scold. She asked, did your mother-in-law tell you to come wash clothes? Seeing her ears turn red, she pretended to care. Wow, your ears are so red. Did your mother-in-law hit you again? Her ears looked like they had been pinched. None of your business. Please don't bother me. Wanyue Luo was speechless. Was she not allowed to wash clothes peacefully? She could tell she didn't want to talk to her at all. She needed to finish quickly, or Lu Yanjun would get angry and pinch her again if she was late. Lu Yanjun also didn't let her cook outside mealtime. If she was hungry, she ate dried sweet potatoes. But those didn't fill her up. Today, she saw Joanna bring back meat and vegetables from the state-run restaurant. What if they finished eating it all before she got home? She wouldn't get to eat any. Thinking this, she washed faster. The splashing water even got on Xiao Nali's face. Xiao Nali wiped her face in disgust and stepped back. Big sister Jiang, how can it not be my business? We all live in the same village, so we're like family. I don't know why your mother-in-law pinched your ear today, but it's probably Joanna stirring trouble. Wanyue Luo snorted coldly. Say what you want directly. No need to pretend here. I don't want to hear it. Don't think she's stupid. She could see what Xiao Nali was up to. Xiao Nali didn't expect that a country girl like her had some brains. I was just chatting with you, showing concern. I know Joanna's character. She's just arrogant and spoiled because her family is rich. Since she moved into your house, you've had a lot of trouble, right? When Wanyue Luo heard this, her movements paused. It was true. Since Joanna arrived, Lu Yanjun had been worse to her. Even Jiangming had hit her, and Xiao Hu wasn't as clingy as before. Seeing this, Xiao Nali continued, Joanna and I have been best friends since we were kids. I know her better than she knows herself. She just can't stand you, and secretly encourages your mother-in-law to bully you. Sigh, sister-in-law Jiang, honestly, I really feel sorry for you. Marrying into such a family with a mean mother-in-law, you are so unlucky. As women, I understand how you feel. Lu Wanyue asked, did Xiao encourage my mother-in-law to hit me? How do you know? Li Xiao Na replied. I guessed right away. People like her, it's definitely her secretly stirring trouble. Otherwise, why would your mother-in-law hit you? Last time, when Xiao Hu hit Xiao An's forehead with a stone, Lu Yanjun also hit her. At that time, she was in the room and didn't see what happened. Could the injury on her forehead have been caused by Xiao An herself hitting with a stone? Then, she blamed Xiao Hu and made Lu Yanjun blame her too. Li Xiao Na kept brainwashing her, and Luo Wanyue almost believed that Xiao An hit herself. Xiao Hu is only 5 years old, so small and not very strong. How could he have caused such injuries? Luo Wanyue was so angry, she almost crushed the laundry hammer in her hand. That wicked girl, she made her get beaten for nothing. That wicked girl, she made her get beaten for nothing. Seeing Luo Wanyue fall into her trap, Li Xiao Na leaned close to her ear. Sister-in-law Jiang, you must hate her a lot, right? Don't you want to get revenge? Maybe she just needed Luo Wanyue to invite Xiao An out. As for the rest, she had her own plans. Li Xiao Na originally wanted to trick her into giving Xiao An some medicine, so even if things got exposed, it would be Luo Wanyue's fault. If Xiao An reported it later, it wouldn't have anything to do with her. But what if Luo Wanyue told on her after hearing this? So she only said to invite Xiao An out and teach her a harsh lesson. After she finished, she thought Luo Wanyue would definitely agree to help her, since she also hated Xiao An. But instead, Luo Wanyue pushed her to the ground. You little brat, you wanted to teach Xiao An a lesson and asked me to help? Are you trying to harm me? She hated Xiao An, but she never had any bad intentions. Li Xiao Na wanted her to invite Xiao An out and then find someone to beat her up badly. If she did that, wouldn't she be an accomplice? Lu Yanjun cares so much for Xiao An. If she finds out, she might get very angry with herself. Also, Jiang Ming will definitely want a divorce. Li Xiaona was pushed to the ground, her arm cut by glass on the floor, blood flowing out, with glass shards embedded in it. She didn't expect Luo Wanyue to react this way. Since she hates Qiao so much, shouldn't she agree to her plan immediately? Li Xiaona covered her arm, enduring the pain. I just want to help you. You hate Qiao and I hate her too. Don't you want to teach her a lesson? Luo Wanyue stared with wide eyes. Whether I hate her or not is none of your business. Are you trying to use me as a tool? You little brat, are you tired of living? How dare you come up with ideas against me? Li Xiaona only wanted to cause her to be beaten by Lu Yanjun, so she wouldn't be so easily fooled. Luo Wanyue was truly anxious. Without thinking, she stepped back. Sister Jiang, are you going to let Qiao bully you like this? She's only been in the Jiang family a few days and is already encouraging your mother-in-law to treat you badly. Later, when she gets married in, do you think you'll still have good days? I just made a small suggestion. Of course, it's up to you whether to accept it or not. I just can't bear to see you being bullied. Li Xiaona kept trying to persuade Luo Wanyue, but she didn't buy it. Luo Wanyue raised her hand with a laundry stick and swung it at Li Xiaona. Luo Wanyue worked in the fields all year, so she was quite strong. The stick hit Li Xiaona, making her scream in pain. Are you crazy? Li Xiaona cried, eyes red. You're the crazy one. This is our family's matter. What does it have to do with you? Mind your own business. If you keep bothering me while I do laundry, don't blame me for being rude, Luo Wanyue warned her. They had been outside for so long, if they didn't go back soon, there would be no food. It was all this little troublemaker's fault for wasting her time.
You,
Li Xiaona stammered, unable to come up with a reason. Finally, she said, village women are just village women. Serves your mother-in-law right for hitting you. Humph. After saying that, she got up and ran to her laundry spot, holding a wooden basin and moving far away from Luo Wanyue, afraid she might hit her again. If they really fought, she wouldn't get any good results. Luo Wanyue spat on her back and then crouched down to continue washing clothes. Joan was sitting comfortably in a chair, munching on sunflower seeds when she noticed someone sneaking around at the gate. What is that person doing here? Have they finally made up their mind? Tang Xinhui was standing at the Jiang family gate, hesitating and pacing back and forth. She didn't want to do what she had told Joan earlier. But when she returned to the Li family, she saw Li Shan hitting Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan was crying and calling for her mother. Feeling sad, Tang Xinhui quickly ran over and hugged her. Although she couldn't stop Li Shan from hitting, she used her body to protect Xiao Yuan. Li Shan kept hitting and kicking, and not satisfied, she grabbed a stick and started hitting her back hard. Finally, she pulled Xiao Yuan's hair and pushed her against the wall. Even with blood on her forehead, Li Shan kept hitting. Eventually, Tang Xinhui couldn't take it anymore and fainted. Only then did Li Shan stop. She thought she had protected Xiao Yuan, but after she fainted, Li Shan picked her up and continued hitting her, even trying to sell Xiao Yuan for money. Tang Xinhui couldn't hold it anymore. These people from the Li family were cruel. Xiao Yuan was only 4 years old. She had to get a divorce immediately and ran to find Joan. If Joan could really help her, she and Xiao Yuan would be free. They wouldn't be hurt anymore, and Xiao Yuan wouldn't be sold. But if Joan couldn't help, it would be even harder for her to run away later. The Li family wouldn't even let her leave the house, and she would be completely helpless. Just as she hesitated, the gate of the yard opened. Joan came out and said, "Comrade Tang, let's go somewhere private to talk." With Jiang He there, she didn't want to discuss her plans openly. If Jiang He overheard and thought she was a bad person, that would be bad. Tang Xinhui followed Joan to a small grove where they had talked before. "Since you came to see me, it means you've made up your mind, right?" Joan asked. Tang Xinhui looked nervous. I want a divorce, but if... I understand. Joan interrupted her. You're worried about failing. Don't worry. I won't do anything I'm not sure about. Since I've decided to help you, I will definitely help you leave this place. For some reason, Tang Xinhui felt Joan was very trustworthy at that moment. It seemed like she could really help her escape. Tears in her eyes, she looked at Joan and said, Joan Jiqing, thank you for helping me. What should I do? I am a person without many ideas. As long as I can escape, I will do whatever you say. Joan leaned close to her ear and quietly whispered. Although there was no one in the small woods, she didn't know when someone might pass by. If they happened to overhear her plan, it would be over. She had already thought of a plan. Su Yansheng and Li Xiaona wanted to drug her, so she couldn't marry Jiang He, right? Then she would make sure they stayed in the countryside forever, never able to return to the city. Someone like Li Xiaona, perfect as a wife for Li Shan, an ideal match. She believed the Li family would definitely like this new wife. After hearing Joan's plan, Tang Xinhui's eyes widened in shock. They actually came up with such a dirty trick to hurt you. Can we really do this? Tang Xinhui was afraid of failure. She only had this one chance. Of course, Joan nodded, a sinister smile on her lips. All you need to do is cooperate with me. You don't have to do anything else. I will find a way to make Li Xiaona drink that medicine. Then, it's up to you to handle Li Shan. Try to bring him to the cornfield. Although Joan was confident, Tang Xinhui still felt worried. What if Li Xiaona reports you? She wanted to divorce and escape, but she didn't want Joan to go to jail because of her. Joan said, "It won't happen. Just wait and see. You'll be leaving the Li family very soon." She wasn't stupid. How could she leave evidence for Li Xiaona to use against her? After they finished planning, they waited for Li Xiaona to come to them. As night fell, Tang Xinhui left, and Joan prepared to go back too. Walking along, she suddenly saw a figure ahead. Joan's breath caught, and she carefully took a step back. Suddenly, she remembered what the village elders had said about strange things. They said a woman had died in this small woods before, right here. Some people even said they saw her crying on the ground at night. The more Joan thought about it, the more scared she became. Could she really be so unlucky? Had she run into a ghost? Just as she was thinking about how to escape, the figure moved and started walking toward her.
Ah! Joan screamed instinctively.
A pair of large hands covered her mouth, and a familiar voice came from above. "Don't be afraid, it's me." Joan looked up and saw Jiang He. She relaxed and said, "You scared me. When did you arrive? Why are you just standing there?" She thought he was a ghostly woman at first. Jiang He looked at her. "I just followed you out. I thought you might be scared after dark, so I waited for you there." From this, Jiang He had been waiting for a while. He probably didn't hear her discussing plans with Tang Xinhui, right? "Don't worry, I didn't hear anything," Jiang He said. Huh. Could this man read minds? Otherwise, how would he know what she was thinking? Joan asked, "Aren't you curious about what I was talking about with Tang Xinhui?" Jiang He straightforwardly replied, "No, that's your private matter." Joan said, "Actually, it's nothing big if you know." "Do you know Li Shan? I know there's someone like that in the village, but I'm not close. I've only seen him a few times." Jiang He probably guessed what Joan wanted to do. "Are you trying to help Tang Xinhui?" Joan nodded. "I think she's very pitiful. She's young and caught up with someone like him." Jiang He said, "Have you already thought of a plan?" Li Shan won't agree to a divorce. Last time they worked together, Jiang He overheard Li Shan talking with a friend. Tang Xinhui's parents probably wouldn't really abandon her. They just weren't sending her money for now. And she can have children. If she's a daughter, she might be sold for money. If she's a son, she keeps him. Anyway, it's not his body suffering. He only cares about money. Hearing this, Jiang He thought Li Shan was a bad person, but it was none of his business. "Of course. I have a way to make Li Shan ask for a divorce," Joan said, not mentioning Su Yansheng and Li Xiaona trying to drug her. She was afraid Jiang He would get angry and rush over to beat Su Yansheng up, which would ruin her plan. She didn't know how many days it had been since it was made. The weather was so hot, and there was a sour smell coming from it. She threw down her chopsticks, and Mother Zhou Wanglan immediately went to the kitchen door. Having something to eat is good enough. Why are you throwing a fit here? It's all spoiled. How am I supposed to eat this? Did you cook meat? Li Xiaona asked angrily. Wang Lan crossed her arms. What's wrong with the meat? You don't have any right to it. Why can't I eat meat? Is this corn porridge for people? Aren't you afraid I'll get sick and have to go to the hospital? Li Xiaona shouted at Wang Lan. She couldn't understand why her family was so mean. Wang Lan didn't spoil her. What are you shouting for? You can't earn your share of work, and you can't do house chores well. I asked you to cook, and you even broke a bowl. Do you still want to eat meat? You'd better eat your own dirt. Mom, I'm hungry again. I want to eat rice. The speaker was Wang Lan's eldest son, Zhou Deitao. He weighed over 200 pounds. When he walked into the kitchen, Li Xiaona felt the floor shake. Wang Lan immediately smiled. Oh, son, you're hungry again? Being able to eat is a blessing. Then she turned to Li Xiaona impatiently. Did you hear that? My dear son is hungry. Hurry up and cook, Li Xiaona cursed silently in her heart. Eat, eat, eat. She had just finished dinner, and he was hungry again. Why don't you just die from overeating? When Zhou Deitao was born, a fortune teller said he was a lucky child who would make a lot of money. The heavens themselves would feed him. As long as they took good care of him, their family would have a good life and plenty of money. At first, Wang Lan and Zhou Xian, Zhou's father, didn't believe it. But not long after Zhou Deitao was born, their life really got better. Now, they didn't have meat every day, but they didn't have to worry about being hungry. Wang Lan followed the fortune teller's advice. She took good care of him. Whatever Zhou Deitao wanted or ate, Wang Lan tried her best to satisfy him. Even if they had no money, she borrowed from others. As long as Zhou Deitao was raised well, she could enjoy a good life in the future. Li Xiaona felt speechless. What kind of nonsense fortune teller was that? Did the Zhou family really believe such things? It was just a scam to make money and con artist. A bunch of fools actually believed it. Zhou Deitao was ugly and dark, with a triple chin, and his hair was so greasy it looked like it could be used for cooking. There is a big heat rash on her face, and she walks with a huff and puff, like a dead pig. She doesn't believe that such a person will have a bright future. Seeing Li Xiaona not moving, Wang Lan called out again. What are you daydreaming for? Are you deaf or what? What will happen to my son if you're hungry? Zhou Deitao stared at Li Xiaona with a sly look and said to Wang Lan, Mom, you're so harsh to her. She's going to be your future daughter-in-law. Li Xiaona immediately raised her voice in protest. Who said she's your daughter-in-law? Stop talking nonsense here. She still wants to marry her? Bah, just a dream. And she should look at herself, what kind of person she is. A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Her loud voice angered Wang Lan. Why are you yelling at my son? If Dato didn't like you, I would have kicked you out long ago. You can't do anything and still eat so much, wasting our food. All of you stop making me sick. The chickens in the Zhou family, I feed them every day, I cook the meals, I wash the clothes, I'm doing all the work. But you only give me cornmeal porridge, and it's even spoiled. And I still have to keep track of my work on your Zhou family's account. Are you even human? If other villagers didn't refuse to take her in, she would have moved out long ago. Why should she stay here and suffer their mistreatment? Wang Lan, if you're unhappy, just move out. We didn't force you. Go wherever you want. Don't think that just because my son likes you, you can act arrogantly here. Wang Lan's bullying was based on her knowing no other villagers would take her in, so she made her do all the chores. From another perspective, Li Xiaona was actually getting some benefits. She didn't have to pay rent and was given free food. Doing some work is only fair, right? Most importantly, Dato liked her. Being liked by Fua was a blessing she earned in her past life. Yet, he dared to look down on her son. It's just blind stupidity. Li Xiaona clenched her fists in anger. You're so mean. I will move out tomorrow. I can't take this anymore. After saying that, she didn't cook for Zhou Deitao and ran out. Zhou Deitao scratched his greasy hair. Mom, what if she really moves out? Wang Lan took an egg from the cabinet. What are you afraid of? Besides our family, which other family would take her in? If there was one, she would have left long ago. Zhou Deitao thought for a moment and found it reasonable, but he wondered what if she really moved out. Zhou Deitao said, I think she was very confident just now. She wants to marry me. What if she moves to another place and gets taken by someone else? That wouldn't be good. Li Xiaona was the one he liked first. Wang Lan cracked the egg into a bowl and stirred it with chopsticks. She's just stubborn. Don't worry, she won't move out. When has mother ever lied to you? Just wait. Aren't you hungry? I'll fry an egg for you. Nowadays, everyone struggles to eat enough. Someone like Li Xiaona, who can't earn work points, no one wants to keep around just for free meals. Only her son liked her, so he hadn't driven her away. Hearing Wang Lan speak so confidently, Zhou Deitao felt completely at ease. The next day, when Jiang He went to work, he didn't wear the new clothes that Xiaoan bought for him. Instead, he wore an old tank top. It was summer now, very hot outside. The work in the fields was hard, and sweating easily dirted clothes and soil could stain them. He didn't want to ruin his new clothes. Not because they were new, but because Xiaoan gave them to him. When they set out, Xiaoan insisted on going with Jiang He. At first, Jiang He didn't agree, but Xiaoan said she wouldn't work and would wait under the tree until he finished, then they would go home together. Only then did he agree. They walked side by side along the field ridge. Xiaoan asked, I saw you leave last night. What were you doing? She had been thinking about Tang Xinhui all night. She was about to sleep when she heard noises in the yard. She looked out the window and saw Jiang He leave. Jiang He paused. He didn't expect Xiaoan to see him. Every night when he went into the mountains, he waited until everyone was asleep before leaving. I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk, he said, feeling guilty and touching his nose. Xiaoan saw right through him and smiled. Has anyone ever told you that you're not good at lying? Jiang He was silent for a moment, then quickly said, I'll tell you when we get back. He thought for a moment and decided to be honest with Xiaoan, but now wasn't a good time because there were people around. He has recently been going into the mountains every night to hunt wild boar and sell them on the black market. He now has over 1,000 yuan. His business capital is enough, so he plans to buy some rice cheaply to test the waters. Such risky schemes are often looked down upon. But he can't hide this from Joan forever, right? She will find out sooner or later. He has already decided that if Joanne disapproves of his doing this, he will stop and find a proper way to make money. Joanne pouted, saying, You're so secretive. Most likely, Joanne already guessed that he was going into the mountains to hunt wild boar and sell them, just like her, but she sells things taken from her space. Otherwise, where does Jiang He get his money? The last time he took her to a state-run restaurant, she was suspicious. That small amount of work points could barely support a family, so how could he have extra money to eat at a restaurant where the food isn't cheap? Although she wouldn't stop Jiang He, she still had to remind him to be careful. At the field, Jiang He acted like an old father, warning, Stay here and don't run around. I've left the water bottle here. If you're thirsty, just drink. I'm going to work. Joan sat under a tree, nodding. Got it, got it. You go ahead. Jiang He looked worried, but then turned and left the field. The midday sun was very hot, and a few women, feeling too hot, came to sit under the tree for shade. As soon as they arrived, they started gossiping. Aunt Chen, why do you have such dark circles? You look so tired. Didn't sleep well last night? Aunt Chen sighed. Don't mention it. Last night, that Li Jiqing came to cause trouble at the village chief's house late at night. You know, my house is right next to the village chief's. She caused a fuss all night. I couldn't sleep at all. Hearing this, the other women became interested. Who doesn't love gossip? What happened? Tell us. What was she up to? Aunt Chen explained in detail, and Joanne, who was nearby, also heard. It turned out that last night, Li Xiaona went to the village chief's house, throwing a tantrum and demanding that the village chief give her a new place to stay. She said the Zhou family treated her badly, making her do chores and only giving her spoiled corn porridge to eat. She even mentioned that Zhou Dado liked her and wanted to marry her. However, the village chief did not agree because no villagers were willing to take her in, and there was no spare room at his house either. Li Xiaona insisted that the village chief ask again, and she kept arguing until late at night. The village chief was overwhelmed by her persistence and finally said he would ask the villagers once more before she left. I'm telling you, if anyone was willing to take her in, it would be a miracle. My family already took in a young man from the city. You don't know, since he moved in, our food supplies have been running out faster and faster. We're almost starving. He doesn't do any work all day, just earns a few work points. If I had known the city youth residence would collapse, I wouldn't have gone when the village chief called for a meeting. Now I have this troublemaker at home, and I can't just refuse to give him food. What if he starves to death here? Sigh, I don't know when the city youth residence will be repaired. It worries me so much. Sigh, my house does have an extra room, but I don't want her to move in, said an old woman as she came over to enjoy the shade. Xiaoan looked up and saw that she was talking about Zhang Xiuhua, who was Tang Xinhui's mother-in-law. She hadn't forgotten her face. When she was working in the fields before, Xiaoan had seen her pinch Tang Xinhui's arm. Zhang Xiuhua held a fan and fanned herself repeatedly. Zhou Dateo likes her, right? She should just marry him. These city girls coming here are all delicate and picky. It's obvious they haven't suffered enough. My daughter-in-law was just like her at first. Since she married into my family, I've taken good care of her, and she doesn't dare to speak loudly to me, she said proudly, twisting her hips. The other women saw her and quickly lost interest in talking. Before leaving, she added, You, such a mean mother-in-law, will get your comeuppance someday. So unlucky. Bah. Let's go. Girls, time to work. Over the years, everyone in the village knew how Zhang Xiuhua treated Tang Xinhui. How could someone be so mean? Why are they so cruel? Once she was a pretty, fair girl. Now she looks like an old woman in her 70s. Sigh. What a tragedy. Zhang Xiuhua sneered at their backs. A bunch of jealous old women, just envious that I know how to discipline her. I couldn't be bothered with you. She turned her head and met Qiao En's gaze. Oh, Qiao the city girl, you're here too. This Qiao Jiqing is both beautiful and wealthy, much better than Tang Xinhui. It's a pity she is already about to marry into the Jiang family as a daughter-in-law. Otherwise, she might help match her with her own younger son. Qiao En is so obedient, she must be easy to train. Unlike Tang Xinhui, who took a lot of effort to handle. She remembers being scolded many times before she finally gave in. Recently, the Jiang family has been eating meat every day. When she passes by and smells it, she can't help but drool. She's so tempted. Since Tang Xinhui's parents cut ties with her, the family hasn't eaten meat because they can't afford it. Xiaoan pretends to smile and asks, Aunt Zhang, I heard you mention there's an empty room at your house? Zhang Xiuhua nods, then quickly shakes her head. Xiao Jiqing, you wouldn't be thinking of asking me to take in Li Jiqing, would you? That's not possible. Our family already has 6 people, and we can't afford more mouths to feed. Qiaoan really is thinking that way. Yes, I do have that idea. Once Li Xiaona moves into the Li family, it will be much easier for Tang Xinhui to handle her affairs. She won't need to go to the cornfield anymore. The Li family has a bed. It will also help them build a closer relationship. When the time comes, with so many people in the Li family watching, Li Xiaona will have to accept her, even if she doesn't want to. Then you'd better forget about it. I can't agree to let her move in. She doesn't pay rent, so why should I let her eat and stay for free? Zhang Xiuhua is very unwilling. Qiaoan knows she won't agree, so she says, Who says she won't pay rent? I'll help her pay. How about 5 yuan a month? Zhang Xiuhua's eyes light up immediately. Really? But didn't you have a falling out with Li Jiqing? Why are you paying her rent now? Sigh. Qiaoan sighs. She and I have been best friends since we were little. We only said those harsh words in anger. I would never really abandon her. She's now living with the Zhou family, and Zhou Dateo still wants to marry her. Isn't that like a sheep entering a tiger's den? I'm really worried about her. If you agree, I'll give you 5 yuan a month for rent. If not, I'll ask other families. Just 5 yuan. For Li Xiaona's future happiness, she's willing to pay, just for 1 month. When Zhang Xiuhua heard that Xiaoan wanted to ask about other families, she immediately became anxious.
No, no, no.
My house has empty rooms that are not being used. As long as I get the rent, I am happy to let her move in. 5 yuan is just a small amount to Xiaoan, but to Zhang Xiuhua, it is a big sum. She definitely didn't want others to earn that money. It's just about letting Li Xiaona move in. She was very willing. Why not earn some money? Xiaoan smiled and said, that would be great. Then she looked a bit troubled. And Zhang, I need you to talk to the village head. Please don't say that I am only letting Li Xiaona move in because I pay rent. She still isn't willing to reconcile with me and is still upset. If she finds out, she definitely won't move in. Then, you won't get the rent. Zhang Xiuhua originally planned to honestly tell the village head and Li Xiaona, but when she heard that Xiaoan wouldn't get the money, she decided not to say anything. Okay, after work, I will go to the village head's house. But don't change your mind about the 5 yuan. After saying that, Zhang Xiuhua happily twirled her hips and left, humming a little tune. Xiaoan showed a satisfied smile. Zhang he worked quickly. When they returned, everyone else was still working in the fields. Are you hungry? Zhang he asked. Hearing that, Xiaoan realized she was a bit hungry. Aunt hasn't come back yet. Are you planning to cook? I remember you said you didn't know how to cook before. Zhang he took a pack of instant noodles from the cabinet. Even though I don't know how to cook, I can boil some noodles for you and fry a couple of eggs. I will definitely learn how to cook in the future. He boiled some water, waited for it to boil, then added the noodles. In another pot, he poured some oil and cracked in the eggs to fry. Surprisingly, he did a good job, like a professional chef. Xiaoan sat in the yard waiting. Soon, 2 bowls of egg noodles were ready. Xiaoan's bowl had 2 eggs, while Zhang he's only had noodles. She picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of egg, and put it into Zhang he's bowl. We can't finish 2, so 1 each. Then she took a bite of the egg. Although it was a little burnt, the taste was surprisingly good. Zhang he asked carefully, how is it? Is it tasty? Joan took a bite of noodles and a bite of egg, then gave Zhang he a big thumbs up. This is really delicious. I've never had such tasty noodles. You should eat too. The salt was a bit bland and lacked flavor, but it was still very good. Zhang he felt like he had heard those words somewhere before. It seemed that Joan had also said the same thing to Liu Yanjun once. But since he received the compliment, Zhang he felt very happy and picked up his chopsticks to eat eagerly. After a while, Joan patted her round belly and said she couldn't eat anymore. Zhang he naturally took over, used to Joan's small cat-like appetite. After finishing the meal, Zhang he cleared the dishes and went to wash them in the kitchen. After washing up, he came out of the kitchen holding Joan's small hand and led her to the backyard. He looked serious and said, there's something I think I must tell you. I come from a poor family, as you know. So, besides working during the day, I also go into the mountains at night to hunt wild boar and sell them at the black market to make money. But now I plan to buy some things cheaply at the market and sell them for a profit. I don't want you to suffer with me, but if you disagree, I won't do it. He knew he didn't deserve Joan. Her family was so well off, and he was just a country bumpkin. Joan being willing to marry him already made him feel wronged. He wanted to work hard to be worthy of her and give her a comfortable life, not let her suffer with him in the countryside. Zhang he was prepared for Joan to get angry at any moment. He swallowed nervously. Seeing his nervous look, Joan couldn't help but laugh. Why are you so nervous? Since you have the ability to make money, just go ahead and do it. I don't oppose your risky schemes, but you have to be careful. Don't forget, we're getting married next month. You're already a married man. If something happens to you, I wouldn't know what to do. She knew Zhang he had a strong pride. Doing such dangerous things was just to be able to match her. Her family was wealthy and well cared for since childhood, so she didn't lack money. Zhang he only felt more at ease when he had money. Hearing this, Zhang he was a bit stunned. Then he felt happy again. Anan actually didn't oppose his risky plans and even supported him. Zhang he, Anan, don't worry. I will be very careful, so you don't need to be concerned. Now he has no worries and can act freely. Xiao knows that starting a business needs capital. She still has several thousand yuan, but she doesn't plan to give it to Jiang He because he probably won't accept it. Recently, he has been going up the mountain every day to hunt wild boars, so he must have quite a bit of money in his pocket. Therefore, Xiao isn't worried. In the afternoon, Jiang He went to the field to finish the remaining half-acre of land. This time, Xiao didn't go with him. She wandered around the village alone. While walking, she reached the small path outside the village chief's house. She looked inside and saw Li Xiaona had come to the village chief's house again. At the same time, Zhang Xiuhua also arrived. Qiao Jiqing, she greeted warmly when she saw Qiao. Then she went into the yard and told the village chief that her family could take Li Xiaona in. Li Xiaona was overjoyed. Really? That's great. She finally could move out of the disgusting Zhou family's place. But why didn't Aunt Zhang mention earlier that her house had an empty room? Now she only says it, making her suffer unnecessary hardship at Zhou's. Oh well, she decided not to make a fuss about it. Soon she would move in, so she shouldn't ruin the relationship. The village chief's frown suddenly eased. In that case, Li Zhiheng, go back to the Zhou family and pack your things. Follow Li Xiuhua back. Finally, they're sending this troublemaker away. She had caused trouble at home several times today. They told her to wait for notice, but she kept arguing and making noise like a fly buzzing around, making him dizzy. Li Xiaona was about to go back and pack her things when Wang Lan arrived with her son, Zhou Dateo. Xiaoan heard the noise and turned her head to look. She saw Zhou Dateo giving her a leering look. She took a few steps back in disgust. Zhou Dateo's gaze kept sizing up Xiaoan. No woman in this village was prettier than her, not even Li Xiaona. If only she were his wife, ha ha ha. He was determined to make sure Qiao couldn't get out of bed every day. Zhou Dateo stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Too bad, she was already someone else's wife. If Zhou knew what was in his head, full of useless thoughts, she would definitely say, being ugly is one thing, but dreaming big and daring to imitate me. Why don't you just go die? Zhou looked at him and felt more and more disgusted. He was so ugly it was hard to look at, and Zhou Dateo even reached out to pick at something below. It was even more disgusting. What should she do? Her eyes felt unclean. Li Xiaona snorted. Who do you think you are to say no? I've already had enough at your place. I'm going home now to pack my things and move out immediately. Wang Lan thought for a moment and said, No way, you ate so much grain from my house. You still have to help me do more work to pay it back. She didn't expect Li Xiaona to really find a place to move out. Last night, she told Zhou Dateo she had nowhere to go, but today she found a place. When Zhou Dateo heard the news, he was immediately anxious. Wasn't he rushing to find the village chief's house? Li Xiaona is his wife. What will he do if she leaves? Old woman, how dare you say that? What I ate from you is not even food. Even dogs wouldn't eat it. I did so much work at your house, and I didn't even ask for wages. That's already good enough. Now that Li Xiaona had found a place to stay, she spoke to Wang Lan without hesitation. Wang Lan snorted and crossed her arms. I don't care. You ate so much grain from my house, and it's all gone. You have to stay and keep working. Zhou Dateo also agreed. Xiaona, my mother is right. You really should stay. These two shameless people were as bad as Li Xiaona, making Zhou stare in shock. Li Xiaona spat and said, Xiaona, is that you calling me? You fat fool, you like me? Your mouth smells like a sewer, and you look like a worm covered in dirt. Just stop it already, Wang Lan shouted. You little brat, who are you calling? Dare to say my son is like a worm covered in dirt. Look at yourself. No chest, no, and my son wouldn't even look at you. Just enjoy your little secret. Zhou Dateo's face also looked unhappy. The village chief quickly spoke to stop them. Stop, stop, everyone shut up. What's all this fuss about? They were about to send Li Xiaona away when two more people arrived. Wang Lan first said, Village chief, you have to be fair. She ate so much grain at my house, far more than her daily work points. Shouldn't she do some work? Li Xiaona had never seen such a loud and rude woman like Wang Lan. You really are shameless. I may not earn 10 work points every day, but I've stayed at your house for a long time. That counts for a lot. Old woman, you're so old and still acting stubborn. Wang Lan continued speaking to the village chief. Look at her. She dares to curse me. She did it right in front of you. If it were behind my back, she might have already hit me. This old woman. Before the village chief could speak, Zhang Xiuhua jumped in first. Old woman, you need to be reasonable. I saw Li Jiqing eating spoiled food at your house. She didn't get sick, or you'd have to pay her. Besides, she works so hard at your place every day. Even if she ate some meat, it would have been balanced out. Zhang Xiuhua was helping Li Xiaona mainly because of the 5 yuan, or she wouldn't have bothered to speak. Wang Lan pointed at Zhang Xiuhua. What does that have to do with you?
Stay out of it.
Don't think I don't know. You want her to move in, so she can find a wife for your little son. Don't even think about it. This mean old woman, trying to steal a daughter-in-law, and now she's after her. Hearing this, Zhang Xiuhua's eyes widened. She rolled up her sleeves. Get lost. Old woman, when did I say such a thing? I never thought that way. Are you trying to start a fight? Her little son could find any kind of wife he wanted. Why should it be Li Xiaona? If she were as rich as Qiaoan, maybe it wouldn't be impossible. But she wasn't. She was poor and plain, and not as pretty as Tang Xinhui. It was crazy for her to think about Li Xiaona as a daughter-in-law just like the Zhou family did. Wang Lan also rolled up her sleeves. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Come on. The village chief was about to go crazy with anger. Anyone who dares to make noise again will lose work points. Wang Lan, it's true that Li Jiqing ate spoiled food at your house. Now she's moving out, and you have no reason to stop her. Let her go. Li Jiqing isn't your daughter-in-law. If you keep acting like this, the higher-ups will see, and that's illegal. You should learn to behave, and stop causing trouble every day. He turned to Li Xiaona and said, All right, Li Jiqing, hurry up and pack your things. Follow Zhang Xiuhua. Finally, he also told Wang Lan and Zhou Dateo, if you're unhappy with my decision, go talk to the higher-ups yourself. By this point, Wang Lan wasn't stupid, but Li Xiaona clearly was the one her son liked. Now that Zhang Xiuhua had taken her place, it was a big problem. Even if she was upset, she didn't dare to stop her. Going to complain to the authorities was impossible. Li Xiaona smiled proudly and went with Zhang Xiuhua to the Zhou family to pack her things. She thought she finally wouldn't have to suffer at the Zhou family's hands anymore, nor eat spoiled food. Zhang Xiuhua seemed nice. Maybe she would even give her some meat. But what she didn't know was that the Li family was her real trouble. Everyone had left, but Wang Lan and Zhou Dateo still stood stubbornly in the yard. The village chief started to chase them away and closed the yard gate. Finally, everything was quiet. There was no hope left, and Qiaoan didn't stay long. She looked at her watch. Zhang He was probably almost done with his work. She happily headed toward the fields. Wang Lan leaned on Zhou Dateo's arm. Son, you can't blame me. Who knew Zhang Xiuhua would suddenly appear? Zhou Dateo pushed her away. Blame who? Last night, you said she wouldn't leave, and now she's packing her bags. Wang Lan almost fell, but she wasn't angry when Zhou Dateo pushed her. Instead, she coaxed him. Yes, it's all my fault. Don't be mad. I'll go buy some meat for you in the county. Humph. I don't care. Even if Zhang Xiuhua really wants to marry Li Xiaona, she has to go through me first. You figure out a way to bring her here, or I'll cut ties with you. Cut ties? That wouldn't do. Wang Lan quickly said, Don't worry, I'll definitely bring her here for you to play with. You can't cut ties with me. Zhou Dateo was a lucky boy. Because of him, life at home was a bit better. If they cut ties, how would she live in the future? When Qiaoan reached the fields, Zhang He had just finished his work. The sun was very hot, making the man sweat all over. He casually brushed his hair back, wiped the sweat from his face, and then carried his toward the ridge. Zhang immediately rushed into his arms and gave him a big hug. Zhang, he pushed her away. I'm all sweaty. Don't hug me, or you'll get your clothes dirty. Joan stuck close again, snuggling in his arms, her little eyes fixed on his face. I don't mind being dirty. It will wash off later. After saying that, she secretly kissed his cheek. Several people around looked over, but Joan didn't care anymore. They were about to get married. Plus, she and Jiang He were dating. What's wrong with a kiss? She wasn't afraid of others watching. Stop messing around, Jiang He said, turning his head. Joan smiled and rubbed her head against his chest.
What?
Can I kiss you? Jiang He sighed. He couldn't help her. It's okay to kiss, but outside, you should be careful. Many people are watching. He wanted to pat Joan's little head but saw dirt and dust on his hand, so he held back. Be good. I'll kiss you again when we get home. Joan was stubborn. I won't. She pecked his face a few times. If you keep doing that, don't cry when we go back, Jiang He said, fixing her upright. His tone grew a little serious. Thinking about the last time she teased Jiang He inside the house, Joan suddenly behaved herself. Jiang He smiled. Little girl, you can't fool me anymore. As it got darker, Zhang Xiuhua came knocking. Now Li Xiaona had moved into Li's house. She was here to ask for rent. Zhang Xiuhua stood outside the Jiang house and called inside, Joan Jiqing. Joan went out and handed her 5 yuan. Zhang Xiuhua quickly pocketed it, grinning. Oh, I thought you'd forget. Joan said, don't worry. I promised to pay your rent, and I will. That's because you're rich and forgetful. But with your money, I trust you'll pay. All right, since I got the money, I won't bother you anymore. I'll go back now. I'll come for the rent next month. Zhang Xiuhua finished and left. Next month, she still wants to come for the rent?
Dream on.
This month, I'll make Li Xiaona stay with Li Shan as his wife. After dinner, Jiang He went to Joan's room. Joan just finished washing her hair and was drying it when she saw Jiang He come in. She smiled and asked, what's wrong? Jiang He walked over and took the handkerchief from her. Gently, he helped her wipe her hair. I need to go to the county tomorrow morning. Is there anything you want? I can bring it back for you. Joan thought for a moment and shook her head. No, I don't want anything. No wants? Jiang He originally wanted to buy Joan a gift. As a grown man, he didn't really understand what girls liked. After thinking for a while and not coming up with anything, he was worried she might not like what he chose, so he decided to ask directly. Joan didn't lack anything, so she naturally didn't want anything. This made Jiang He quite troubled. Oh, by the way, when you come back, please stop by the post office and see if my package has arrived. If it has, please bring it back, Joan said. On the day she and Jiang He registered their marriage, she wrote a letter asking her family to send some middle and high school textbooks. Considering the time, they should have arrived by now. Jiang He happened to be going to the county, so she wouldn't have to make an extra trip. Jiang He nodded. Yes, I understand. Early the next morning, Jiang He set off for the county. Lu Yanjun and the others also got up and went to work. During this time, Su Yenchen was living quite comfortably thanks to Luo Wenshua. Luo Wenshua not only helped him with chores every day but also brought him meals 3 times a day on time, though she didn't give him money.
Today was the same.
Luo Wenshua brought him breakfast and helped him with work as usual. Su Yenching sat under a tree and opened his lunchbox. Seeing no meat, he thought it was hidden under other dishes, so he used chopsticks to search. But still he saw no meat. His face immediately darkened. Why was there no meat today? It was all vegetarian dishes, with very little oil. The rice wasn't even regular rice but coarse grains mixed with sweet potatoes.
How was he supposed to eat this?
It looked unappetizing. Luo Wenshua noticed he hadn't touched his chopsticks for a while. Yensheng, we don't have meat at home right now.
Please make do with this for now.
I'll go to the county this afternoon to buy some meat, she said. Actually, Luo Wenshua had no money left. The meat and vegetables she had been giving Su Yensheng these days were bought with her savings, which were almost all spent now. Recently, to stay close to Su Yensheng, she didn't go to work at the factory and took 10 days of sick leave. The main reason was Li Xiaona. She was afraid that after she started working in the county, Li Xiaona might take the opportunity to flirt with Su Yensheng again. Someone like her, a tricky girl, should be kept at a distance, right? Su Yensheng now depends on Luo Wenshua to eat enough. Although he was unhappy inside, he still pretended to be okay on the outside. It's fine, Comrade Luo.
I can eat anything.
These days, just being able to fill my stomach is good. I can't be picky. This meal was made by you, and it smells so good. It must taste great. Luo Wenxue was delighted by his words, then lowered her head shyly. We've known each other for so long. Why do you still call me Comrade Luo? You can just call me Wenxue. Su Yansheng understood her feelings, but he didn't plan to seriously date Luo Wenxue. Alright, from now on, I'll call you Sister Wenxue. Luo Wenxue was not pretty and had no money. If she married someone, it would probably be someone like Qiao, and marrying her was impossible. Yansheng, you should know how I feel about you. I like you very much, she said shyly, blushing. She didn't want to just be his sister. She wanted to marry him and become his wife. Wenxue, I know you like me. I like you too. But I don't want things to move too fast. I have nothing now, just a young person sent to the countryside. I work in the fields every day and can't give you a good life. Sigh, he spoke these words with a sense of obligation.
I don't care about that.
You're so capable. When you go back to the city, you'll surely do great things. Right now, you're just temporarily stuck in the countryside. Since they liked each other, why not be together? Luo Wenxue was so happy. It turned out she wasn't the only one who liked him. Su Yansheng liked her too. He gently touched her face and said seriously, No, I can't. I'm a man. If I can't give you a good life and make you happy, then I'm just holding you back. Wenxue, let's talk about this later. When I have money, I will marry you for sure. Luo Wenxue was so moved she almost cried. How could there be such a good man as Su Yansheng in the world? He was handsome, kind, gentle to others, and well-educated. Such a good man. Others would search for him with a lantern, but she was lucky enough to meet him. She is really very lucky. Luo Wenxue hugged him. Yansheng, you are a responsible and caring man. Since that's the case, I will wait for you. You must marry me. Don't worry. You are so good to me, and I am not ungrateful. Besides, I have already fallen for you. You are the only woman in my life. Yansheng Su tried to hold back his urge to push her away. His disgusted expression showed how much he resisted, but Luo Wenxue didn't notice. When Li Xiaona came over and saw the scene, she was furious. She shouted loudly, Luo Wenxue, what are you doing hugging brother Yansheng? Let go of him. Luo Wenxue was still lost in happiness when Li Xiaona arrived and ruined the moment. What are you shouting for? Didn't you learn your lesson last time? Do you want another beating? Yansheng Su didn't notice when Li Xiaona arrived. He stepped in front of her and whispered, Nana, wait for me by the river. Li Xiaona questioned, Brother Yansheng, what is going on between you and her? I'll tell you later. Please go wait by the river now, Yansheng Su urged her. Li Xiaona glared at Luo Wenxue and then looked at Yansheng Su. All right. Just don't make me wait too long. After saying that, she headed toward the river. Luo Wenxue asked, Yansheng, what did you tell her? Yansheng Su looked pained. Wenxue, she likes me, but I don't like her. She keeps pestering me, and I have a terrible headache. It's easy to handle. I'll deal with her. If she dares to bother you again, I'll teach her a lesson, Luo Wenxue said. Yansheng Su replied, That's not right. You're a girl. How can you just hit someone? If others find out, what will they say about you? And what if she hurts you? I would feel heartbroken. So, you help me with the chores first. I'll go talk to her and make her give up on me completely. Luo Wenxue thought he was worried she might hit Li Xiaona, and she felt a little angry. But when she heard the last part, she was happy. It turned out he was just afraid Li Xiaona might hurt her. She knew Yansheng Su would never be swayed by someone like Li Xiaona. Alright, go quickly. I want to clear things up so I can feel at ease. She picked up her and went to work on the land Yansheng Su was responsible for. As soon as Su Yansheng reached the riverbank, Li Xiaona came over and asked, Brother Yan, please tell me clearly. What's really going on between you and Luo Wenxue? Why was she just holding you? She couldn't believe that Su Yansheng would be interested in someone like Luo Wenxue, a country girl, but they were hugging, and Su Yansheng didn't even push her away. Su Yansheng held her hand and said, Nana, I have nothing to do with her. Why would I like a rural girl? She's not better than you in any way. I don't like her. She's just been bothering me and insisting on helping me with chores. Li Xiaona still mattered a little to Su Yansheng, or he wouldn't bother to comfort her. Really, Li Xiaona was half convinced. Su Yansheng clasped his fingers and swore, "Really? Don't you believe me? If I'm lying, let lightning strike me, or I choke on my food, or I get water in my throat and drown." Swearing so fiercely, Li Xiaona quickly covered his mouth, worried something bad might happen. Brother Yen stopped talking. "I believe you. It's just that Oh, Nana, did you get that thing?" Su Yansheng changed the subject. Li Xiaona knew exactly what he meant, an aphrodisiac. She had already bought it from the black market, and the seller even charged her 50 cents extra. But if she really wanted to drug Qiao En, she nodded. Still, she hesitated. Qiao En's father is a commander. What if she reports us? We could get into big trouble. Are we really going to do this? That was her first worry. She also feared that after messing with Qiao En, Su Yansheng might not want her anymore. Su Yansheng said, "Of course we're doing it. Her father is a commander, so what? Once I deal with Qiao En, if I don't marry her, who would want her? Who would marry a woman who's been with another man? In the end, her family will be begging me to marry Qiao En." Li Xiaona thought his words made sense. Yes, most men would mind if their wife had been with someone else, right? Even if Qiao En was rich, it wouldn't matter. Later, Su Yansheng could do whatever he wanted. She could go back to her old life, living comfortably, wearing pretty and fashionable clothes. They decided to act today. On the other side, Tang Xinhui arrived at the Jiang family's house. She knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. The yard was empty, which made her very anxious. "Qiao Jiqing," she called out. "I'm here," came the reply. Tang Xinhui turned around. Qiao En had just gone to the fields to bring water to Lu Yanjun. The weather today was even hotter than yesterday, and she was feeling overwhelmed at home. Now she was just returning with a water jug. "Qiao Jiqing, let's go inside and talk." Qiao En interrupted her, careful to speak quietly because of ears nearby. Qiao En opened the yard gate, and the two sat on a wooden bench. Tang Xinhui spoke first. "Li Xiaona and Su Yansheng are planning to target you tonight." While they talked, Tang Xinhui secretly listened from behind a tree. Qiao En heard this and smiled. Finally, they were coming. She couldn't wait. She was eager to turn Li Xiaona into a true daughter-in-law of Li Shan. "Listen carefully tonight." Qiao En leaned close to Li Xiaona's ear and whispered her plan. Tang Xinhui listened very carefully. Every time Qiao En said something, she nodded. She had never looked forward to anything this much before. If tonight's plan succeeded, she could leave this place. That evening, Li Xiaona was about to go out to find Qiao, and when she saw her walking into the Li family's yard with Tang Xinhui. Why was she here? Could she be coming to ask for peace? Tang Xinhui dared to go out late at night. Zhang Xiuhua, holding a wooden stick, was ready to give her a good scolding. "Shameless. You're not working at home, and you run out late at night. Don't you know how many people are waiting at home to serve you?" Zhang Xiuhua scolded as she came out. When she saw Qiao En, her expression suddenly turned friendly. "Oh, Qiao Jiqing. Why are you here? Are you here to see Li Jiqing?" Li Xiaona had just moved in and came to visit the next day. Could she be worried about being mistreated? Apart from not giving Li Xiaona meat, she had been very hospitable otherwise. "Yes, Aunt Zhang," Qiao En nodded. She then turned to Li Xiaona with a smile and asked, "Nana, are you doing well here? Are you used to it?" Li Xiaona felt that Qiao En's smile was a bit creepy, making her feel cold behind her back. Had Qiao En fallen out with her? Why would she come to see her voluntarily and care about how she was doing at the Li family? She suddenly pulled back, as if she had discovered her own plan. Li Xiaona instinctively swallowed hard. "What do you mean? Why are you suddenly so concerned about me?" Qiao En looked a bit wronged. "Nana, there's nothing wrong with me caring about you. Aren't we good friends?" She stepped forward and took Li Xiaona's hand. "I shouldn't have treated you like that before. I've realized my mistake. I've been reflecting on it these days. Nana, can you forgive me?" This move from Qiao En confused Li Xiaona at first, but she quickly understood that Qiao En was just trying to make peace. She knew Xiao and was just stubborn, but she was good at pretending. She hadn't come to see her for so long. She probably couldn't keep pretending anymore. Li Xiaona sneered silently. Even if Xiaoan was like that, she wouldn't forgive her. She had suffered so much because of her. But in a way, this made things easier for her. All right, since you're so sincere, I forgive you. That's wonderful, Nana, Xiaoan said, withdrawing her hand and subtly wiping her palm. Zhang Xiuhua also smiled. Good to settle things. Friends should forgive each other after a fight. Xiaoan was wealthy and, maybe in the future, when she gave Li Xiaona nice gifts, she could also get some benefits. Tang Xinhui, hurry up and pour a glass of water for Qiao Jiqing, Zhang Xiuhua said, slapping Tang Xinhui on the head. I got it, Tang Xinhui replied obediently, though her eyes showed hidden anger. Li Xiaona saw this and quickly stepped in. Let me do it. Anin is my good friend, I should take care of her. This was her chance. She went into the kitchen, poured a glass of water, and took out a pre-prepared love potion from her pocket, sprinkling it in. She stirred it with chopsticks. She didn't dare add too much, afraid Qiaoan would notice. Just as she was about to carry the drink out, Tang Xinhui suddenly appeared in the kitchen, looking terrified. Ah, there's a snake. What? A snake? Li Xiaona, already feeling guilty, became even more scared. She trembled and asked, Where? Where is the snake? She hadn't seen it just now. Tang Xinhui anxiously said, Li Jiqing, it's crawling toward you. This snake is venomous. If it bites you, even a miracle won't save you. Hurry and come out, Li Xiaona screamed and ran out of the kitchen, accidentally falling down in the process. She staggered to her feet and kept running. After Li Xiaona left the kitchen, Tang Xinhuan quickly poured herself another glass of water, pretending to be surprised by Li Xiaona's switch. Li Jiqing, what happened? Why are you running? Zhang Xiuhua asked. Li Xiaona stammered. There's a snake in the kitchen, Zhang Xiuhua. A snake? I just went into the kitchen and didn't see one. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Hearing this, Li Xiaona instinctively looked at Xiaoan. She hadn't seen the snake herself because she was too scared and ran out immediately. What a coincidence. She had just gone into the kitchen to put the medicine, and Tang Xinhuan came in right after saying there was a snake. Could Xiaoan already know her plan? In the kitchen, Tang Xinhuan squatted down and reached into the bottom of the cabinet to untie a burlap sack, pulling out a real snake. This was the snake Xiaoan had asked her to catch in the mountains. After catching it, she hid it in this sack. For this act, she was a bit impressed with Xiao, and she guessed what Li Xiaona would do. Just as Li Xiaona was suspicious, Tang Xinhuan came out holding a snake. I just saw it wrong. This snake isn't venomous. It just looks too much like a green bamboo snake, she said. Tang Xinhuan held the snake's head, and its tail was tightly wrapped around her arm. Seeing this, Li Xiaona gasped. It was real. Tang Xinhuan hadn't lied, and Xiaoan hadn't discovered her plan. Li Xiaona immediately dismissed her doubts. Fortunately, the snake wasn't venomous. Otherwise, if it had bitten her just now, it would have been bad. Hurry up and throw it out. I think you brought it here, such a bad omen. Zhang Xiuhua also didn't expect there to be a real snake. After Tang Xinhuan disposed of the snake, Li Xiaona dared to return to the kitchen. She carried the water out and handed it to Qiao, and Qiao took it and smiled meaningfully. Nana. Thank you. Li Xiaona stared at the cup in her hand. It's nothing. Just a glass of water. You should drink it quickly. Qiao deliberately took her time, making Li Xiaona anxious. The time she had agreed with brother Yen was almost up. She had to drink it fast. Once she drank it, her task would be halfway done. Seeing the cup almost at Joanne's mouth, she suddenly stopped. Nana, why are you staring at me? Do you want to drink too? She asked on purpose. No, Li Xiaona shook her head. Tang Xinhuan also brought a glass of water from the kitchen. Li Jiqing, you must have been scared by the snake just now. Your mouth looks pale. Drink some water. Hearing that, Li Xiaona felt a bit thirsty. Her throat was sore from screaming earlier. Thank you, comrade Tang Xinhuan. She took the water and gulped it down quickly. Seeing this, Joanne smirked coldly and finished her own water. Li Xiaona kept her eyes on her. When she saw Joan finish drinking, she finally relaxed. Brother Yen was probably waiting in the cornfield now. She needed to send Joanne over before the medicine took effect. And she started to speak, but Joanne interrupted her. Nana, we haven't talked properly in a long time. I want to chat with you. Before she could refuse, Joanne took her hand and led her into her room. Nana, I was wrong these days. I just saw you with Yan Sheng and got jealous, so I treated you like that. I've thought it over now. If you like him, I'll let you have him. We're sisters, and it's sad that we fought like this over a man. Li Xiaona replied casually. No, I won't fight you for a man. Let's forget about it. It's all in the past. Right now, the most important thing was to send Joanne to Brother Yen. She didn't want to listen to her talk nonsense. Joanne kept talking. I can see it. You like Yan Sheng, right? It's okay. I really can let him go. I just hope we can be friends again like before. Li Xiaona couldn't hear her anymore. I really don't like him, and I've already forgiven you, so stop talking about this. For some reason, she felt a bit hot. Maybe it was because today was hotter than yesterday. Gradually, her body felt worse. Her throat was dry, and her legs trembled a little. She became uncontrollably weak and collapsed onto the bed. Joanne had been delaying time, waiting for the medicine to take effect. She stood up and slowly walked to the door, not forgetting to turn back and say to Li Xiaona, "Comradely, you are really a good person." She believed that Li Shan would treat her well, haha. Zhang Xiuhua had already gone back inside and was dozing off. Tang Xinhui had been sitting in the yard waiting. When Xiaoan came out, she immediately stepped forward and whispered, "Li Shan will be back soon." Xiaoan said, "Li Xiaona is already prepared." She and Tang Xinhui helped Li Xiaona into Li Shan's house. Li Xiaona's eyes were half closed, her consciousness unclear, and she was pulling at her clothes randomly. It was so hot. Why was it so hot? Xiaoan wasn't interested in her thin body and simply arranged her comfortably before they left. "I can't stay here. When Li Shan comes back, you stay in the yard and watch over them. Don't let anyone disturb them. I will bring the village head later, so you need to cooperate with me." "Okay," Tang Xinhui nodded. As soon as Xiaoan left, Li Shan returned. He still smelled of alcohol, clearly having drunk quite a bit. "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and bring some water. Are you going to wash my feet?" he shouted as soon as he entered, slapping Tang Xinhui. Xiao Yuan had a fever today and had gone to lie down in the room early. Hearing the noise, she quickly put on her shoes and came out. Bad Daddy was bullying Mommy again. She wanted to go protect her. Although her father would hit her too, as long as she protected her mother wouldn't be in so much pain. When Tang Xinhui saw her, she scolded, "What are you doing out? Hurry back inside, Mom. I don't want Dad to hit you." Xiao Yuan ran over to shield her in front of her. Li Shan didn't hesitate and kicked Xiao Yuan. "You little brat. Seeing you two makes me so annoyed." The little girl fell to the ground and immediately started crying. Tang Xinhui's heart tightened. She felt distressed, but if Xiao Yuan's crying woke Zhang Xiuhua, it would be trouble. "Stop crying. Come back to me, go back inside, and don't come out, understand? If you don't listen, I won't want you anymore." This was the first time Tang Xinhui said such words to Xiao Yuan, but the little girl quickly held back her tears, wiping her eyes desperately. She wanted to cry, but forced herself not to make a sound. She seems to have upset her mother. It's all her fault. Wah wah wah. "Mom, I'll listen to you. I'll go back to my room now. Don't abandon me." After saying this, the little girl ran back inside. Li Shan suddenly grabbed Tang Xinhui's hair from behind and pulled her back. "I told you to write so many letters asking for money. Where is the money? You haven't even seen a shadow of it after so long. If your family doesn't send money soon, I'll beat you to death." "Bah, go get some water." Li Shan let go of her, acting like a boss, and went into the house. Li Xiaona was lying on the bed, gasping for air. Her clothes were almost off and she kept crying out, "So hot. I'm so hot." When Li Shan came in and saw the scene, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Oh my goodness. There was a person lying on the bed, and it was a woman. Could he be hallucinating from drinking too much? Li Shan walked over and reached out to touch her. Her skin was so rough, rougher than Tang Xinhui's. A cold sensation came from her chest. Just as Li Shan was about to pull his hand back, Li Xiaona immediately clung to him, gently biting his earlobe and blowing warm air. Why is this woman so flirtatious? She's tempting him so much, it's driving him crazy. He just wanted to take off his pants and properly teach this seductive woman a lesson. Li Shan pushed her away and ran to lock the door. Li Xiaona then hugged him from behind, unbuttoning his clothes and eagerly kissing him. Outside the house, Tang Xinhui pretended to ask, "Why did you lock the door?" "I haven't even washed your feet yet." She hadn't gone to fetch water. After Li Shan went inside, she stayed outside, listening to the sounds inside. She guessed that the two of them were already involved. Li Shan was a scoundrel she knew well. Seeing a woman in heat on her bed, how could he resist? Get lost. I want to sleep now. Don't bother me, or I'll beat you to death. And you're not allowed to come into the house to sleep tonight. Li Shan was currently lying on Li Xiaona, working hard. He had no mood to wash his feet. Even if he didn't say anything, Tang Xinhui wouldn't go inside. She stayed right there, guarding them, making sure no one disturbed them. After a while, the oil lamp in Zhang Xiuhua's room lit up. She came out and saw Tang Xinhui sitting in the yard, which startled her. "Oh my goodness! You wicked girl, staying up so late. Are you guarding spirits?" Zhang Xiuhua went outside to use the bathroom. When she was startled, she held back her urge, but still went to the toilet. After returning, she scolded Tang Xinhui and then went back to her room. Tang Xinhui watched as the kerosene lamp in the room went out, knowing she had fallen asleep again. Meanwhile, Qiao En had just arrived at the village chief's house to explain her purpose. When the village chief heard this, his face immediately turned grim. He cursed under his breath and, along with a few officials, headed toward Li Shan's house. On the way, many villagers heard the commotion and followed behind to see what was happening. Half an hour later, Qiao En and her group arrived at Li's house. Tang Xinhui saw this and immediately ran over, kneeling outside Li Shan's door. She cried and shouted, "Heaven above! Li Shan, you scoundrel! I am your wife. How could you do such a thing? Open the door for me." Qiao En ran over to help her up. "Comrade Tang Xinhui, don't cry now. The village chief will make sure justice is done." Tang Xinhui cried even harder. "Village chief, I've worked hard at Li's house for years. Li Shan has treated me like this. He's inside with that Li Jiqing. Please help me get justice." She cried so much that she was nose-running and tearful. The village chief looked serious and ordered some officials to break down the door. "Stop. Why are you breaking down my son's door?" Zhang Xiuhua also heard the noise. When she came out and saw a large group of people, she suddenly felt very anxious. She had a bad feeling something terrible was about to happen. Especially seeing Tang Xinhui kneeling outside her son's door, crying as if her parents had just died, she shouted, "Stop crying. You're embarrassing yourself." She turned to the crowd and asked, "Village chief, Qiao Jiqing, why are so many of you here so late at night?" The village chief snorted coldly. "If you open the door, you'll know. Everyone, hurry up and break it down." Bang!
Bang! Bang!
A few officials repeatedly struck the door. The lock was weak, and it was broken open after a few hits. On the bed, two people were embracing each other, both. No one could bear to look. Li Shan was still moving. The villagers who came to see the excitement stared with wide eyes and whispered among themselves. "Oh my, is the woman under Li Shan the Li Jiqing who just moved into his house last night? It's her." These two got together so quickly. Look at Tang Xinhui. When we first arrived, she was kneeling at the door, crying. Li Shan really isn't a good person. He was with other women right in front of his wife. Tang Xinhui is so pitiful. Li Jiqing isn't any better. He was cheating with a married woman and trying to be the third party.
Disgusting.
Everyone was talking. Zhang Xiuhua immediately pushed her way inside and saw what was happening. Her face turned pale. "Stop looking. No one is allowed to watch. Come on, they've done something so shameful." Why are they afraid of others seeing? Zhang Xiuhua said, "It must be Li Xiaona who seduced my husband Li Shan. Otherwise, with his character, he wouldn't do such a thing." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. His character?
How can you say that?
Your Li Shan isn't even a real person. The two on the bed couldn't bear to part. The village chief ordered someone to bring 2 buckets of water and poured them over them. Li Shan was drunk and still tipsy. He didn't even notice when so many people came into the room. When the water was poured on him, he immediately sobered up. Li Xiaona also woke up quickly. She looked at her body, then at Li Shan, and hurriedly covered her chest. "Ah!" she screamed loudly.
Why?
How did she end up with Li Shan? She looked up and saw Qiaowen at the door. Qiaowen smirked at her. Li Xiaona instantly understood. It was Qiaowen and Tang Xinhui. While she was scared by the snake and leaving the kitchen, Tang Xinhui had made her move. The drink Qiaowen gave her was just water, but the one Tang Xinhui handed her was laced with a love potion. Li Xiaona collapsed, covering her head and crying even louder. She had wondered why Qiaowen came to apologize for no reason. Now she knew. Qiaowen had known her plan all along. She had been talking with her inside the house for so long just to wait for the drug to take effect. "You wicked woman, Qiaowen." She wanted to ruin her. What should she do now? So many people were watching. What could she do? Qiaowen looked at her, her smile impossible to hide. She felt so happy. Li Xiaona must be feeling overwhelmed and helpless right now. Heartfelt thoughts about marrying Su Yansheng, but instead, she ended up with Li Shan. Tang Xinhui stepped forward and slapped Li Shan across the face. "Wah! You! I haven't done anything wrong to you all these years, right? And this is how you treat me." She used all her strength in that slap, venting years of built-up anger. Li Shan's mouth was bleeding from the hit. She wasn't afraid that Li Shan might hit back. There were so many people around to support her, so she wasn't worried. "Crazy woman! How dare you hit me? This is going too far," Li Shan shouted, clenched his fists, and tried to punch Tang Xinhui in the face. A few officials quickly stepped in to stop him. "What are you trying to do? To do such a thing and you still want to hit someone?" "Comrade, Tang Xinhui's slap is already enough," the village chief said angrily. Every year, the village fails to get the title of advanced village because of troublemakers like Li Shan, who cause problems all the time. Last year, the village carpenter and shoemaker's daughter had issues, and everyone thought this year might be peaceful and hopeful for the title. But no, Li Shan and Li Xiaona got involved today. The village chief was very angry about this. Tang Xinhui said, "Village chief, you saw it with your own eyes. He did this terrible thing right in front of me. You're the village chief. You must stand up for me." The village chief comforted her. "Don't get too upset. Of course, I will stand up for you. You're the victim here. Tell me what you think." "Of course, I want to report this to the police," Qiaowen said. Hearing this, Zhang Xiuhua's face turned pale like a dead person. "No, you can't report to the police." Reporting to the police? That might get her son killed. Having an affair could lead to execution. If her son died, how could she go on living? Li Shan wasn't in a good state either. He was so scared that his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. He had just been drunk and did some foolish things. Plus, Li Xiaona had actively seduced him. It wasn't really his fault. Qiaowen sneered, "Whether or not to report to the police isn't up to you. Comrade Tang Xinhui is the victim." Zhang Xiuhua glared fiercely at Tang Xinhui. "You little brat, I said no, and I mean no. He's your man. Do you want him to be executed? If you dare report, I will beat you to death." Zhang Xiuhua thought she knew Tang Xinhui very well. Over the years, whatever she said, Tang Xinhui would listen. If she dared to say no, she would be beaten badly. She was sure that if she didn't report, Tang Xinhui wouldn't dare to do so. Then, Tang Xinhui said something that felt like cold water pouring over Zhang Xiuhua's head. "Village chief, I want to report to the police. Men like him should be shot." The village chief nodded. "As you say." A few officials planned to leave immediately for the county police station. Zhang Xiuhua, acting crazy, stopped them and suddenly knelt in front of Tang Xinhui. Tears streamed down her face. Please, I beg you. For the years you've been married, don't let them report to the police. Besides reporting to the police, you can make us do anything else, but he can't die. I beg you. This was the first time Zhang Xiehua begged Tang Xinhui so humbly. Although she was unhappy inside, she was willing to do anything to save Li Shan from being shot. Even if Tang Xinhui asked her to eat dirt, she would do it. Tang Xinhui looked at her calmly, without any emotion. It was ridiculous to think that this harsh mother-in-law, who had beaten her for so many years, would kneel before her someday. But it suited her plan perfectly. All right, I won't report to the police. But I want a divorce from Li Shan, and your Li family must give me 50 yuan as compensation. What? You want to divorce my son? And 50 yuan? We don't have that much money. Why don't you go rob someone? Zhang Xiehua exclaimed in shock, her voice cracking. Since you don't want to, I'll just report to the police and let them handle it. No. We really can't come up with 50 yuan. Please forgive him this once. I promise I'll teach him a good lesson. Zhang Xiehua quickly softened her tone. Tang Xinhui was not stupid. That's impossible. Either I report to the police or get a divorce and money. If you don't agree, just wait for Li Shan to be shot. She was very firm. Zhang Xiehua knew that if she refused, she wouldn't let Li Shan go. So she had no choice but to agree. Fine, I'll give you the money. Tang Xinhui's goal was finally achieved. She could divorce Li Shan and also get some money. She could live a good life with Xiao Yuan and no longer have to endure being beaten and scolded every day. Although Li Shan does not need to be executed, there is another problem waiting for him now. Village Chief, Comrade Tang Xinhui is about to divorce Li Shan. What about Li Xiaona? These two are both cheating. One is unfaithful in marriage, and the other is seducing a married man. If they don't get married, it's illegal and could even lead to execution, Qiaowen said with a mischievous smile, crossing her arms and looking at Li Xiaona. The villagers agreed, saying, Yes, we should tie these two together and stop her from causing trouble. Otherwise, she might someone else's husband again. That woman is quite bold. Li Xiaona was even more overwhelmed when she heard this.
Marie Li Shan. Impossible.
She was supposed to marry Brother Yan, and there was no way she could marry Li Shan. Li Xiaona wailed loudly. I don't want to marry him. Someone like him, a country bumpkin, isn't worthy of me. I would rather die than marry someone like him. Marrying my son is a lucky thing for you. If it weren't for tonight's incident, you wouldn't even be qualified to marry into our Li family, Zhang Xiehua thought to herself, considering that Li Shan marrying Li Xiaona might not be a bad idea. Anyway, Tang Xinhui couldn't get any more money out of her, so it might be better to remarry.
Li Xiaona was from the city.
Since she knew someone like Qiaowen, a young lady from a wealthy family, her family must be quite well off too. But Li Xiaona looked very fiery and had a bad temper. For Zhang Xiehua, that was not a problem. She thought, a little discipline, maybe a few slaps, and she'll listen. Thinking about how Li Xiaona could get money from her family, Zhang Xiehua increasingly thought that Li Shan divorcing Tang Xinhui might be a good thing. What she didn't know was that Li Xiaona's father was just a factory worker, and her mother was unemployed. Their family valued boys over girls, and she was the only girl, so she wasn't very loved. Qiaowen, whether you marry or not is not up to you. Who told you to be so bored and climb into someone else's bed? Li Xiaona wanted to rush over and tear her apart, but she wasn't dressed and didn't want others to see her. She could only sit on the bed, gripping the quilt tightly with her nails, and shouted, Qiaowen, it's all your fault. You gave me the love potion, you wicked woman. Qiaowen thought to herself and said slowly, You can eat your food carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. This love potion was actually prepared by Li Xiaona herself, but it was just swapped by Tang Xinhui. She was probably willing to drink the water herself, so how can it be said to be her fault? Do you dare to say you did nothing? You're so cruel. What did I do to make you hate me so much? How could you come up with such a plan to hurt me? Li Xiaona shouted angrily, glaring at Qiaowen. But she caught sight of a familiar figure in the crowd. Her heart skipped a beat. It was Su Yansheng, standing outside, looking at Li Xiaona with surprise. It seemed to say, Nana, I didn't expect you to do such a thing. I'm so disappointed in you. Yensheng Gijai, Li Xiaona wanted to go over and explain to Su Yensheng, but he looked at her with disappointment and turned away. Yensheng Gij. It's not like that, it's not like that. Please listen to my explanation, don't go, okay? Li Xiaona cried out desperately. Yensheng never looked back at her once. She couldn't bear the anymore and fainted completely. Before fainting, all she could think was, it's over, I'm done for. Yensheng won't want me anymore. Why is Li Jiqing still fainted? Should we take her to the hospital? A villager asked. Who cares? She's part of the Li family anyway. Whether she goes to the hospital or not, it doesn't matter to us. We should be careful not to bring bad luck on ourselves, someone replied. Xiaoan said, I think she must be happily fainted. Of course she was happy. She was about to marry Li Shan, and she still had many blessings to enjoy in the future. Everyone asked, where do you see she's happy? Since Tang Xinhui chose not to report to the police, I won't say anything. But from today on, your Li family will all do the hardest, most tiring work, and your work credits will be cut in half. The village chief's decision was final. He was still angry about the village not being advanced. There are always a few troublemakers every year. Village chief said, all right, the matter is settled. Everyone disperse. Tomorrow you have to go to work again. Don't cause trouble. Go home and sleep. Everyone started to leave. With the village chief gone, Zhang Xiuhua became even more arrogant. You little brat, why are you still hanging around here? Aren't you supposed to divorce my son? Do you still want to stay here for one more night? Tang Xinhui was no longer afraid of her. Old woman, try scolding me again? If I get upset, believe it or not, I will tell the village chief I changed my mind and insist on sending Li Shan, that troublemaker, to the police station. You. Zhang Xiuhua was choked by her words. This is serious now. The stubborn girl dares to talk to her like this. Qiao kindly said, you have nowhere to go tonight. Why don't you come back to the Jiang family with me? It's too late to let Tang Xinhui and Xiao Yuan sleep outside. Later, she would let them share a room with her for one night, and they could figure out the rest tomorrow morning. Tang Xinhui was very grateful. Thank you, Enan. She went to Xiao Yuan's room. The little girl was sitting on the bed, holding back tears. Tang Xinhui ran over and hugged her. Xiao Yuan, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Xiao Yuan raised her little hand and wrapped it around her neck.
Mom.
I just heard you crying, and I heard many people talking. Did they bully you? Tears welled up in Tang Xinhui's eyes. She gently wiped Xiao Yuan's tears. They are all helping Mom. Mom and Dad are getting a divorce. We will leave the Li family now, and from now on, just the two of us will live together. No one will hit us anymore. Mom, are you really going to divorce Dad? Xiao Yuan asked. Of course. Don't you want to stay in this home? Xiao Yuan shook her head vigorously. Dad and Grandma have been bullying us. Mom, I don't want Dad anymore. I don't like this home. I don't like them. I like Mom the most. Wherever Mom goes, I will go too. The mother and daughter hugged and cried for a while before packing their belongings and leaving. They only had a few pieces of clothing. Zhang Xiuhua stepped forward to grab their bags.
Tang Xinhui Sidet's pet.
What are you doing? I want to see if you took anything from my family. Anything that belongs to my Li family, you are not allowed to take, Tang Xinhui replied. Don't worry. I wouldn't want anything from the Li family anyway. Li Shan hadn't bought her anything over the years. Even the clothes she brought when she moved to the countryside were eventually sold by Zhang Xiuhua to others. These items in the bag were all handmade by her, sewn with her own needle and thread. Tang Xinhui held Xiao Yuan's hand and followed Xiao, and to the Jiang family. Su Yensheng was walking through the village, feeling very annoyed. He had agreed to meet at the cornfield at a set time, waiting for Li Xiaona to bring Qiaoan over. But he had been waiting for over an hour with no sign of her. He felt frustrated, but then saw many villagers heading toward Li's house. He wondered if something had gone wrong at Li Xiaona's place. So he followed to see what was happening. It turned out that Li Xiaona, a foolish girl, had actually gone off with Li Shan. The first thing Su Yensheng saw made him feel sick. She couldn't even handle such a small task, so how could he trust her with anything else? Xiaoan was standing there safe and sound, but she had ruined herself. What a fool. Now the plan had failed, and he would have to think of a new one. Li Xiaona was no longer useful, so he decided to let her go her own way. She was too stupid to help. Su Yanqing still planned to get Xiaoan to agree, then use some money to buy better clothes and ask her family to help bring him back to the city. But now, forget about the clothes, and going back to the city was impossible. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. When the three of them returned to the Jiang house, Lu Yanjun and the others were already asleep. Jiang, he was outside in the yard, washing Xiao An's clothes by hand. Seeing Xiao An bring someone back, he looked up. Xiao An wanted to ask him if it was okay to have her two friends stay over. But when she saw what he was washing, her face instantly turned red. She hurried over and snatched the clothes back. This doesn't need your help. I can wash it myself. She held the clothes for just a few seconds before Jiang he took them again. It's okay. You'll marry me eventually anyway. Why not help wash your clothes? After saying that, he turned to Tang Xinhui and politely said, "Hello." Then he continued washing the clothes. Tang Xinhui responded, "Hello, Comrade Jiang." Thinking to herself, it seemed like these two had a good relationship. Jiang he even helped wash Xiao An's intimate clothes. Xiao An blushed with embarrassment, leading Tang Xinhui and Xiao Yuan into her room. She couldn't let them stand outside all the time. Then she went out again and sat beside Jiang He. I took her back without asking for your opinion. Please don't mind. Tang Xinhui is getting divorced from Li Shan tomorrow. She has nowhere to stay tonight, so I thought I would bring her home to stay for a night. Please don't be angry." Upon hearing this, Jiang he paused his actions and softly said, "This is also your home. You don't need to ask for my opinion, and I won't be angry. You can bring anyone back, as long as it's not a man." Xiao An daringly asked, "Can I bring a man back? What do you think?" "I think yes. Try bringing one back and see." Jiang he looked at her with a dark gaze. "I think you just need a lesson." Just as he moved closer, Xiao An knew what he wanted to do. She stood up and ran away. "I'm sorry. Take your time washing. I won't bother you anymore." Tang Xinhui and Xiao Yuan are still here. If they see, will her face be ruined? Jiang he chuckled softly and continued with his work. Xiao An went back inside, her cheeks slightly red. Tang Xinhui and her daughter were covered in dirt and felt embarrassed to sit on Xiao An's bed, so they just stood inside the room. Xiao An said, "There is hot water in the kitchen, enough for you. Go to the backyard and take a shower, then change into clean clothes. The kitchen is outside. Do you want me to take you?" Tang Xinhui quickly waved her hand. No, we can go by ourselves. Xiao An had helped her so much already. She didn't want to trouble her further. "All right then, go ahead. I'll make a bed on the floor." Xiao An's bed was too small for 3 people. Only 2 could sleep on it, so one had to sleep on the ground. The Jiang family didn't have extra rooms either. Tang Xinhui and Xiao Yuan took the hot water to the backyard. Xiao An laid out a quilt on the floor, but it felt uncomfortable, so she added another one until she was satisfied. That night, Xiao An slept on the bed, while Tang Xinhui and Xiao Yuan slept on the ground. Xiao An wanted Xiao Yuan to sleep with her, but Tang Xinhui said it would be too crowded. Xiao Yuan liked to move around when sleeping, which might disturb her, so they decided to sleep on the ground. Soon, Xiao Yuan fell into a deep sleep. Tang Xinhui felt a mix of emotions, mostly excitement, and she didn't feel sleepy at all. "Anan, can I call you that?" Tang Xinhui whispered to Xiao An. "Sure, I'll call you Huan Huan then," Xiao An said as she turned over and faced her. It had been a long time since anyone called her that name. When her parents still loved her, they also called her that. Thinking about this, Tang Xinhui's eyes started to turn red. She wished she hadn't secretly married in the countryside. If she hadn't done that, her parents wouldn't have rejected her and cut ties with her. At first, she thought that since her parents loved her so much, they would accept Li Shan. But then she realized she was wrong. What's wrong? Even though Tang Xinhui was holding back tears and trying not to cry out loud, Xiao An noticed. Tang Xinhui said, I miss home, and tears started to fall. but she no longer had a home. Maybe her parents had already forgotten about her. Hearing this, Xiaoan also started to feel a little homesick. In her second life, she hadn't returned to Jing City yet. It had been a long time since she saw her parents and brothers. Once she married Jiang He, she planned to take him back to Jing City. Maybe her parents just have some difficulties. If they miss you, go back and see them. Don't leave any regrets, Xiaoan said, knowing her family situation, which Feng Hong had told her about before. But she was curious. Her parents loved her very much, so why did they cut ties in anger? Maybe they were really upset. They had spoiled her for so many years, and then she married in the countryside without telling them. If it were her, she'd be angry too. Thinking this way, it wasn't impossible. They probably don't want to see me. Maybe I should just forget it. Tang Xinhui felt her parents must dislike her a lot, and with her current look, she didn't dare to face them. She was no longer the pretty girl she used to be. Now, she looked just like the older women in the village. Xiaoan didn't say much. When Tang Xinhui wanted to go back, she would go back naturally. Let's not talk about this anymore, Anan. I want to thank you again. If it weren't for your good idea, I might have been stuck in the Li family for the rest of my life. If there is anything I can help you with in the future, just tell me. Although I don't have much right now and may not be able to help financially, I will definitely do what I can to support you. Joan smiled and said, Okay, if I have any problems in the future, I will definitely come to you. Joan was just saying this. There was nothing she needed help with from Tang Xinhui. They talked for a while, but Joan was very tired. She yawned and said, Huan, let's go to sleep. I'm tired, and you should sleep soon too. Don't forget you have to go to the county tomorrow to handle the divorce with Li Shan. After saying that, she adjusted to a comfortable sleeping position and showed Tang Xinhui how to fall asleep in 3 seconds. Tang Xinhui wondered, is this what they call the 3-second sleep method? It was already late, and she really should sleep now. With excitement in her heart, she gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Tang Xinhui took her marriage certificate and went to the county. On the ox cart, she sat far away from Li Shan. If it weren't for the quick divorce, she wouldn't want to ride the same cart with him. At 10 o'clock, Joan finally got out of bed. She had stayed up too late talking with Tang Xinhui last night and still felt a little sleepy. She stepped out of the house, finished washing up, and saw Jiang He cooking in the kitchen. She went over and asked, What are you doing? Jiang He was chopping eggplant. When he saw Joan, he washed his hands and took a steamed bun from the steamer, handing it to Joan. You're awake now, probably hungry. Eat this first to fill your stomach. The dishes will be ready soon. This was a bun he made himself, kneaded from his own dough. Joan took it and took a bite. It was soft and had a faint sweetness. Jiang He said, I added a little sugar. Joan was really hungry, so she took another bite and asked curiously, Aren't you going to work in the fields today? Usually, Jiang He was working in the fields at this time.
He shook his head.
I need to go, but I'm worried you'll be hungry, so I'll come back and cook for you. Look at what a wonderful man he is. Joan casually picked up a book and sat on a chair to read. She knew all the knowledge inside and could recite it backwards and forwards. The books were just for Jiang He to study. From now on, they needed to read for 2 hours every day, as the National College entrance exam was only 2 years away. When Jiang He finished cooking and called her, she saw Joan sitting at the table, holding a book, looking very focused and reading with great interest. The sunlight shone through the window, making her look peaceful and beautiful. Dinner is ready. Joan was so absorbed in her reading that she didn't notice when he arrived. She looked up when she heard his voice. She smiled at Jiang He. Some textbooks were sent from my family. From now on, we will read and study together every day. Jiang He was surprised. Read books? Yes, Joan nodded, closing the book in her hands. She took Jiang He's hand, and they left the house together. Jiang He didn't understand why Joan suddenly wanted him to read. Was she upset that he was uneducated and embarrassed her? But Joan's family was full of intellectuals, while he only had a primary school diploma and never went to middle school. He really felt he was letting her down. Because they didn't have much money and there was so much work in the fields, he wondered what good reading would do. It wouldn't fill his stomach, so he might as well earn 10 points in the fields every day. However, since Joan asked him to read, he decided to do it. Since waking up, Joan hadn't seen Xiao Yuan. She guessed he went to the county with Tang Xinhuan. Jiang he cooked 3 dishes: stir-fried eggplant, garlic stalks with sliced meat, and mushroom soup. Joan picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth, saying, "It smells so good." "You learned so quickly. You really have some skill." The taste was only slightly worse than Liu Yanjun's, and it didn't seem like a beginner's cooking at all. They ate bread as their main food along with the dishes. Seeing Jiang he pick up the water jug to go out, Joan asked, "Aren't you eating?" Jiang he turned back, "I've already eaten." "You finish your meal and leave it there. I'll clean it up when I come back." He left the house and went to the fields. Joan only ate 1 piece of bread and felt full. She didn't listen to Jiang He's words and cleaned up the dishes in the kitchen, then wiped the table. She sat alone in the yard. Soon, the yard gate was knocked, and it was Tang Xinhuan and Xiao Yuan returning. Zhang Xiuhua sold many things from her home, and with the money she had saved, she managed to give Tang Xinhui 50 yuan. "You're back. You haven't eaten yet, have you? There's food in the kitchen." "I just finished eating, and it's still warm." Tang Xinhui, "And I plan to leave soon." Xiao frowned slightly. "Leave? Where to?" She had originally planned to wait until Tang Xinhui returned from the county and then help her find a place to stay.
Tang Xinhui smiled bitterly.
"I want to take Xiao Yuan home to see them. Even if my parents really don't want me, I don't expect anything. This is my fault after all. Just being able to see my parents from afar makes me happy. I also want Xiao Yuan to see what her grandparents look like." On the way back, Tang Xinhui had already made up her mind. She thought Xiao Yuan was right. Life is short, so why leave regrets? She wanted to go home, see her parents. Xiao Yuan has grown up, but she hasn't met them yet. Maybe, as Xiao Yuan said, they have some difficulties? What if her parents really don't want her? No matter the outcome, she must go back. Xiao Yuan respected her decision and smiled. "All right, since you've decided, go and see them. If it really doesn't work out, do you remember what I told you before?" When Xiao Yuan decided to help Tang Xinhui divorce, she said she would find her a place to live and a good job. That promise still stands. Tang Xinhui's eyes welled with tears. She would never forget. She said nothing, just bowed deeply to Xiao, and words couldn't express her gratitude. Xiao Yuan also bowed to Xiao Yuan, mimicking Tang Xinhui. Tang Xinhui packed her bag. Xiao Yuan took some canned food, apples, candies, and bread from her space, giving them to her for the road. "No need. Zhang Xiuhua already paid me 50 yuan. Tang Xinhui refused. Xiao Yuan insisted.
"Take it.
"These things are nothing. You'll need money on the road." Xiao Yuan didn't give her money or notes, and she wouldn't accept them. Finally, Tang Xinhui and Xiao Yuan expressed their thanks to Xiao Yuan once more, then set off. Xiao Yuan stood at the gate of the yard, watching them leave. She had a strong feeling that good things would happen when Tang Xinhui returned this time. After they left, Xiao Yuan went back to the yard to enjoy the sun and snack on sunflower seeds. But she felt so nervous, and the more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. What she didn't know was that a military green off-road vehicle was speeding towards Xiaoxi village. That evening, Zhang he entered Xiao Yuan's house, walking with his hands behind his back, looking very mysterious. "What's wrong? Are you hiding something good?" Xiao Yuan asked. She could guess easily that it was probably a gift Jiang he gave her, but she played along and pretended not to know. Jiang he came over and took out a pair of small, red glass water drop earrings with metal hooks. Xiao Yuan looked at them carefully, surprised. "Wow, they're so beautiful. Where did you buy them?" Jiang, he looked nervous. "I bought them from the black market. They looked nice, so I bought them." "Do you like them?" He had been wandering around the street after finishing his work yesterday, but couldn't find anything nice. He wanted to buy a traditional dress for Xiao Yuan, but she already had many, so she probably wouldn't like it. Since he couldn't find anything on the street, he went to the black market and finally found these earrings. He liked them at first sight. Xiao Yuan kissed his lips. "Of course I like them. Help me put them on." Jiang he had good taste. She really liked these earrings. The color and design were beautiful. They would be perfect for her wedding day, especially since they were red and festive. Jong-hee carefully held the earrings close to her ears, trying to put them on, but they wouldn't go in. Chowan asked, "Is my earlobe blocked?" Jong-hee shook his head. "No, I'm worried you might hurt yourself." He thought that since the hole was so small, if he was careless and didn't align it properly, Chowan would definitely feel pain. Chowan thought, "Let me do it. Just putting on earrings. What's there to be afraid of?" She quickly put them on, looked in the mirror, and watched the small red water drops sway with her movements. Under the light, they looked clear and shiny. Chowan was naturally beautiful, and after wearing the earrings, she looked even more charming. "Do I look good?" she asked with a smile, turning around. Jong-hee looked at her with surprise and said, "You look beautiful." He gently touched her smooth, white face with his finger. Then his gaze fell on her smiling lips, making his eyes look deeper. He leaned down and kissed her lips. Surprised by the sudden kiss, Chowan paused for a moment, then responded passionately. Jong-hee held her waist tightly and deepened the kiss. After a long while, he released her. Chowan's face was slightly red, her eyes dreamy and moist, staring at him intently. At this moment, Chowan looked like a fresh red rose with dew, beautiful and charming, making people want to pick her. Jong-hee's throat felt dry, and he moved closer again. They were so close that they could feel each other's warm breath. "Enin." Jong-hee's voice was low and hoarse, full of strong feelings. Hearing this, Chowan felt shy and a little nervous. "I'm here." Her voice was soft and gentle, like a gentle touch that stirred his heart. Jong-hee's eyes darkened even more, wanting to kiss her again. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, breaking the intimate atmosphere. Both looked toward the door at the same time. Chowan felt a bit embarrassed, like she was caught doing something she shouldn't, and quickly pushed Jong-hee away. Fortunately, no one came in. Jong-hee suppressed his feelings and softly said, "It's late now. You should go to sleep." "I'll leave first." Chowan nodded. Jong-hee left and closed the door. Loo Yan-jun immediately stepped forward and slapped his back. "Come here." She pulled Jong-hee to the backyard. "What were you doing in Anin's room just now?" "Don't think I don't know. We're about to get married, and you should be able to control yourself." Loo Yan-jun thought Jong-hee was usually calm, so why was he like this with Anin? Although they had registered their marriage, they weren't officially married yet, right? What if she's scared Anin? In the village, guys in their 20s were already busy with their own lives. Jong-hee, at his age, hadn't even held a woman's hand. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty, but he didn't blame her. It's normal for men to think about women, but they should also control themselves. Loo Yan-jun said, "Be patient. Remember that, okay? Otherwise, Anin might run away in fear. When that happens, see where you'll cry." Jong-hee, he's been holding back already. Loo Yan-jun said a few more words to him before going back to sleep. Before leaving, she also asked him to chop firewood before he slept. The next day at noon, Chowan was sitting in the yard reading a book. The door was knocked from outside. She thought Jong-hee had returned. She ran over quickly and opened the door, giving the visitor a big hug. She sweetly said, "Her, are you back to cook for me?" Seeing that the other person didn't respond at all, Chowan buried her head in his chest and rubbed against him. "Why don't you say?" But she noticed a strange smell. She sniffed and recognized the familiar scent, which made her think of her mother, Shunzi. Chowan. Could it really be? Thinking about this possibility, she slowly looked up. Sure enough, it was her mother. Standing nearby was her father, Xiao Shang. Shunzi looked at her daughter's actions and couldn't imagine that her precious girl was acting so affectionately toward that man called Jong-hee. When she received the letter Chowan wrote, she and Xiao Shang immediately put down their work and drove over overnight, without stopping. When they arrived at the Jiqing courtyard, several people were building a house, but no one was inside. A kind villager told her that recently, the Jiqing's yard had collapsed, and the young workers had moved into villagers' homes. Hearing this, the couple's hearts trembled a little, but they were relieved that Chowan was safe. Later, They found out that Xiaoan was staying at Jiang He's house and had followed the villagers' directions to get there. Shenzi couldn't believe how her daughter had changed. She was so unreserved, living in someone else's house before marriage. And this marriage, they didn't agree to it. Seeing the angry looks in their eyes, Xiaoan suddenly felt what it was like to be overwhelmed by family ties. She stammered, Mom, Dad, why are you here? Why didn't they tell her in advance? She was completely unprepared. Shenzi's face was cold. Xiaoan, do you still have the nerve to ask? Explain clearly. What does that letter mean? What's going on with you and that boy named Jianghe? Joan, is it possible not to be afraid? Shenzi's anger was like a volcano about to erupt. Joan was afraid to get too close, worried she might be burned to ashes. Look at Jiangshang. Although he was smiling on the surface, he was hiding a lot of anger underneath. He was definitely a smiling tiger. The army green SUV parked at the Jiang family's gate was very eye-catching. Many villagers came over to look around. Oh my, that's a car. It's parked right at the Jiang family's door. Could it be a wealthy, distant relative? Only rich people could afford such a car. A village woman said, You're late. The couple here are actually Joan Jiying's parents. I arrived early and just heard Joan Jiying calling them. Hearing this, the villagers gasped. Joan Jiying's family is so rich. Everyone was surprised. They had thought Joan's parents were just small officials in the city. But could a small official buy such a car? It must be a high-ranking official. All the money in the village combined wouldn't be enough to buy a part of that car. Joan looked as miserable as a bitter gourd, unsure how to tell Shenzi. She was afraid that if she spoke, Shenzi would get even angrier. Joan hesitated, and Shenzi's face grew colder, on the verge of losing her temper.
Speak.
Are you mute? Jiang Shang's smile deepened, making Joan sweat cold. It was fine if he didn't smile. Everything would be fine.
But when he smiled like that,
Joan could only imagine where she would be buried after she died. She swallowed hard and carefully said, Mom, I just did what the letter said. Shenzi's face turned red with anger. She reached out and pinched Joan's ear. You really dare to do this. We shouldn't have let you go to the countryside to be a youth. Now look at you, forcing someone to marry you. Shenzi saw that Joan's letter said she had forced Jianghe, and at first, she didn't believe it. Her precious daughter had always been well-educated, obedient, and well-behaved. How could she do such a thing? Only after hearing Joan say it herself did she finally believe it. This girl has been working in the countryside for so long. What has she really learned? The Qiao family has always been very fond of Qiao, and Shenzi has never hit her, only scolded her a few times. Although her ear was pinched, Qiaoan didn't feel any pain because Shenzi was gentle. Qiaoan begged, Mom, I was wrong, really wrong. There are so many people watching. Please stay calm and don't make a joke of yourself. Hearing this, Shenzi looked around and then let go of her. Xiao Shang looked inside the house, but didn't see anyone from the Jiang family. Where is that brat? Is he hiding because he's scared? What kind of eyes doesn't it have?
She chose such a timid man.
He and Shenzi already disagreed before, and now they disagreed even more. They had been standing here for a long time, but the boy was nowhere to be seen. It was obvious he was irresponsible and lacked courage. How could someone like that marry Anan? Xiaoan held his hand and swung it back and forth. Dad, he has a name. He's not called a brat. His name is Jianghe. He'll be back soon. Qiao Shang. Shenzi. Oh, now she's defending him. Seeing this, Qiaoan tried to comfort them. Don't be angry, Mom and Dad. When he comes back and you see him, you'll like him too. Just as he finished speaking, Jianghe arrived from the fields. Seeing a big crowd gathered at his door, he thought something had happened to Qiaoan. He immediately pulled Qiaoan behind him and said sternly, Come at me if you have something to say. Bullying a young girl. What's that about? He had seen from afar that these two people were surrounding Qiaoan and heard them talking, which made him very angry. He also saw Qiaoan's ear being pinched, though he didn't know what was going on. But bullying her was okay. Bullying his wife was not. Qiaoan. She quickly tugged at Jiang He's sleeve and softly said, "These are my parents." Jiang He's body trembled, unable to react, as if he was frozen. He couldn't believe that this woman, who looked only about 20, was actually Qiao En's mother. Shenzi was over 50 this year, but she didn't look old. She paid close attention to her appearance and kept herself well-maintained, which made her look younger. She loves Chong Sams very much. Today, she is wearing a white one embroidered with her favorite roses, making her look elegant and graceful. She also put on makeup, with delicate eyebrows and red lips. No wonder Jiang, he thought she was only in her 20s. At first, he didn't have time to look carefully, but now he noticed that Qiaoen looks very similar to her. Shenzi and Xiaoshang had been watching Jiang He since he arrived. He has a good appearance, no wonder, and likes him so much. But being handsome can't fill your stomach, right? Shenzi was the first to speak. "You are Jiang He, right?" "I am Qiaoen's mother." Her tone was less angry than when she was talking to Qiaoen. She still maintained politeness because Jiang He was forced by an and he is the victim. Xiao Shang said, "Nice to meet you. I am her father." Jiang He's palms were sweaty with nervousness. He had imagined what it would be like to meet Qiao En's family, but he never expected it to be like this. Thinking about his recent behavior, he quickly apologized. "Sorry, uncle and auntie. I didn't know you were Anne's parents. I was too impulsive just now. Sorry, that kid called them so familiarly." Xiao Shang was about to say something, but Qiaoen stepped in front of Jiang He to protect him. "Aher is innocent. This is all my fault. Mom and Dad, please don't blame him." Xiao Shang was speechless. Shenzi looked at Jiang He behind Qiaoen and then at Qiaoen herself, her face turning grim. "Qiaoen, come here." She was really angry. Qiaoen didn't dare to resist her and looked at Jiang He with reluctance, then obediently went to Shenzi's side. Jiang He is so good. Her parents will accept him eventually. It's just a matter of time. If she argues now, it will only make them dislike him more. Jiang He wanted to hold her back, but with Xiao Shang watching, he didn't dare to do anything too much. "Oh dear, what's going on? Why is the air so tense? Dear, don't just stand at the door. Come in and sit." Lu Yanjun was working in the field when a villager ran over to tell her that Qiao En's parents had arrived. She quickly put down her work and ran back. She glared at Jiang He. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pour some water. This young man, he didn't even invite us in for a sit-down or to be properly hosted. My husband and I traveled such a long way, and now we're just standing at the door. It's really not polite. Come in, let's go inside and talk," Lu Yanjun said kindly. Jiang He wanted to make some tea, but he looked everywhere and couldn't find any tea leaves, probably ran out. So, he only poured 2 glasses of plain water. "Dear family, you've come such a long way. You probably haven't eaten well, right? Wait a moment, I'll show you what I can cook," Lu Yanjun said as she rolled up her sleeves, ready to cook. Qiaoen also said, "Mom, Andy's cooking is so good. It's 100 times better than the chefs at restaurants." "Shut up." Shenzi shot a sharp look and Qiaoen immediately stopped talking. She looked at Lu Yanjun and politely smiled. "Big sister, no need to trouble yourself. We came just for an in. We'll leave soon after." "Why leave so quickly? You've come all this way. Why not stay here for a couple of days? Rest a bit after your long journey," Lu Yanjun suggested, hoping they'd stay longer. She also wanted to show off her cooking skills. But Shenzi refused. "Really, no need to bother. Honestly, I won't beat around the bush. Anin is still very young, not mature enough, and she doesn't think about the consequences of her actions. My husband and I don't want her to marry so early. We came here to discuss 2 children's marriages and then take her back to Beijing." She didn't say it directly in front of Jiang He because she didn't want to hurt his feelings or damage his pride. Shenzi's daughter can have any kind of man she wants, but she chose a poor, rural man with nothing. She doesn't look down on the poor, it's just that Anin has been cherished by their whole family since she was young. She's never suffered any hardship, always had the best food and clothes. With Jiang He's family background, How could she be sure about letting her daughter marry into such a family? She simply couldn't agree. When Jiang He heard Xiao and was leaving, he panicked instantly. He wanted to say something but didn't know how to start, only feeling anxious. He knew they looked down on him, thought he was too poor, and couldn't give Xiao a good future. But he was determined to try his best. Recently, whenever he has free time, he goes to the black market to buy and sell things, earning quite a lot. Now he has over $5,000. Just a little more time, and he will surely make Joan happy. Joan is also worried. Mom, I don't want to leave. She doesn't want to leave Jianghe. Shenzi frowns. Jing City is your home. When we go back, I will talk to you properly. Then she turns and glares at Qiao Shang. Qiao Shang. Why are you glaring at me? I didn't make you angry. He looks at his wife's face and wisely turns the car around. Although Qiao Shang appears very authoritative outside, he is actually a strict family man who is afraid of his wife. If Shenzi says one thing, he dares not say another. If she asks him to go east, he won't go west. Whatever Shenzi says is right. If he dares to disagree, he might have to kneel all day, which is nothing compared to his happiness. Their love has lasted for decades and is still as strong as when they first fell in love. Xiao Shang sits in the driver's seat, presses the horn to signal Shenzi that they are ready to leave. Then we will go now. Thank you for taking care of it in these days, Shenzi says as she stands up and thanks Lu Yanjun. Without caring about Joan's struggles, she pulls her hand and walks out. Mom, I don't want to go. I don't want to. Joan struggles, but she is delicate and weak, so she can't resist Shenzi. If she really goes back, she might never see Jianghe again, so she can't go. Jianghe also can't think about that now. He runs over and holds Joan's other hand. He promises Shenzi, Annie, please believe me. I will treat Inan well in the future. I will work hard to earn money and become successful. I won't let Inan suffer even a little. Please don't take her away. Jianghe has never begged anyone before, but for Joan, he is willing to kneel. Lu Yanjun also comes to plead. Dear, you know what kind of person my little he is. As a mother, I understand him best. I know what you're worried about. You're afraid Inan will suffer if she marries into our family. These two kids truly love each other. You can observe them first. If my little crane really doesn't have that ability, then when you take Inan away, I won't say anything. Inan is such a good and obedient child. I really don't want her to suffer by coming to my house. Lu Yanjun is speaking honestly from her heart. She now treats Qiaoan as her own daughter and doesn't want her to endure hardship. The Qiao family is so wealthy and powerful, while our Jiang family has nothing. The gap between the two families is huge. It's understandable that Qiaoan's parents don't agree. Lu Yanjun is also a parent, but she doesn't have a daughter. If Qiaoan were her daughter, she definitely wouldn't agree to this marriage. Which parent in the world would want their precious daughter to marry a farmer? Fortunately, Xiaohe is capable and ambitious, and he treats Qiaoan very well. I believe that Jianghe will achieve great things in the future. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such things to Shenzi. Big sister, I am not determined to break up the two children. It's just, I can't bear to see my beloved daughter, whom I have spoiled for so many years, suffer after marrying in. That marriage, just consider it as in making a foolish decision out of ignorance. I apologize to you on her behalf. Shenzi firmly insists on taking Qiaoan away. At this point, Lu Yanjun has no more ideas. Jianghe still tightly holds Qiaoan's hand, his eyes turning red. Mom, give me a few minutes. Let me say goodbye to Ahi properly, okay? Please. Tears are welling up in Qiaoan's eyes. It seems Shenzi is determined to take her today. Shenzi feels very distressed. She wouldn't be so stingy as to refuse a few minutes. Let them say goodbye properly. You have 5 minutes. After that, come quickly, she says, then gets into the car. Qiaoan pulls Jianghe to the backyard, not wanting her parents to see. Jianghe holds her tightly in his arms, trembling as he says, Anan, don't leave me. I don't want you to go. I can't live without you. He can't be, without Qiaoan. She is everything to him. If Chowan leaves him, he really wouldn't be able to go on living. Chowan comforts him like a child. He listen to me. I'm just leaving for a while. Trust me, I will come back to find you. I know my parents' temper very well. Once I persuade them, they will come back. Please wait patiently for me, okay? Jong-hee choked and couldn't speak. He buried his head in Xiao-en's neck. Xiao-en only felt it was wet and sticky. She knew Jong-hee must be crying. She gently patted Jong-hee's back. Be good, be good. I said I would come back, and I will. Look, have I ever lied to you? Jong-hee didn't make a sound, but he asked, will you really come back? He was so afraid that after Xiao-en went back, she wouldn't want him anymore, afraid he would never see her again in this life. Xiao-en promised him, of course. If I say I will come back, I will definitely come back. 5 minutes passed quickly. Xiao-en withdrew from his arms and planted a deep kiss on his lips. I have to go now. Be good and wait for me, she said with a smile, like a little angel, waving goodbye to him. Then she turned around and left without looking back. A tear silently slid down her cheek. Seeing Jong-hee's expression, she must have been reluctant to leave, but Shinzi and Xiaoshang still needed her to handle things. Jong-hee watched her back as she left, his eyes filled with tears falling one after another. I will listen to you and wait patiently for you, he silently repeated in his heart. Xiaoshang and Shinzi drove from Jing City for 2 days and 2 nights before reaching Xiaoxi village. Because of Xiao-en's matter, they hardly slept during the journey. On the way back, Shinzi suggested they rest at the county guest house for a night before continuing, fearing an accident. Xiao-en was very happy to hear this. She saw this as a good chance to change her parents' opinion of Jong-hee and make them accept him. That night, Xiaoshang slept alone in one room, while Xiao-en and Shinzi shared a room. Xiao-en immediately went to the bathroom to prepare a bath for Shinzi. The guest house's bathroom was quite large, not only with a toilet but also a bathtub. She boiled water and filled the bathtub before saying, Mom, the bath water is ready. Shinzi immediately saw through her little plan. Showing kindness without reason usually means you're up to something or stealing. Xiao-en awkwardly smiled. I'm your daughter. What's wrong with me boiling some hot water for you? I only do this because I care, not because I need something from you. When we were at home, I often helped you and Dad with back massages. Shinzi sighed. Oh, you. Xiao-en took off her clothes and slipped into the bathtub like a slippery eel, gliding into the water and floating back up. Then she grinned happily. Mom, let's wash together. It's been a long time since we bathed together. The water was plenty, and the bathtub was big enough for both of them to wash comfortably. Shinzi couldn't refuse, so she also took off her clothes and got in. Xiao-en grabbed a towel, ready to help her mom wipe her back. Shinzi took the towel from her. Turn around, I'll do it. Xiao-en obediently turned her back, enjoying her mom's help. In the past, Shinzi often helped her wipe her back at home. She had been away for over a year now and missed those moments with her mom. Suddenly, Shinzi spoke seriously. Today, I didn't mean to yell at you. It's just that what you did really made me very angry. Be honest with me. What do you like about Jong-hee? Xiao-en understood that her mom didn't want to be angry with her. No matter how naughty she was or how big her mistakes, Shinzi usually just scolded her a little. But marriage isn't a game. Xiao-en said, Mom, he is really a good person. His family is just a bit poor. But he treats me very well. He always puts me first, even if it means he suffers a little or works hard. He doesn't want me to suffer even a little. He's already working hard to earn money and support me. Mom, I hope you won't dismiss him just because his family is poor. If you're willing to give him a chance, I believe with his ability, he won't let you down. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but Shinzi always felt that her precious girl seemed different than before. She frowned and said, I know you like him a lot, but you're still too young now. There are many better men than him. If you insist on marrying him, you'll regret it later. Joan interrupted her firmly. I don't regret it. No one in this world is better than him. I want to marry him and be with him forever. Mom, You and Dad will bless us, right? Shinzi was silent for a long time before saying, Are you really sure you want to marry him and not regret it? Sigh, he is indeed a good boy. I saw that today. From how he treats you, if it weren't for his family being a bit poor, he would be someone worth trusting. She paused and added, Anyway, our Joan family isn't short of money. But I don't want him to be a useless person. Do you understand what I mean? Joan understood perfectly.
Don't worry, Mom.
He definitely won't let you down. Shinzi smiled helplessly. You were just a confused girl before going to the countryside. Now you're about to get married. Mayanan has really grown up. Joan was very happy. So, does that mean you agree? Otherwise? You've already said so much. If I still disagree, it would seem like I don't understand reason. And if I absolutely refused, with your personality, I'm afraid I wouldn't know how you'd cause trouble. Joan was so happy she pouted and went to kiss Shinzi on the cheek. Mom, I love you so much. You're the most beautiful woman in the world. Finally, she managed to win her mom over. As for Dad, she didn't need to worry about him. He would definitely listen to Mom when the time came. Don't ask how Joan knew this. Sometimes she was quite glad that Joan Shang was a wife dominator. Otherwise, she would have to work hard to get him to agree. Shinzi pretended to dislike and moved back slightly, then pinched her cheek. All right, stop talking nonsense. She stood up, took a small stool from the corner, and rinsed it with water. Come here, I'll wash your hair. Joan obediently did as told. Shinzi scooped some water and wet her hair. Then she applied shampoo to her hands and started massaging Joan's scalp. Her fingers moved skillfully through Joan's hair, applying just the right amount of pressure. Joan said, Mom, your washing feels so good. She almost fell asleep from the relaxing wash. Shinzi quickly finished washing her hair, handed her a dry towel, and told her to dry off before going to sleep. Then she went back into the bathroom. Xiaoan dried her hair halfway and then, feeling sleepy, curled up on the bed and fell asleep. She had a dream. In the dream, after she left, Jiang He was very sad and stayed alone in her house, lost in thought. At night, he lay on her bed, as if smelling her scent could help him sleep peacefully. When Shinzi came out of the bathroom, she heard Xiaoan repeatedly calling, Ahi, Ahi. She went over and covered Xiaoan with a blanket. It hadn't been long since they last saw each other, yet she missed him so much. The next morning, Qiao Shang looked at the happy mother and daughter and was stunned. Wasn't his wife still acting like a volcano had erupted yesterday? How could she be like this after just one night? He asked, What are you guys laughing at? Shinzi replied, None of your business. Go cool off somewhere. Qiao Shang. Did he do anything wrong? He thought carefully and realized he hadn't done anything wrong. After a while, he suddenly understood. His wife probably had a dream last night. Before, Shinzi had a dream where she saw him cheating on her with another woman, and they were calling each other sweet names right in front of her. The next morning, she gently woke him up. Her gentleness was real, but when he looked in the mirror, he saw a slap mark on his face. And Shinzi hadn't spoken to him all day, which made him furious. It was like her dream was blaming him. They spent the whole day shopping on the street, buying lots of clothes, and finally she calmed him down. Although Shinzi sometimes acted like a child with all sorts of little temper tantrums, he liked her that way. Qiao Shang felt both pain and happiness. He was sure that last night, Shinzi had definitely dreamed of him doing something naughty again. Forget it. He was a man, and he decided to be generous and not argue with her. It's not cowardice, it's love for his wife. What are you thinking about? Shinzi asked when she saw him standing there lost in thought. Go bring the car over. The two of us are going to the supply and marketing cooperative to look around. The chauffeur, Qiao Shang, replied, Okay, I'll go right now. When they arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, Shinzi started talking to the sales clerk, saying a lot of things quickly. I bought 2 big bags of food, then picked out several sets of pajamas and sandals. I also bought many daily necessities. Joan followed behind, carrying everything in her hands. Mom, you don't need to buy so much, right? That's too much. Shinzi still thought it wasn't enough and wasn't enough at all. I can't visit you often because of your dad's work. He has a lot of things at the military and I'm busy at school too. So I decided to buy everything you might need at once. After that, she asked the clerk to get some dried meat and malted milk. Joan looked like she was fleeing from a disaster. Shinzi bought so many things she couldn't carry them all. Just as Joan was about to call Xiaoshang to help, the clerk cheerfully came over. You probably can't carry all this. Let me help you. If it had been someone else, she wouldn't even look at them, let alone get this kind of service. Their clothes and appearance clearly showed they came from a wealthy family. And she had just seen them get out of a parked off-road vehicle. Who in this day and age can afford such a car? Shenzi smiled generously. Thank you so much, comrade. The clerk helped carry 2 bags, and Shinzi and Joan each carried 2 bags. Suddenly, a woman's cry broke out from the crowd. Let go of me. Hurry up and go. Stop wasting time. Joan turned her head and saw 2 familiar figures.
It was Li Shan and Li Xiaona.
They came to the county to get their marriage certificate, but Li Xiaona refused stubbornly. Now Li Shan was dragging her away. Following Joan's gaze, Shenzi also saw Li Xiaona. She exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that your good friend? What's her name again?
Li Xiaona, Richt, Juan Nuda.
Yes, her name is Li Xiaona, but she's not my good friend. That kind of person isn't worth being friends with. Shenzi asked curiously, aren't you very close to her? She also couldn't understand why Joan knew someone like her. Joan said, I've already cut ties with her. We had a falling out. She only schemes behind my back. Shenzi smiled. That's for the best. It's better to stay away from people like her. She saw only scheming and cunning in Li Xiaona. She was very manipulative. She had warned Joanne before to stay away from Li Xiaona, but Joanne didn't listen, and they even became close friends. Now that Joanne can see through her, that's a good thing.
Li Xiaona also noticed Joanne.
Suddenly, her anger grew quickly. She harmed her and still dares to appear in front of her. Li Xiaona screamed and tried to run over, but Li Shan held her tightly. Don't waste time. Hurry up and get the marriage certificate. I want to go drinking later. If you keep delaying, I'll see how I deal with you when I get back. Li Xiaona's body was covered with bruises. That night, she kept making a fuss about going home and refused to marry Li Shan, calling him a country bumpkin who digs in the fields and saying he wasn't worthy of her. Li Shan didn't get angry, but Li Xiaona thought he was scared and wouldn't argue back, so she cursed him even more. Suddenly, Li Shan picked up a stick and started hitting her hard. He didn't want to hurt her so early, but her mouth was too rude, and he couldn't stand it. When had anyone ever spoken to him like that? If he didn't teach her a lesson, she wouldn't know her place. Li Xiaona was dragged on the ground by Li Shan. People around quickly moved away when they saw this. They whispered, TSK, what did this woman do wrong? Her man treats her like this. It's so sad. Maybe he's cheating on her? If so, she deserves it. Hearing this, Li Xiaona kicked out at the person speaking. Pfft. Cheating on me? He's not my man. But she couldn't reach because she was too far away. The woman who was scolding her retorted, You're so fiery at such a young age. No wonder your man hits you. A kind aunt stepped forward and said, It doesn't look like they are a real couple.
Who treats his wife like that?
And look at this woman. She's been struggling since earlier, and she has many injuries. I think it's very likely that this man is forcing her. Hearing this, many people also started to feel sorry for her. Li Xiaona saw her chance and cried out for help. Please, you have to help me. He's not my man. I was forced. He wants me to get the marriage certificate. All these injuries are from him hitting me with a stick. Everyone listened and became angry. Sir, she doesn't want to marry you. Why are you forcing her to register the marriage? And hitting her with a stick is a crime of... Yes, I will go to the police station. You all need to watch him closely, so he doesn't run away. This lady has suffered enough. A woman was about to help Li Xiaona report to the police. Seeing this, Li Shan quickly stopped her. Annie, she really is my wife. It's just that she has some issues here. Li Shan pointed to his head. He sighed and continued, I didn't hit her. Those injuries are from her own episodes. The woman clearly didn't believe him. How can you prove that? Li Shan rolled up his sleeve, revealing a shallow cut. He smiled bitterly. Look, when she has her episodes, she even hits me. This was cut by her last night with a knife. Luckily, I dodged in time, or this whole arm might be ruined. That cut was indeed made by Li Xiaona. When Li Shan tried to stop her, she wasn't convinced. She ran into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and started swinging wildly. She accidentally cut his arm, but Li Xiaona was afraid of causing serious harm, so she didn't hit hard. Seeing the wound, everyone instinctively kept their distance from Li Xiaona, afraid she might lose control and hurt them. Since she has mental issues, why did you marry her? Someone asked. Li Shan replied, her parents helped me a lot. Before they left, they asked me to take good care of her. I truly like her. No matter how difficult she is, I still love her. These old women are really nosy. If I weren't worried they'd actually report this to the police, I wouldn't bother pretending here. Li Xiaona saw the crowd was starting to relax a little. She hurriedly said, please don't listen to him. We live in Beijing, and my parents are still alive. They didn't die. He's lying. Li Shan pretended to be caring and patted Li Xiaona's head. Look at you, talking nonsense again. Uncle and Annie have been gone for many years. I know you miss them. I do too. But people can't come back to life. We have to look forward, he said. Li Xiaona bit his hand viciously. Li Shan almost lost his temper and wanted to hit her right there. This little brat, biting so hard. Does she want to kill him? Fortunately, a few people stepped forward to hold Li Xiaona back, or else her hand would definitely have been bitten off. Does she really have a problem in her mind? She seems mentally unwell just by listening to her talk. Could it be that this man's arm wound was caused by himself with a knife? And look at her just now. She's eager to bite his flesh off.
It's terrifying.
Li Xiaona. No, it's not true. Why don't you believe me? If you report to the police, the truth will come out once they arrive. When the police come and investigate the facts, we'll see what to do about Li Shan, that scoundrel. Let's report to the police. We believe this young man isn't lying, but what if? It's better to be cautious and not ruin this girl's life. An older woman, ignoring Li Shan's protests, insisted on going to the county police station. Li Shan silently cursed her family tree in his mind. That old woman, so she was just pretending all along. It's none of her business what's happening in my family. No need to call the police. I can help prove his innocence. At this moment, a clear female voice sounded from the crowd. Li Shan looked at her in confusion. Qiao Jiqing? How is she here, and why does she want to help him? Qiaoen, I can prove that everything he said is true. Shen Zi tugged at her arm. Then, why are you getting involved? I think Li Xiaona doesn't seem mentally well. Be careful, she might get upset and hurt you.
No, Mom.
Wait for me a moment. Then Xiaoen walked over. She explained slowly, it's like this. I know these two officers. We're all from the same village. She really has a problem in her mind. Ever since her parents passed away, she's been like this. I've seen her with a knife many times, randomly attacking people. She can't accept that her parents are gone. She still dreams they're alive and mistakes a kind man for someone forcing her into something bad. Only Li Shan doesn't mind her and treats her well. He's willing to marry her. If it were someone else, I think they would have abandoned her long ago. When Li Xiaona heard this, she immediately rushed at Qiaoen, but luckily, the quick-acting older women pulled her back in time. Qiaoen, you wicked little brat, you caused me so much trouble, and now you're lying. I swear I'll kill you. She was upset, and Zhou knew she wouldn't feel better either. Zhou pretended to be scared. Oh no, she's having another episode. You don't know, her mental state is unpredictable. If you gave her a knife now, she might hurt someone. To be honest, Zhou's acting was convincing, and everyone around believed her words. This pretty young girl looked innocent and obedient, harmless, so no one thought she would lie. Li Xiaona kept struggling and swearing loudly. Everyone thought she was having a mental breakdown just as Zhou said, Sir, please take her away quickly. Many people were worried she might hurt herself or others. After all, Li Shan had a scar on his arm from her. What if she hurt them too? Li Shan said, I'll take her away now. You wicked woman, just wait until we get the marriage certificate and go home. I'll deal with you then. Li Xiaona took the chance when the aunties loosened their grip and ran straight toward Zhou and, you won't let me live, so I'll take you with me. Just as she was about to reach Zhou and a gunshot sounded behind her. If you dare touch a hair on my daughter, I'll shoot you dead. Li Xiaona trembled all over and didn't dare move or even breathe too hard. She slowly turned around and saw a handsome man with a calm, serious look, staring at her with cold, fierce eyes.
Ja, onkle ja, Li Xiaona stammered.
It's me, Li Xiaona. Don't you remember? I've been to your house. Stop pretending to be close to me. You dare to touch my precious girl? You must be tired of living. Zhou Shang didn't want to bother with her. When she used to visit Zhou's house, because she was her daughter's good friend, he gave her some face. But now she even wanted to hurt in. He couldn't ignore it anymore. Everyone there stared with wide eyes, shocked. Their jaws almost dropped. Who is this important person? Someone who owns a gun must have a high status. Standing next to Shinzi, a clerk carrying a bag was also stunned. Fortunately, I didn't ignore them earlier. If I had said something disrespectful, I might have been shot in the head. Joan held Zhou's arm and looked at Li Xiaona with a sinister smile. Dad, look, you scared her. Let's go before she tries to blackmail us for emotional damages. Her goal was achieved, so there was no need to waste time with Li Xiaona anymore. Humph, Zhou snorted and put away the gun. For Annen's sake, I will let you go this time. Li Xiaona finally relaxed. Although it was very hot, she was sweating coldly from being frightened. She didn't understand why Zhou was here. If she knew, she definitely wouldn't have hurt Joan. Before she could think more, Li Shan came over and forcibly pulled her, leaning close to her ear. He said fiercely, You brat, you dared to bite me just now? When we get back, I won't beat you to death. I won't be human. Li Xiaona was dragged and pulled toward the Civil Affairs Bureau. The kind aunts who had wanted to help her earlier ignored her pleas for help and paid no attention. They all believed that Li Xiaona was mentally troubled. Zhou saw Shenzi carrying so many things and hurried over to help. My dear, give me that. It's so heavy. Your hands must be tired. Just wait for me to carry it. Joan said. All these were bought by your wife. I told you not to buy so much, but you didn't listen. Women's shopping urges are terrifying. Shinzi pointed at her forehead and said, You little brat, these aren't even for me. It's all for you. Joan stuck out her tongue and made a funny face. Nye, nye, nye. She already had plenty of these things in her space and didn't need to buy more. Zhou carried 2 bags of things to the car, opened the door, and put them inside. The sales assistant helped carry the remaining bags. Shinzi thanked her and gave her a 5 yuan tip. Thank you for your hard work in this hot weather. The sales assistant happily accepted and smiled brightly. It's no trouble at all. 5 yuan was half a month's salary for her. She was just helping carry a few bags, yet she received such a generous tip. Wealthy people are truly different. They spend money without blinking an eye. They are very generous. Zhou Shang opened the front passenger door and let Shinzi sit inside first. The salesperson had been fanning her since earlier and continued to fan Zhou and after she sat down. Zhou, such good service attitude. It's a bit too much. Zhou Shang then opened the back door for Zhou to sit in, returned to the driver's seat, and before leaving, gave the salesperson a 5 yuan tip. He thought, since she was fanning his wife and daughter to cool them down, she deserved it. Even after the car's exhaust fumes disappeared, the salesperson still stood there, stunned.
Wow.
In less than an afternoon, she earned 10 yuan. That's a month's salary. The 3 of them stayed another night at the guest house, then prepared to leave the next day. Zhou Shang sat in the driver's seat. Let's go. It's time to return to Beijing. I still have many things to do in the army. Shinzi said, first taken back to Xiaoxi village. What? Zhou Shang thought he heard wrong and asked, You just said to taken back to Xiaoxi village? I didn't hear wrong, right? Zhou, sitting in the back, nodded happily. Dad, you didn't hear wrong. I want to go back to Xiaoxi village. She was eager to be back with Jiang He. Zhou Shang immediately became serious. Why are you going back to Xiaoxi village? Still thinking about marrying that brat? Your mom and I don't agree. Mom already agreed. Zhou Shang snorted. Stop joking. Don't fool me. There's no way your mom would agree to you marry that kid. And you dare to lie to her in front of her? Be careful, she'll hit you. When that happens, I won't be able to stop her. Just then, Shunzi calmly said, Anan is telling the truth. I agree. Zhou Shang was stunned for a moment, then said, Are you joking too? He knew his wife well. With Jiang He's background, there's no way she would agree to Anan marrying him. That's impossible. Do I look like I'm joking? Shunzi said seriously. Zhou Shang. Did he hear things? Anan, what did your mom say? I think I just heard wrong. Joan helplessly shook her head. Sighed, Dad, Mom has really agreed. Please don't oppose us anymore. Jiang He is very good, and you will see how outstanding he is in the future. Zhou Shang looked at Joan and then at his wife's serious face. Unbelievable. He no longer smiled playfully. Wife, with Jiang He's family background, are you really sure to let Anan marry into that family? What if they treat her badly? This place is so far from Beijing, it's not convenient for travel. Shunzi said, All right, he's a bit poor, but he truly cares for Anan. I see that he's not the kind of person who just sits around doing nothing. If you don't trust Anan's judgment, don't you trust mine? Since she has already made her choice, let's not stop her.
She has good judgment about people.
Otherwise, how did she fall for Zhou Shang in the first place? Zhou Shang is her first love, and Anan is her own daughter. She believes her daughter's choice is right. Zhou Shang frowned, but said nothing. He drove the car towards Xiaoxi village. Although he didn't explicitly agree, Joan could tell. Otherwise, why go to Xiaoxi village? On the way, Joan suddenly remembered. Mom, please don't tell my brothers about this. When I marry Ahi, then I'll tell them. Just joking. If her 3 brothers found out, it wouldn't be easy to talk to her parents. They would immediately come to the countryside to find her, and without hesitation, they'd rush back to Beijing overnight. And she'd never see Jiang He again in her life. So she decided to wait until after the wedding to tell them. Once she and Ahi are married, no matter how much they oppose, it won't matter. The deed is done. She really is quite clever. Shunzi felt something was wrong. Marrying is such a big thing. If you don't tell them, when they find out later, Jiang He might suffer a lot. You know how your brothers are. Are you sure you don't want to tell them? Joan nodded. If I tell them, I won't be able to marry him. I don't want to tell them. It's enough that you 2 know. Well, all right then. Since Joan left, Jiang He has been like a lost soul. He doesn't eat, and every day he waits at the village entrance, staring at the dirt road leading into the village from the county. Anan said she would come back. He waited from dawn until dark, then from dark until dawn again. His eyes were now bloodshot, but he still stared straight ahead. Lu Yanjun brought him food, but he didn't touch a single bite. Lu Yanjun couldn't help but scold him a little. You won't eat. Are you trying to die? Anan already said she would come back. Do you think she would be happy to see you looking like this? Of course not. If you don't eat soon, when Anan returns, I will tell her about this. Her words had an effect. Jiang He finally picked up the food and ate quickly. Lu Yanjun clicked her tongue. Aren't you going to eat more slowly? If you choke, it's your own fault. While saying that, she reached out and patted Jiang He's back gently. The food had no taste at all. Without Xiao in here, nothing felt meaningful, and eating was tasteless. He finished a big bowl of rice in less than 3 minutes. Lu Yanjun placed the water bottle on the ground and took the empty bowl back. She looked at Jiang He with concern, feeling sad for him. After all, he was her own child. But she knew Jiang He's personality well. She couldn't persuade him easily. Only Qiao An's words could reach him. It was getting darker. It seemed she wouldn't see Qiao An today. He lowered his eyelids in disappointment. Suddenly, a light appeared ahead, along with the sound of a car horn. Qiao An immediately saw Jiang He waiting at the village entrance. Judging by his expression, she probably hadn't taken good care of herself after leaving. She couldn't wait and leaned out of the car window, waving at him excitedly. Ahe, I'm back. Hearing the sound, Jiang He immediately looked up and finally saw the girl he had been dreaming of. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things, then hurried over. She really came back. Before the car even stopped, Xiao was already trying to open the door to get out. Xiao Shang shouted at her, "Sit still. What if something happens?" Xiao pouted. "Okay." Xiao Shang deliberately took his time, hesitating for a while, pretending not to hear her urging. Only after Shinzi said something did he stubbornly stop the car. Joan got out of the car without caring that Shinzi and Xiao Shang were still watching. She immediately threw herself into Jiang He's arms. Just one day apart felt like 100 years to her. She really missed him. Jiang He held her tightly, his lips pressed to her head. His voice trembled but was gentle. "Anan, you're finally back." Seeing him like this, Joan felt like crying but held back her tears. "You're such a fool. It's only been a day." Even though it was only a day, Jiang He felt like time had stood still. Some people were happily in love, while others were gritting their teeth in jealousy. Xiao Shang watched the scene, feeling like his teeth were about to break. He hadn't even been hugged by Anan yet. Why does that brat get to do this? Why him? He really wanted to push him down and give him a good beating. It made him so angry. Shinzi looked at him silently and shook her head. Sigh. At her age, she was still so childish, even getting jealous of her son-in-law. "Brat, how long do you want to keep hugging?
Do we not exist?"
Xiao Shang couldn't hold it anymore and got out of the car. Jiang He had been so focused on Joan that he just remembered Shinzi and Xiao Shang were there. He let go of Joan quickly and said, "Sorry, uncle. I missed Anan so much." But doing this in front of elders wasn't very polite. Joan grabbed Xiao Shang's arm to act as a peacemaker. "Dad, don't be so strict.
He's already your son-in-law.
We're all family." Xiao Shang was already jealous, and now he was even more upset. "You're not even married yet, and you're already defending him. I can tell your heart has completely abandoned me as your father." Sigh. Enough talking. It's all tears anyway. You've grown up now, found your happiness, and I'm happy for you. What's wrong with your elbow turning outward? Not liking your good dad anymore? It's not a big deal. He pretended to wipe away non-existent tears.
It's okay.
I won't be sad or upset. Do you hear me? Who cares if I am? Joan thought. Why does he sound so theatrical? Dad is acting again. If he keeps this up, he might win an Oscar for Best Actor.
Dad.
Joan started to speak, but was interrupted by Xiao Shang. You don't need to feel guilty, Anan. Really, you don't. Dad is fine. Just be patient and it'll be okay. Joan. She didn't feel guilty either. Shinzi couldn't stand it anymore and came over to pinch his ear. Why are you so dramatic today? Don't you feel embarrassed acting like this in front of your son-in-law? You're shameless, but I still need to teach you a lesson. She then turned to Jiang He with an apologetic look. Your uncle is usually like this. Sorry if he made you laugh. Jiang He politely said. It's okay. Uncle is quite good. Although he's old, he still has a childlike heart. He clearly hadn't realized he had said the wrong thing. Sure enough, the next second, Xiao Shang was furious. You little brat. Who said I'm old? Clarify that for me. Xiao Shang cared a lot about age. Hearing this, Jiang He finally understood. Sorry, uncle. I was wrong. You're very young, probably only in your 20s. Even though Jiang He apologized, Xiao Shang wasn't going to forgive him. He said to Shinzi, Honey, he actually dared to call me old. Don't stop me. I need to teach him a lesson. Shinzi stood to the side. I didn't stop you. It was actually Xiao Shang himself who held her hand and placed it in front of him to block him. Xiao Shang awkwardly coughed. You're lucky today. If my wife hadn't stopped me, you'd be in big trouble. He didn't expect Shinzi to refuse to cooperate. Although he didn't really intend to hit Jiang, he just sang it for effect. But how could Shinzi not cooperate with his little act? Now, he's feeling a bit embarrassed. Joan, used to her father's behavior, was already accustomed to this. She had seen this kind of thing at home before. Dad, Mom, it's getting late. Why don't you stay at Ahi's house for the night before leaving? Shinzi also wanted to stay longer and see more of her daughter. But she refused. There's still a lot of work at school I need to handle. Dad has many things at the military, too. If we don't go back soon, everything will get chaotic. We won't stay overnight here. All right then. When I get married to Ahi, you must come. It's on the 10th of next month, only 5 days away. Joan knew they were busy with work and didn't insist. But she felt a little reluctant. This was her first time meeting her parents after her rebirth. Looking at Shenzi's kind face, and then at Xiao Shang, tears welled up in my eyes. Suddenly, I remembered scenes from my past life. My father was hit and killed instantly by Li Xiaona. My mother cried so much over the body that she went blind, and my 3 brothers ended up in prison. But at that time, I couldn't do anything. I don't know how my mother managed to survive alone after I died in the previous life. Although Li Xiaona has now received her punishment, it's still not enough. That kind of wicked person doesn't deserve to live in this world. Xiaoan wants her to die, but she won't let her go so easily. She said that the suffering she endured in her past life would make Li Xiaona and Su Yan feel it too, but it would be 1,000 times, 10,000 times worse. All right, you're grown up now, but you still cry easily like a child. When I get married, how could your dad and I not be there? Shenzi took out a handkerchief and gently wiped her tears. Xiaoan pouted. I am a child. I just want to cry. Shenzi affectionately patted her little head and smiled. Okay. In my eyes, you'll always be a little kid who hasn't grown up. Xiao Shang didn't waste any more time. He looked at Jiang He and said, "Come with me." Xiaoan stepped forward to protect Jiang He, saying, "Dad, you wouldn't want to bully he again, would you?" Xiao Shang. The basic trust between people? Jiang He. It's okay, Anan.
Uncle just wants to talk to me.
Wait here for a moment. After saying that, he walked a little farther away with Xiao Shang. Uncle, just tell me what you want to say, Jiang He said respectfully. Although Xiao Shang had accepted him, he still kept a stern face. You and Anan are getting married, and we don't oppose it. But I have 3 conditions. You must agree to them. Please go ahead, Jiang He said. No matter what the conditions are for Anan, he would agree and do his best. Xiao Shang's sharp eyes, like an eagle, fixed on Jiang He. First, I want you to be able to take Anan back to Jing City within 2 years, buy a house, and settle down. Second, until you are capable, you are not allowed to let Anan get pregnant. You must take proper precautions. First, do not bully Anan. Do not let her shed a single tear. If I find out you hit her or do anything to hurt her, I will definitely punish you. Zhou Shang is not joking. He really would punish Jiang He. An is the precious jewel of the Zhou family. She was raised with love and never suffered any wrong. Even after marriage, she must not be treated unfairly. He is already being very kind to agree to Jiang He marrying Anan. 2 years is a long time. When the time is up, if Jiang He still has no ambition, don't blame him for being cold and taking Anan away. These 3 conditions are the biggest concessions he has made. Jiang He looked at him with firm eyes and said, "Don't worry. I will buy a house in Beijing and bring Anan back to you. I will never do anything to hurt her, let alone hit her. He loves her too much to hurt her. Beijing is so far away. It's not easy for Anan to see her family. Even if Zhou Shang doesn't say anything, he will definitely move to Beijing with Anan and his family." Hearing this, Zhou Shang's anger eased a lot, but he still snorted coldly. "You better remember what you said today." After that, he ignored Jiang He and walked toward the car. At the farewell, Anan hugged Shenzi and held back tears. "Mom, I will miss you. When we move to Beijing, we can see each other every day."
Dad.
She hugged Zhou Shang again. "Be careful on your way back. I will miss you too." Zhou Shang couldn't stand the scene. He sat in the driver's seat first and secretly wiped his tears. Shenzi was not as upset. "We're leaving. The day before your wedding, your dad and I will come again." After saying that, she got into the car. Jiang He was holding the things Shenzi and Anan bought today in the county. He stood at the village entrance watching their car leave. When they disappeared from sight, Anan finally looked away. Jiang He comforted her. "Anan, you've been wronged. Being separated from your family must be very hard. Don't worry, I will work hard to earn money and buy a house in Beijing as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjun couldn't sleep either. She sat alone in the yard, looking worried. If Anan doesn't come back for a day, will that silly boy wait at the village entrance all day? What if it's a week? A month? A year? He can't just keep waiting there forever. Sigh, I don't know when Anan will come back. The rural house isn't soundproof, so in just a little while, Luo Wanyue and Jiang Ming have already heard her sighs several times. Luo Wanyue, holding the sleeping little tiger, looked at Jiang Ming lying on the bed. She asked him, "Do you think Xiaoan will come back?" Jiang Ming was about to fall asleep but was interrupted by her words, which made him lose his sleep. He felt a bit annoyed. My sister-in-law said she'll come back. Why are you worrying so much? Luo Wanyue continued. I think she probably won't come back. If she wanted to, she would have already. Her family is so rich. That car parked at our door the other day. You couldn't buy it even if you worked in the fields for 10 lifetimes. She added. How did I say it before? Someone like Xiaoan, a rich young lady, probably just played around with the second brother. Once she's tired of it, she'll go back to the city and leave him. Now she's already gone with her parents to the city. Jiang Ming didn't want to listen to her at all. What does their marriage have to do with you?
My sister-in-law isn't like that.
Just leave her alone.
Don't assume everyone is like you.
I advise you not to disturb my sleep. Luo Wanyue wanted to say more but swallowed her words. If she kept arguing, he might get angry and do something. Recently, Jiang Ming had been like this. He wasn't kind to her at all. Was it just because she didn't teach the kids well and hit Xiaoan? Is that how he should treat her? Luo Wanyue decided to go to the bathroom and then come back to sleep. As she left the room, she heard Lu Yanjun sigh again. She couldn't help but say, Mom, how many times have you sighed tonight? Xiaoan won't come back, so she won't. Just let the second brother find someone else. Anyway, waiting like this is useless, and Xiaoan might not come back at all. Just find someone new. She didn't say anything at first, but as soon as she spoke, Lu Yanjun wanted to hit her. Shut up. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. I see you as useless. Why are you so reluctant to divorce our eldest and let him find someone else? You're just talking nonsense. I don't want to see you right now. Get out of my sight. Luo Wanyue was silent. Did she say anything wrong? Xiaoan probably wouldn't come back anyway. Honestly, she didn't want to hear it anymore. Mom, I was just going to the bathroom. I said that casually. Lu Yanjun scolded her a few words, lowering her voice to avoid disturbing the neighbors. You're so messy, with cow dung and horse manure everywhere. You might as well sleep in the toilet. Hurry up and get out of here. Don't block my view. She was already annoyed with Luo Wanyue, and now this person was trying to seek attention in front of her. Lu Yanjun felt her chest tighten with anger. Suddenly, she heard a faint voice outside. She recognized it as Jiang He's. Who was that silly boy talking to so late at night? Before anyone came in, Lu Yanjun opened the yard door and stepped outside. She saw Jiang He talking to Xiaoan nearby. Her face lit up with happiness. Excited, she ran over, grabbing Xiaoan's small hand and spinning her around. Oh, and you're finally back. Annie missed you so much. Xiaoan smiled sweetly. Auntie, you make it sound like I've been gone for years. Lu Yanjun also smiled, but she didn't forget to complain. I need to tell you something. Jiang He, that brat, didn't eat after you left. He looked like he was about to die, distracted and out of sorts. When I finished cooking, I brought him some, but he wouldn't eat. I had to use you to pressure him before he finally ate. Jiang He. He had clearly finished eating, so why was his mother still complaining? Xiaoan puffed out her cheeks. He. Jiang He looked guilty as he glanced at her, lying without blushing. I only didn't eat that one meal. Lu Yanjun immediately exposed him without hesitation. Just tonight's dinner. Jiang He. Why did everyone have to embarrass him? Xiaoan pounded on his chest a few times. If you don't eat properly again, I won't talk to you. Jiang He felt her little fists tickling like a gentle scratch, and it didn't hurt at all. His heart felt as sweet as honey. He slowly said, Whatever you say, I'll listen to you. Lu Yanjun covered her mouth and smiled. As expected, Only with and could she keep this naughty boy in check. Luo Wanyua had just come out of the toilet and saw the three of them returning from outside. She was surprised to see them back. Hadn't she already left with her parents? She noticed Jiang He holding a bag and stared intently. Xiaoan had bought so many delicious things. Luo Wanyue's mouth watered. Since there was so much, maybe she could have a little too? Wanyu with a thick face said, "Sister-in-law, these things must have cost a lot of money. I see you bought so much, probably can't finish eating it all. Why not share some with me?" Before Qiaoan could speak, Lu Yanjun got angry first.
Eat, eat, eat.
Didn't you just come out of the bathroom? If you want to eat, why don't you buy it yourself? Why haven't I seen you bring out some good food for Anan to eat? Now you're shamelessly coming out with that face, asking for some. Don't make me teach you a lesson. Wanyu was scolded so badly, she didn't dare to reply. Finally, she looked at the bag of snacks and sheepishly slipped into the house. As soon as she entered, she started complaining to herself. Old stuff, your words are so harsh. I was just going to the bathroom, and you said that to me. Besides, Qiaoan can't eat that much. I was just trying to help her share a little. It makes me so angry. She then turned her head to look at Jiangming on the bed. He was already asleep and probably didn't hear her. I wish I were as pretty as Qiaoan. Then I'd have lots of men chasing me, letting me choose. I'd find a wealthy man and marry him. I wouldn't have to worry about money, buy whatever I want, and best of all, I wouldn't have to work. I could just stay at home and be a rich lady. Wanyu muttered to herself, imagining her life married to a rich man. Jiangming finally fell asleep, but was woken up again by the noise. He casually picked up a teacup and threw it at Wanyu. Can't you understand what I'm saying? If you don't want to sleep, just get out. Wanyu was so scared she quickly dodged, fearing the teacup might hit her head. Jiangming was becoming worse to her. Compared to before, it was like night and day. He used to never hit her or disobey her, but now he was always angry and ready to hit her. It was all because of Qiao and that hateful girl. Ever since she arrived, everything changed, and Wanyu couldn't compete with her. Wanyu was angry inside and regretted not agreeing to help Li Xiaona's scheme against Qiaoan. No matter how upset she was, she dared not make any noise, afraid of waking Jiangming and making him angry again. The next noon, Qiaoan went to deliver water to Jianghe. When she reached the field, she felt someone watching her. She turned around and saw. Oh, it was Li Xiaona. Li Xiaona was glaring at her with red eyes. Yesterday, Li Shan forced me to register our marriage. After returning from the county, I was beaten again. Li Shan was very harsh, pressing my head into the water basin. Even when I was struggling to breathe, he didn't let go. He only pulled me out when I was about to drown. Then he slapped me to the ground and punched me. I couldn't take it anymore and kept begging for mercy. Even when I softened, Li Shan kept hitting me. Zhang Xiuhua was busy collecting manure and turned her head, unable to see me. She must have gone to slack off again. She put down her burden and angrily came to find me. When she saw me, she got even angrier. She grabbed my ear tightly and said, "You're working, but you disappeared again, huh? Are you lazy? If I didn't teach you a lesson today, you'd think you're tough now." My ear was red from her grip.
Ah!
What are you doing? Let go. It hurts. Zhang Xiuhua pushed harder. Whether it hurts or not, what does that have to do with me? If you hadn't caused trouble with the manure, you wouldn't be so tired. It's all your fault. If you hadn't seduced Li Shan, the village chief wouldn't punish us or dock half a month's work points. You need to get money from your family to make up for it. Li Xiaona said, "You old hag. What do you mean I seduced Li Shan? He forced himself on me. Why is it always my fault? I won't give you any money from my family." Zhang Xiuhua slapped her again. If you weren't such a worthless brat lying on the bed with your legs open, would Li Shan have looked at you? Li Xiaona covered her face and shouted defiantly, "You're talking nonsense. With Li Shan's kind of scoundrel, I wouldn't him. He's disgusting. You dare to talk back to me? Haven't you seen how I trained Tang Xinhua before?
Today you'll see."
I don't believe I can't teach you a lesson. You worthless girl. Zhang Xiuhua slapped her again and sat on top of her. Joa watched the scene and couldn't help but remember the first time she saw Tang Xinhua. At that time, she was covered in bruises, being scolded and hit by Zhang Xiuhua in the field. But now, the one being beaten and scolded was Li Xiaona. Watching this felt quite satisfying. Wang Lan softly comforted Zhou Deitao, saying, "Son, I didn't expect Li Xiaona to go to Li's house for just one night and then get involved with Li Shan. It's not really my fault. She was too reckless." Zhou Deitao looked angry and raised his voice. "Humph. Now it's too late. I haven't even eaten yet, and that from Li's house beat me to it. If you had firmly refused to let Li Xiaona move out and kept her here, none of this would have happened." "Shu, speak quietly so no one hears us," Wang Lan whispered. Today, the land assigned to the Zhou family was far away, at the foot of the mountain, but sometimes people passed by. Wang Lan said, "I also want to help keep her here, but you heard what the village chief said. Li Xiaona is a city girl who came here as a young educated youth. If we do anything too drastic, it could cause big trouble for us." "I just can't do anything about it," Zhou Deitao scolded. "You're so stupid. When she was still at home, you should have found a way for her to marry me. With a mother like you, I've been cursed for 8 generations. Zhou Deitao was really angry. How could he have such a foolish mother? Jiawen found Jiang He and waved her hand, ready to call him. But she saw a woman she had never seen before, carrying a red plastic bucket and holding a bowl, walking happily toward Jiang He. "Brother He, I looked all over the field to find you. I finally found you. I made this mung bean soup myself and cooled it in well water. It's so hot today, I want to give you a bowl to help you cool down." Jiang He frowned in displeasure. "Meow meow, I don't know you well, and I don't want to drink any mung bean soup. Please stay away from me." Meow meow didn't give up. "How can you say you don't know me? I specially cooked this mung bean soup for you and brought it all the way from the county.
Just have a sip."
She spoke as she poured a bowl and held it up to Jiang He's mouth, trying to feed him herself. Jiang He, impatient, reached out and knocked the bowl of mung bean soup from her hand. "The day I saved you was just out of kindness. If I knew you would keep pestering me like this, I might as well have let you drown in the water." Recently, Jiang He went to the county town and saw Tian Miao Miao struggling in a small lake outside the city, shouting for help. Jiang He didn't want to get involved at first, but since no one else was around and she might drown if he didn't help, he decided to save her out of kindness. After reaching the shore, Tian Miao Miao immediately liked Jiang He and grabbed his hand, insisting that he had to marry her because he saved her. Jiang He thought she was just a crazy person. He shook her off and walked away. He didn't know how Tian Miao Miao found this place and didn't want to talk to her more. He coldly said, "I will not marry you. Move aside and don't block my work." Tian Miao Miao was stunned. Why was Jiang He so cold to her? Her family was okay, and she was pretty. Why didn't Jiang He want to marry her? She couldn't believe Jiang He had no feelings for her. Otherwise, why would he jump into the water to save her? "You must marry me." Tian Miao Miao didn't care if he agreed or not. She liked Jiang He, and since he saved her, he had to marry her and take responsibility. Jiang He had never disliked anyone this much. He picked up his tools to leave, but saw Qiao standing nearby, looking in his direction. His heart skipped a beat. Afraid that Qiao might misunderstand, he hurried over to explain, "And then I don't know that person. I just recently helped her out in the countryside, and she started clinging to me. I have nothing to do with her. Please don't misunderstand." Qiao puffed out her cheeks. "Then how did she find this place, Jiang He?" "I don't know. Brother He, don't run. Wait for me." Tian Miao Miao called after him. She looked at Qiao standing beside Jiang He, a hint of jealousy flashing in her eyes. Who was this woman? She looked even prettier than her. Could she be the marriage partner Jiang He mentioned? To confirm her guess, Tian Miao Miao asked, "Brother He, who is she?" Qiao answered for Jiang He, "I'm her partner." "And who are you?" Hearing this, Tian Miao Miao suddenly felt a surge of resentment. As Jiang He said, she was his marriage partner, and it was because of this woman that Jiang He didn't want to marry her. "You're talking nonsense. I am actually Brother Crane's girlfriend. He saved me, so he should be responsible for me." You're not even married, so this marriage doesn't count. Faced with Tian Miao Miao's shamelessness, Joan couldn't help but laugh angrily. Brother Crane only kindly saved your life. You're shameless for clinging to him. If you don't thank him, that's fine, but you even want to force him to marry you. How can someone be so shameless? Tian Miao Miao tugged at her sleeve and said to Joan, "You're the shameless one." Anyway, he saved me. I don't care. You must cut ties with Brother Crane and leave him. Otherwise, you'll be the third person trying to steal my boyfriend. She then threatened, "If you leave him now, I'll let the police arrest you. I'll only forgive you if you stay away from him." Besides Li Xiaona, Tian Miao Miao was the second person with a very thick face that Joan had ever seen. She thought, these people must have no bones or organs inside, they're just layers of skin. Otherwise, how could they be so thick? Joan said, "Who is your boyfriend? Brother Crane has nothing to do with you. Please don't act like a crazy dog and bark here," she added. "You want the police to arrest me? That's hilarious. Go ahead and report it. Let the police see how thick your skin really is." Seeing Joan so ungrateful, Tian Miao Miao simply sat down on the ground. She pinched her thigh hard, trying to make herself cry. She shouted loudly, "Everyone come see. This woman is bullying me and refuses to leave my boyfriend. She's insulting me too." Her loud cry made the others working nearby lift their heads in surprise. They looked at each other, wondering what was going on. What's the big deal? If there's a fuss, everyone likes to watch. Many people gathered around. Seeing more people come, Tian Miao Miao cried even harder. She pretended to be wronged, pointed at Joan and said, "Villagers, this shameless woman is bothering my boyfriend. She's not only insulting me but also just hit me. Do you think she's shameless?" The villagers watching were all confused. What does she mean? She's saying Joan is trying to steal her husband? Someone asked, "Ma'am, who is your boyfriend?" Tian Miao Miao replied, "Jiang He." As soon as she said that, everyone fell silent. Joan and Jiang He had already registered their marriage, and they were getting married next month. How could she say he was bothering her? This woman is not thinking clearly, or else she wouldn't say such things. Seeing this, Tian Miao Miao quickly explained, "Villagers, listen to me. Jiang He saved my life a few days ago. Isn't he supposed to marry me? My reputation is already ruined. If he doesn't marry me, who will? And she has no marriage with this woman. Even if they were married, they could divorce. Don't you think so?" The villagers, they thought it was something big, but it turns out it was just a crazy person acting out. If Jiang He had no partner and saved Tian Miao Miao, he should marry her. Otherwise, it would hurt her reputation. But Jiang He already has a partner. What she did is wrong. She's hurting others' feelings. Jiang He saved someone who is not very smart, and I feel sorry for him. Lu Yanjun pushed through the crowd, rolled up her sleeves, and sat on Tian Miao Miao, giving her a loud slap. "Get lost. Minan and Xiao He aren't married yet. You, a mean girl, dare to curse them for divorce? Watch me slap your mouth." Tian Miao Miao lay on the ground, covering her face tightly to stop Lu Yanjun from hitting her. "Why are you hitting me? I am your future daughter-in-law. Jiang He will marry me sooner or later. How can you treat me like this before I even become your daughter-in-law?" She is now considered Jiang He's partner. If her mother-in-law doesn't help her, that's one thing, but to hit her? That's wrong. Lu Yanjun couldn't hit her face, so she grabbed her hair. "You're a useless daughter-in-law. My Xiao, he's only going to marry Anan. You, a little brat, how dare you waste your parents' night?" Tian Miao Miao was very angry. How could Lu Yanjun still not understand the truth? "I've made it very clear. Jiang He saved me, so he must marry me. I don't want to see her, Lu Yanjun. Someone like you, unwanted, still wants to force Xiao He to marry you? Look at yourself in the mirror. You're so unlikable. You deserve a slap on the left cheek and a kick on the right." Lu Yanjun tore out a big handful of Tian Miao Miao's hair, which was full of dandruff. Disgusted, Lu Yanjun quickly threw it away. "Ugh, so disgusting. How long has it been since you washed your hair? A young girl like you, so dirty, no wonder people laugh at you. Phew." Although Lu Yanjun doesn't wash her hair every day, She does so every 2 or 3 days. Tian Meow Meow probably hasn't washed hers in several months. You're the disgusting one. You're the dirty one. I love to keep clean, and I never skip washing my hair. Tian Meow Meow covers her head and argues back. Lu Yanjun stands up from her and laughs a little. Oh, listen to this. She calls herself clean. Her hair is so greasy it could be used to cook several dishes. She probably doesn't need to buy oil at home. She can just scrape some from her hair, she adds. Just imagining scraping oil from her hair to cook makes me feel sick. At first, the villagers watching didn't think much of it, but now, after Lu Yanjun's words, it seems like there's a strong bad smell coming from her hair. They all cover their noses. You can see her scalp from this far away. There are small patches and big patches, and her hair is all tangled. It looks like she has lice. She probably does. Everyone stay back. This can spread. Qiaoan also takes a few steps back. She had just moved closer to Tian Meow Meow but didn't touch her, so she thinks she's fine. She pulls Jiang He aside. Don't get too close. Lice can make your head itch a lot, and it's hard to get rid of. It's really gross. Everyone keeps their distance from Tian Meow Meow. Seeing this, she gets a little upset. What do you mean by those disgusted looks? I don't have lice on my head. I just have a bit of dandruff. I'm cleaner than you all. Hearing this, everyone starts laughing. We're much cleaner than you. Just look at your head, big patches of scalp showing, and a bad smell. Tian Meow Meow gets even more upset. She stands up and points at them. Are you all teaming up to bully me, an outsider? How can you be so shameless? She only hasn't washed her hair for a month.
It's not as bad as they say.
She even can't smell anything herself. How could she be so smelly? Actually, her hair smells pretty good. Washing her hair once a month is already good for her. Sometimes she goes 2 or 3 months without washing it. When she does wash it, she usually doesn't dry it completely and just covers it with a cloth to let it dry naturally. She finds washing her hair troublesome. Every time she goes out, she likes to tie her hair up so others can't see the dandruff on her scalp. Today, she was wearing her hair up, but Lu Yanjun had just pulled her hair tie off. She's too lazy to wash her hair. She probably didn't even take a bath, someone said. Everyone looked at her exposed legs. Today, Tian Meow Meow wore a clean, green dress with long sleeves. The skirt only reached her knees, so her calves were visible. No one saw dirt on her legs because she had washed them before leaving home, but only the parts of her legs that were outside the dress. When the wind blew strongly, it lifted her skirt, revealing the unwashed parts. Everyone thought she had bathed because her body looked clean. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. It lifted her skirt completely, and everyone saw her underwear. They were all shocked.
Wow.
Her thighs were very dark, like coal, creating a sharp contrast with her lighter calves. How long has it been since she washed? My daughter comes back from playing in the mud, and isn't this dirty? Someone said. I've never seen such a dirty girl. Even if she hadn't washed for months, she wouldn't be this black. She must have gone a year without washing, another said. Joan shivered at the sight. She had never seen a girl this dirty before, and it completely changed her view. Jiang He, who was standing nearby, had somehow moved behind her. Joan asked curiously, What are you doing? Helping you hold your skirt, Jiang He replied. Today, Joan was also wearing a skirt that reached her knees. When the wind blew hard, Jiang He quickly used his hand to hold her skirt to prevent her from exposing herself like Tian Meow Meow. Only he could see his wife. If anyone else looked at her, Jiang He would want to stop them. Joan smiled and said, But there's no wind now. Jiang He cleared his throat softly. It's still blowing, just a little weaker. What if it picks up again later? Better safe than sorry. Joan didn't notice that his ears were red. Maybe because his skin was dark, it was hard to see. Oh, I see. Thank you, You're so kind, she said. Then, Joan continued watching the scene. Jiang He behind her felt his throat dry. He couldn't hear what anyone else was saying. He looked down at Joanne's focused face as she watched the show, swallowed hard, and felt a strange swelling somewhere inside. He cursed himself silently, quickly turned his head away, and stopped looking at her. Why is he so angry lately? It was just a simple act of helping Joe and adjust her skirt when he accidentally touched her bottom, and now everything felt different. Joanne was so absorbed in watching the show that she didn't notice anything. Jiang, he thought he might be a bit strange, but he wouldn't tell her that he had been helping her with her skirt all along. Tian Miao Miao, feeling embarrassed, was being teased by everyone like a clown. She wished she could dig a hole and hide inside.
It was so humiliating.
If she had known, she would have washed her hair and taken a shower before going out today. You people from Xiaoxi village are all no good. You're mocking me and bullying me, Tian Miao Miao cried out in shame. Did we say something wrong? Maybe you're just not clean and a bit disgusting, someone replied. Don't get into trouble, or the ground will get dirty. What if your tears make the crops in the field die? Are you responsible for that? You guys are so rude. No wonder I have to work in the fields all my life. I won't bother arguing with you. Humph. After saying this, Tian Miao Miao covered her eyes and ran away. She probably wouldn't come back to Xiaoxi village again. The show was over, and everyone dispersed to continue their work. At dinner, a group of people sat under the big locust tree in the village, holding chairs and talking about Tian Miao Miao's embarrassing moments. Li Xiaona hadn't eaten anything all day. Because she was lazy today and skipped feeding the manure, Zhang Xiuhua refused to give her food, telling her to cook for herself and not to use any grain from the kitchen. She had to go up the mountain to pick some wild vegetables and cook them herself. There were wild rabbits in the mountains, but she didn't see any. She had gathered quite a few wild vegetables, though. Maybe she could find more in deeper parts of the mountain, but it was too dangerous. What if she ran into wild boars? So she only dared to gather near the mountain's edge. Li Xiaona felt like she had disturbed a nest of wild vegetables. Just a few steps later, she saw another big bunch of them. Her basket was already half full. Although wild vegetables aren't tasty, Zhang Xiuhua probably wouldn't give her food again, like today. It was better to gather more and take them home. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. You look down on me, think I'm ugly, right? Or is it that Li Shan's kung fu is better, and he has subdued you? Today, I must deal with you. Li Xiaona shouted loudly. Go away. You disgusting pig man, don't touch me. Meanwhile, Jiang, he carried a basket on his back and held Qiao and Small Hand as they walked along the mountain path. Qiao and Small Hand was only half his palm, white and soft. Holding it felt very comfortable, like touching tofu, soft and gentle. The reason for going up the mountain was simply because Qiao wanted to eat rabbit meat. He had caught a few rabbits a few days ago and hidden them in a cave. He originally planned to go alone, but Qiao insisted on coming along. It was late at night and the mountain was dangerous, so Jiang, he didn't want her to come. But Qiao was so cute when she pouted and begged that he finally agreed. Now, he only thought, women's teasing is really exhausting. After walking around for about 20 minutes, they finally reached the rabbit cave, where Jiang, he had hidden the rabbits. He pushed aside the large stone blocking the entrance, and they went inside. Inside, there were 2 wild chickens and 3 rabbits, all quite fat. Jiang, he had placed a lot of cow tendon grass and corn in the cave, so they weren't hungry at all. Do you want me to catch another wild chicken? You can make soup with it. The rabbits can be cooked spicy, he said. Just hearing that made Qiao and drool. Yes, yes. Let's catch one. The other one can be kept for later. We can come back to catch it when we want to eat. The 2 chickens were trembling in the corner, afraid Jiang, he would choose them. Qiao pointed her finger. Her, that one looks so fat, it seems greasy. The fat chicken responded, Yes, yes, I am very fat. Eating me would be too greasy, but since it's for soup, the fattier, the better. Let's catch it, Jiang, he said. The fat chicken thought, What's wrong with you humans? You don't follow normal rules. Jiang, he reached out and grabbed the chicken's wing, tying its legs with a rope he brought. He caught 2 more rabbits and put them into the basket. He left the cave, blocked the entrance with a big stone, and then took Qiao back home. On the way, Qiao hummed happily, thinking about the chicken and rabbit meat she had in her space. She couldn't enjoy eating alone. Food was better when everyone shared. Wild meat was the most delicious, pure and natural. Suddenly, she heard the sounds of a man and woman breathing nearby. Although Xiaoan had never done anything like that before, she had seen it on her phone. She immediately knew what was happening. It's so late. Who could it be? Curious, she followed the sound and looked over. Not far away on the grass, she saw two blurry figures lying on the ground. Because it was getting dark, Joanne couldn't see clearly. Jiang He had brought a flashlight for lighting, but if he turned it on, they would see her. So he turned it off to avoid startling them. To see better, Joanne took a few steps forward, but Jiang He covered her eyes. Why are you covering my eyes, Jiang He? It's not suitable for children. Joanne, I'm an adult. But still, you can't look. They're not wearing much. I just want to take a quick look, really just a quick look. Mostly she was curious about who those two people were. It was so late and they were out in the mountains doing something secretive. They definitely weren't a couple. Jiang He held her tighter. There's nothing good to see. It's just a matter between a man and a woman. Besides, that man isn't attractive. Like a mushroom, he wouldn't let Joanne see anything private of another man. Just as Joanne was about to speak, Jiang He whispered in her ear, "Don't say anything for now." Not far away on the grass, Zhou Dateo felt satisfied. He got up from Li Xiaona and started putting on his clothes. That was really amazing. Li Xiaona was lying on the ground, her eyes empty, like a corpse, not moving. Her head was turned to the side, and her legs were still in the position they had been in when Zhou Dateo pressed on her, exposing herself. At first, Li Xiaona tried to resist, until Zhou Dateo. In that moment, she completely gave up. This was her life now. She had once held some hope for Su Yanqing, thinking he wouldn't dislike her. But now, she had been with Li Shan and Zhou Dateo.
Li Xiaona criou palesli.
She believed she would never have a chance to be with Su Yanqing again. If he found out about this, he would definitely dislike her because she felt disgusted with herself. Zhou Dateo finished dressing and looked at Li Xiaona. You're still exposed after it's over. Do you want to do it again? Doing it again was impossible. Just this once, Zhou Dateo was already exhausted. His legs were trembling, and he was gasping for breath, like he was about to die, weak and exhausted. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Her life was good at first, so why has it become like this now? Joan and Jiang He were hiding behind a tree, listening clearly to Li Xiaona and Zhou Dateo's conversation. Wow, that's really disgusting, Joan exclaimed, wide-eyed in shock. This kind of thing happens often. Some are forced, others are voluntary. It happens every year in the village. Jiang He had seen scenes like this many times before. When he went up the mountain to hunt at night, he often came across such situations. But he didn't have the time or interest to care about who wives were cheating with or which men were acting out. So every time he saw something like that, he would quietly walk away. Joan was curious. I never thought Zhou Dateo would force Li Xiaona into this. Isn't he afraid she might report him? Jiang He replied. She wouldn't do that. Reporting Zhou Dateo wouldn't benefit her at all. The worst that could happen is Zhou Dateo ending up in jail, but she wouldn't be able to live in the Li family anymore, and she might even get hurt. Joan thought for a moment. That made sense. Why would Li Xiaona do something that wouldn't benefit her? Her eyes darted around as she made a plan in her mind. Li Xiaona didn't want everyone to know about this because she was shy and embarrassed. So she would give her a surprise tomorrow night. Hopefully, she wouldn't cry tears of joy when she saw it. Whether they do it or not, let's go home. The little rabbit is already eager to be in my mouth, Joan said, glancing at Jiang He's basket, where two wild rabbits were struggling inside. Wild rabbit. Where do you see us dying to get in your mouth? Jiang He sighed helplessly, rubbing his forehead. Young lady, don't say such things. Joan made a mischievous face. You just said do it a moment ago. Jiang He asked, when did I say that? Joan pointed at him, imitating Jiang He's words. Look, you said it again. Boys shouldn't say do it. It's not nice. It's too crude. Little brother Jiang, be careful you don't have trouble getting married in the future. Jiang He was speechless. Sometimes, he thought Joan's words were really sharp and clever, leaving him at a loss for what to say. When they got home, Lu Yanjun was sitting in the yard, plucking the feathers from a wild chicken. It had already been scalded with hot water, so it was easy to pluck. Jiang he was holding 2 rabbits and a knife, ready to kill them. Joan sat beside him, watching the trembling rabbits. Ah hey, they are shaking.
How sad.
What are you going to do? Cut their necks. Jiang he paused after picking up 1 rabbit. I'll kill them in the backyard. I'm worried it might scare you here. Joan said. I'm not afraid. Let's do it here.
I just feel sorry for them.
Then, no more eating. Just keep them as pets?
No.
Rabbits are so cute. How can I not eat them? As Joan spoke, her saliva started to flow uncontrollably. She quickly wiped her mouth. Jiang he skillfully killed the rabbits, cleaned out their insides, peeled their skins, and washed them in water. Then, he handed them over to Lu Yanjun, the chef. Joan wanted to help, but Lu Yanjun didn't allow it. She just sat in the yard and waited. Little Tiger ran over and rested his head on her lap. Sister, seeing that Little Tiger looked a bit sad, Joan gently patted his small head. What's wrong? Little Tiger pouted and said, Dad just spanked me. Joan asked, Did you do something wrong again? Little Tiger shook his head.
No.
Dad was teaching me to write my name. I wrote it correctly, but he said I was wrong. Then I rewrote it, and suddenly he got angry and spanked me. Joan was confused. If he wrote it correctly, why did Jiang Ming hit him? Go get the paper and pen and write it again for me to see. Little Tiger quickly ran inside to get the paper and pen. He came out and placed the paper on the table. Under Joan's curious gaze, he carefully wrote the characters, Jiang Hu one at a time. Joan was speechless. Now she understood why Jiang Ming hit him. Because this kid wrote his name from bottom to top, and until he finished the last, you couldn't tell what the character was. Little Tiger, you can't write like that. You should start with the radicals, not from bottom to top. Joan took the pen from him and demonstrated on the paper.
See?
This is how you write it. Little Tiger scratched his head. But I can write it like this too, Joan corrected him. Although you wrote it, your way is wrong. You should write it like your sister did. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Little Tiger nodded. Write it again using your sister's method, and show it to your father. He won't be angry then. Okay, Little Tiger took the paper and pen, and went inside. Luo Wanhua leaned against the doorframe and rolled her eyes at her. Having gone to school for a few years and learned to write a few words was nothing special. She couldn't believe she said her son was wrong. As long as he wrote it, that was enough. Who cares about radicals or strokes? She was just being picky. Some people, they don't have much education and can't teach their children well, but they can't stand others teaching them, Joan thought. She didn't need to guess. She knew Luo Wanhua was thinking this. And Joan saw her roll her eyes just now. Luo Wanhua awkwardly smiled. Little sister-in-law, I didn't mean it that way. Could this little troublemaker read minds? She seemed to know exactly what she was thinking.
Joan sighed. I didn't say you said that.
Why are you taking it personally? Luo Wanhua. Is she trying to trick her? If she was so good at talking, why not try stand-up comedy? Hee little sister-in-law, you're joking. I'm going to the kitchen to help Mom. Luo Wanhua said and headed to the kitchen. She was too lazy to argue with Joan. The aroma from the kitchen drifted into the yard. Soon, Lu Yanjun brought the food to the table. Since Joan didn't like and garlic, she didn't add those. Joan picked up the rice scoop and served everyone. Just as she scooped a bowl, Lu Yanjun stopped her. No need for you to serve, Lu Yanjun said, taking the rice scoop from her hand and passing it to Luo Wanhua. You do it, Luo Wanhua. That Joan could serve rice just fine. Was this small task too hard? She wasn't asking her to do heavy work. She was just being delicate. Luo Wanhua took the rice scoop reluctantly and served rice into everyone's bowls. The spicy rabbit head dish smelled very good. Joan was sweating on her forehead from the spiciness. Jiang he poured her a glass of water, and she gulped it down in one go. Lu Yanjun asked with concern, Anan, is it very spicy? I remember you said last time you could handle spicy food, so I added more. If I knew it would be this spicy, I would have used less chili. Lu Yanjun felt a bit regretful for having put so much food on the table earlier. She thought the spicier the rabbit meat, the more fragrant it would be. The Jiang family members all like spicy food, and Xiaoan also said last time she could handle it. Xiaoan wiped her sweat and said, "Sigh, Auntie, it's not that spicy. Eating spicy food is supposed to make you sweat, right? I think this level of spiciness is just right. It tastes so good. I've already eaten a lot. If there was less chili, it wouldn't have this flavor." Lu Yanjun smiled and gave her a rabbit head. "As long as you like it." Xiaoan didn't like eating the head part and couldn't bring herself to put it in her mouth. She put it into Jiang He's bowl. "You eat it?" Jiang He asked, confused. "You don't like eating rabbit heads?" "Yeah, I'm fine with other parts." Luo Wanyue shamelessly reached over with her bowl. "If you don't want it, give it to me. I love eating it." It just so happened that her favorite part was the head. Lu Yanjun picked up the 2 rabbit tails and handed them to her.
Eat, eat, eat.
"You've already eaten so much. Are you not used to eating meat, or what? Once you finish these 2, you're not allowed to eat more." Luo Wanyue felt a little annoyed. What does she mean she's eaten so much? She had only eaten 4 or 5 pieces of meat, yet Lu Yanjun said she ate a lot. Why didn't she say the same about the bones in front of Xiaoan? Hearing this, Xiaoan no longer found the rabbit leg in her mouth tasty. She counted the bones in front of her. There were 5. She had eaten 3 or 4 pieces without bones. Suddenly, she felt she might have eaten too much. After finishing the rabbit leg, she didn't pick any more. She just ate her rice, but her eyes kept drifting toward the plate of rabbit meat on the table. "There's still a lot left. You can eat as much as you want. Mother won't say anything," Jiang He said, seeing through her thoughts. Lu Yanjun realized a moment later. When she was talking about Luo Wanyue just now, Xiaoan probably heard her and was worried she might think she ate too much. She quickly said, "Yes, and being able to eat is a blessing. You can eat all of this. Look at how thin you are. Eat as much as you want. Annie won't say anything. I love you so much I can't even keep up." She pushed the plate closer to Xiao, and Luo Wanyue looked at her bowl of rabbit tails, angry, and poked at them with her chopsticks. This old lady is playing favorites, huh? If eating a lot means being lucky, then she's lucky. If she eats a lot, it means she hasn't had enough meat. Luo Wanyue turned to look at Jiang Ming, hoping he would help her get a few pieces of meat. Jiang Ming only helped her eat. He didn't feed himself, so Lu Yanjun probably wouldn't say anything. Unfortunately, Jiang Ming ignored her completely, only focusing on himself and Xiaohu. Luo Wanyue was even angrier now. Her whole family was bullying her. At night, Zhou Deitao went back to the place where he and Li Xiaona did something bad yesterday. He was chewing on a dogtail grass, leaning against a big tree, looking very impatient. What's wrong with Li Xiaona?
Why isn't she here yet?
Maybe she won't come at all? Did she forget what she said yesterday? Never mind. I'll wait a little longer. Maybe something came up. If she dares not to come, I'll go to Li's house later. So Zhou Deitao waited for about 10 more minutes. Just when he was about to lose his temper, Li Xiaona slowly arrived. He immediately pulled her down and pressed her to the ground. "Why are you so slow? Do you know how long I've been waiting?" Li Xiaona was late because Li Shan kept bothering her to do something. Since she had done something with Li Shan that night, she hadn't done it again until today, which was the 2nd time. Li Shan forced her because she didn't want to. Anyway, they were already married, so doing such things was normal. Could she really accuse Li Shan of forcing her? Li Xiaona pushed Zhou Deitao away hard. "Wait a minute. Wait for what?" Zhou Deitao said, already tired of waiting and not wanting to wait any longer. He reached out to unbutton her shirt, but Li Xiaona tightly covered herself. "Give me money. I'll do it if you give me money." She had already made up her mind. Since she couldn't get rid of Zhou Deitao, she wouldn't do it for free. She needed money. Zhang Xiuhua never gave her food, and she only ate wild vegetables all day. She couldn't fill her stomach that way. With money, she wouldn't starve. When Zhou Deitao heard she wanted money, he immediately got angry. "You're asking me for money? Who do you think you are? Look at your situation now. If I tell others about what we did, do you think you'll still have a way out? Stop wasting time with nonsense." Zhou Deitao tore off her buttons. Li Xiaona shouted, If you don't give me money, don't even think about touching me. I'm not afraid anymore. If you want to tell everyone what we did, go ahead. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. He has not brushed his teeth for years and smokes cigarettes. His teeth are yellow, and there are many vegetable leaves stuck on them. Most importantly, he has bad breath that makes Li Xiaona feel sick and want to. While kissing, she suddenly felt something on her tongue, vegetable leaves. Li Xiaona couldn't stand it and quickly pushed Zhou Dateo away, spitting on the ground. Are you still disgusted with me? Watch me teach you a lesson. Zhou Dateo grabbed her hair, forcing her head back. You little brat, can't you relax a bit? Don't hold your legs so tight. Spread them a little. They were in a heated moment when suddenly, from not far away, came hurried, noisy footsteps and the flashlights of several torches. Li Xiaona's face turned pale with fear. She quickly pushed Zhou Dateo away. Someone is coming. Zhou Dateo also got scared and hurriedly got dressed, even putting his pants on backwards in his rush. Just as he was about to run away, a few men suddenly appeared in front of him. Village chief, Zhou Dateo is trying to escape. A group of young men from the village grabbed him, preventing him from running. Soon, they surrounded both of them. Li Shan was among them. He was originally excited to catch someone cheating because he could openly see the woman's body. But when he saw that the woman was Li Xiaona, he immediately felt like killing her. Angrily, Li Shan walked over, grabbed Li Xiaona, and punched her in the nose. You little brat, how dare you cheat on me behind my back? Are you trying to satisfy yourself with someone like Zhou Dateo? He also accused her of going up the mountain to pick wild vegetables. Was that how she did it? She had even been with another man before leaving. They had just been together before she left, and now she was with someone else. Was she so uncontrollable? So desperate? Li Xiaona's nose was broken, and blood kept flowing out. The village chief quickly ordered people to hold Li Shan back, worried he might kill her. Li Shan was held back, still cursing. Village chief, this cheated on me behind my back. Shouldn't I teach her a lesson? Let me go. I will definitely beat this wicked woman to death. The village chief had seen scenes like this before. Stop fighting. Fighting won't solve anything. Do you really want to kill her? Zhang Xiuhua was panting heavily and arrived late. She excitedly asked the people around her, who is cheating? Who is it? She loved to see other people's jokes, and she didn't want to miss this good show. Look for yourself, a woman nearby said with a look that seemed to call someone a fool, covering her mouth and laughing. Zhang Xiuhua pouted and said, Mom, you look yourself. She pushed to the front of the crowd and finally saw the two people on the ground. She was so angry she almost fainted. She walked over and slapped Li Xiaona in the face. You little thing. You've only been married to my family for a few days, and you're cheating on Li Shan outside. She felt the slap wasn't enough to vent her anger, so she wrapped her hand to her coat and picked some stinging nettles. Li Xiaona hurriedly put on her clothes, but wasn't wearing pants. Zhang Xiuhua grabbed the nettles and started hitting her, the leaves scratching her skin. She cried out painfully. Soon, bumps of various sizes appeared all over her body. It was itchy and painful. Li Xiaona couldn't stop scratching, even bleeding from it. Note, for those unfamiliar, stinging nettles are common wild plants in rural areas. Touching them causes pain, itching, and small bumps. Mild cases heal on their own, but severe ones may require burning to relieve the pain. The village chief came over to Zhang Xiuhua and shouted at her, Zhang Xiuhua, your family is just as bad. Hitting people won't solve anything. Zhang Xiuhua spat on Li Xiaona and looked at the village chief defiantly. Chief, she just married into my family a few days ago, and she's already cheating on my son. If it were your daughter-in-law, you wouldn't sit still either. Such a shameless woman should be beaten to death. The village chief snorted coldly. Go ahead, beat her. If you kill her, you can go eat peanuts. Zhang Xiuhua was instantly speechless. My son. Wang Lan ran out crying from the crowd, grabbing Zhou Dateo's head. How could you do such a foolish thing? Zhou Dateo was so scared he couldn't speak and even wet his pants. Wang Lan glared fiercely at Li Xiaona. Tell me, was this little brat seducing you? Did she drug you? She actually knew that Zhou Deitao had forced Li Xiaona, but she couldn't let her son eat peanuts. Li Xiaona trembled as she approached the village chief. Village chief, please help me. Zhou Deitao forced me. I went up the mountain yesterday to pick wild vegetables, and suddenly he appeared behind me. Afterward, he threatened me, saying that if I didn't come here tonight to see him, he would tell everyone. I was forced to do this. Village chief. I know Li Shan will beat me to death, so I was scared. That's why I came here tonight. Everything I said is true. If I tell a lie, I will be struck by lightning and meet a bad end. Wang Lan, upset, took off her shoes and threw them at Li Xiaona's head. You're lying. How could my son force you? You were the one who seduced him, and you're just twisting the truth, Li Xiaona. I didn't. It was your son who forced me. How could I be interested in Zhou Deitao, who is so ugly and disgusting? After speaking, she turned to the village chief, crying painfully. Village chief, everything I said is the truth. The village chief coughed. Enough, stop talking, he immediately ordered. Take Zhou Deitao to the county police station tonight. The police will handle it. Once the village chief spoke, it was decided. The young men pulling Zhou Deitao immediately moved, taking him down the mountain. Wang Lan quickly ran to stop them. You can't take my son. He was seduced by Li Xiaona. He's innocent. The one who should be punished is that wicked Li Xiaona. He's not at fault. Zhou Deitao was crying and sniffling.
Mom, I'm scared. I don't want to die.
Please save me, Mom. The young men pushed Wang Lan aside. If you're messing around, you're messing around. What's innocent? Step aside and don't block our way. Wang Lan shouted loudly. My Dado is a good boy. If you do this, you'll face karma. The young men looked at Wang Lan with no words.
Good boy?
They thought she was talking about a saint. Ignoring her, the young men took Zhou Deitao down the mountain. Wang Lan knelt on the ground, crying loudly. My son, what will I do without you? The village chief sighed. You brought this on yourself. Knowing the consequences, you still did it. Serves you right. Who can really blame anyone else? It's all his own fault for acting recklessly. Li Xiaona is from your Li family. Starting today, your whole family must move to the pigsty for a year. You are not allowed to skip work, and you have to do the hardest, most tiring jobs for the lowest work points. When they heard this, Zhang Xiuhua and Li Shan both widened their eyes. Village chief, this is Li Xiaona's fault. Why does her whole family have to suffer? If anyone should be punished, it should be just her. The pigsty was stinky and not a place for people to live. It leaked water during rain, and they still had to earn the lowest work points. Their family couldn't even earn enough to eat with 10 work points a day. If they only got the lowest, they would starve. Why should their whole family suffer because of Li Xiaona's mistake? The village chief looked cold. Because she is from your Li family, the village chief still held some personal grudges. Recently, the Li family had caused a lot of trouble. Not only was this year's village not advanced, but next year's prospects were uncertain. Zhang Xiuhua angrily pinched Li Xiaona's arm. You little brat, causing trouble and dragging us down. You're a troublemaker, village chief. This isn't fair. Why is my son sentenced to death, but Li Xiaona only gets punished? Wang Lan looked at the village chief with resentment. She was unhappy. The village chief said, the main mistake was made by Zhou Deitao.
It was him who forced Li Xiaona.
She didn't do it willingly. Why? Wang Lan trembled with anger. The village chief was so unfair. Li Xiaona should be punished alongside her son and face death. Suddenly, a knife appeared on the ground. Without thinking, she rushed over, picked it up, and clenched it tightly in her hand. Her eyes were fierce as she looked at Li Xiaona. You troublemaker, I want you dead. Then, holding the knife, she charged at Li Xiaona. Everyone was still stunned. Li Xiaona screamed and ran backward, but Wang Lan grabbed her hair and pulled her back. A knife stabbed into her chest. Why is my son going to die, but you're still alive? I want you to go and be with him. Note, this story may contain intense scenes. The author is new and appreciates constructive feedback to improve the work. Please be respectful. Blood sprayed from Li Xiaona's chest. Everyone's faces turned pale with fear. The timid ones ran away, afraid that Wang Lan might go berserk and hurt them all. Even the usually calm village chief was startled by Wang Lan's behavior. But now wasn't the time to be afraid. He quickly shouted, "Quick, hold her back. Someone's going to get hurt." Although Wang Lan was just a woman, she had been working in the fields for years and was very strong. When she lost control, 3 young men almost couldn't hold her down. "I want to kill this wicked woman. Let me go. Dada will be lonely down there all alone," Wang Lan yelled as she was pressed to the ground. After hearing about the village chief's decision, Qiao En was very unhappy. She thought it was too simple just to lock her in the cow shed. So, when no one was paying attention, she used her mind to enter her space. She took a sharp fruit knife from the kitchen and quietly placed it on the ground. She knew Wang Lan would use it. Clearly, Qiao En was very satisfied with this outcome. The villagers used a cart to send Li Xiaona to the county hospital that night. By noon the next day, Qiao En heard the news. Li Xiaona was not dead. The knife had missed her heart, so she wasn't fatally injured, but she still had serious wounds and needed to stay in the hospital for a while. Qiao En was in a good mood at first, but then she felt speechless. How could this person be so lucky? And Wang Lan, too, she missed her target. Couldn't she aim better? Or even if she missed, she could have tried a few more times. It was all a waste of her happiness. Qiao En held an apple, angrily biting into it. In the afternoon, news spread that Zhou Dado had been executed. Wang Lan immediately went crazy. She wandered aimlessly around the village, her hair messy, muttering constantly, "My son. My son is gone. I can't find him." A young man passing by was grabbed by Wang Lan. She asked, "Did you see Dado? Where is he?" "I've prepared food, but he still hasn't come home." The young man pushed her away, cursing, "Crazy woman, are you sick or what?" Ahead, a chubby man who looked a lot like Zhou Dado was walking. Wang Lan immediately went up to him and took his hand, leading him toward her home. "Son, mother finally found you. Where have you been? You don't know how long I've been looking for you. We should go home now. The meal is ready and will get cold soon. Who are you calling son?" "Zhou Dateo is already gone, and he's acting crazy." Wang Lan was pushed to the ground but got up and kept pulling the fat man. "The food will get cold. I made all your favorite dishes. Don't you like meat? All the dishes are meat-based. I just slaughtered a fresh one at home. Look." She rolled up her pant leg, revealing a large cut on her calf, blood everywhere, with a bone visible. "You love eating meat the most. If it's not enough, I can cut more. I have plenty of meat. You can have as much as you want. If it's not enough, I can go to other houses and get more. Get away from me. You're crazy. You're completely out of your mind." The fat man cursed and ran away in fear. Wang Lan chased after him, saying, "Dateo, don't run. We need to go home. If we don't, the food will get cold and it won't taste good anymore." Because her leg was hurt, she walked very slowly. Last night, she stabbed Li Xiaona with a knife. Although she didn't die, she had to face punishment. Soon, some police officers from the county came and took her to the station. That matter was settled. There are only 3 days left until Qiao En's wedding with Zhang He. Zhang He had already taken a bullock cart to the county early in the morning to buy some new bedding. On his way back, he stopped at the carpenter's house. Recently, he paid to have some furniture made, and today everything was finished. The carpenter kindly helped him move the furniture to Zhang's house. Otherwise, with so many things, Zhang He would need several trips to move everything himself. He worked until the afternoon, finally finishing at 2 o'clock. All the new furniture was moved into the room where Qiao En was staying. The new bed was covered with bright red bedding. Lu Yanjun tidied up the house inside and out, then started preparing the meat and vegetables for the wedding feast. Most of the dishes were vegetarian, with a little meat placed on top of each bowl of vegetarian food. In this era, even if they had money, they couldn't have lavish banquets. Every bowl had some meat, but they avoided waste and extravagance. In Little Creek Village, There is a tradition that newlyweds cannot see each other for the first 2 days after their wedding. This is because both carry happiness with them, and meeting too soon might disturb the joy. So, Xiaoan went to the Knowledge Youth Courtyard. The courtyard was not yet finished, but since Xiaoan's family was from Beijing, it was too far to go home for the wedding. The villagers quickly built a small thatched hut, which was quite sturdy. Living inside, it would be fine. Xiaoan lay alone inside, bored, twirling her hair with her finger. She really wanted to see Ahi, but she had to follow the tradition. Oh well, she would wait. Her stomach was a bit hungry. She thought for a moment and entered her space. What should she eat? Maybe sweet and sour ribs? No, she didn't want anything sweet. Just then, she heard a knock on the door outside. It was Lu Yanjun's voice. Xiaoan quickly left her space, opened the door, and saw not only Lu Yanjun but also Jiang He, Jiang Ming, Luo Wanyue, and Xiao who had come along. Because Jiang He couldn't meet Xiaoan, he didn't come inside. She cheerfully called out, "Auntie." Lu Yanjun took out a red cloth wrapped around 100 yuan, which was her bride price, along with some gifts. Although 100 yuan wasn't much for Xiaoan, she still appreciated the gesture. This was Zhang's family's sincerity. Xiaoan didn't refuse and accepted it immediately. Luo Wanyue stood nearby, sour-faced. Humph! Such generosity from the old woman. When I got married, my bride price was only 30 yuan. Giving Xiao 100 yuan. It's so unfair. A few days ago, I asked Lu Yanjun for 5 yuan to go to the county, but she didn't give it. Why does she need so much money? Does she know she's going to die and is buying a coffin early? She doesn't make money every day and still dares to ask for money. Luo Wanyue was furious. The old woman was so stingy, she wouldn't even give her 5 yuan. Jiang Ming glared at her. You better not talk. Jiang He was about to marry Xiaoan. He didn't want to fight Luo Wanyue, fearing it would bring bad luck. The makeshift thatched hut had nothing inside and couldn't even cook food. Lu Yanjun was worried Xiaoan might go hungry, so over the next 3 days, she brought meals on time, 3 times a day. Soon, the day of Xiaoan's wedding arrived. Zhou's father and mother arrived the night before and stayed at the local guest house. At dawn, they hurried over immediately. A group of people crowded inside the house. Zhouan was dressed up with the help of Xinzi from head to toe. In the mirror, she looked delicate and beautiful, with a fair, smooth face. Her eyebrows were thin and curved like willow leaves, her long eyelashes fluttered, and her clear eyes shone like water. Her nose was straight and refined, and her pink lips were painted with red lipstick. She looked even more stunning than usual, like a fairy. "Enin, you look so pretty after putting on makeup," Fang Hong praised as she looked at Zhou in the mirror. Today, she was the bridesmaid and also wore light makeup, but not as beautiful as Zhou. She knew she couldn't compare. Otherwise, the villagers might say, the couple is getting married, and she looks so good that she outshines the bride, stealing the spotlight. But deep down, she knew Zhou was the prettiest girl she had ever seen. Even without makeup, she looked better than Fang Hong with makeup. There was no comparison. Zhou smiled softly. "Are you saying I look bad without makeup?" Fang Hong quickly shook her head. "Of course not. Without makeup, you look like a fairy descending from heaven, pure and charming. With makeup, you look like a thorny rose, so beautiful it makes my heart tremble. If I were a man, I would definitely want to marry you." She winked at Zhou, and as she said this, Zhou was amused and laughed. "Stop it. You're just good at sweet talk." Soon, people arrived outside, lively and bustling, relatives coming for the wedding. Zhou had already changed into a red wedding dress. She sat on the bed, her hands unconsciously clenched. Today was her wedding. It was natural to feel nervous. Jiang He was wearing a brand new Zhongshan suit. He was tall, well-built, handsome, like a walking clothes rack. The Zhongshan suit made him look even more heroic and confident. He pushed a Phoenix brand bicycle, standing at the door, with a big red embroidered ball hanging from the handlebar. When Zhou came out, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Jiang He was even more stunned. holding his breath as he looked at Joan in her red dress and delicate makeup. His Adam's apple moved involuntarily. The young men around took a deep breath and stared intently. Wow, I can't believe how beautiful Xiao Jiqing looks when she dresses up. Zhang He really got lucky to marry such a wonderful girl. His ancestors must be proud. Some people praised sincerely, saying they matched well, while others felt jealous and resentful. Everyone thought Xiao and shouldn't have married Zhang He, a poor young man, but should have married someone richer. After a while, Zhang He finally snapped out of his thoughts. He stepped forward and walked toward Xiaoan. The distance was only a few steps, but it felt very long, and he was nervous. Carefully, Zhang He gently picked up Xiaoan and sat her on the back of his bicycle. "Let's go," someone from the crowd shouted. Xiaoan sat behind Zhang He, holding onto his slim waist. The wedding procession left the youth's courtyard and headed toward the Jiang family's house. At the Jiang family's yard, it was lively and full of joy. Decorations with happy characters were everywhere, creating a festive atmosphere. The yard was filled with guests, all eating and drinking happily. Jiang He carried Xiao and into the decorated bridal room and gently laid her on the bed. A group of children followed little Tiger inside, running in to ask for candies. Xiao and handed out a big handful of fruit candies to the little kids. Little Tiger said, "Sister, you look so pretty today. Little Tiger, you're so silly. The fairy sister already married your little uncle. You should call her little aunt now." Little Tiger scratched his head. "Oh, I see. Little aunt, I wish you and little uncle a happy marriage." A few other children also said, wishing big sister and big brother a happy marriage and a quick, blessed life. Hearing this, little Tiger added, "May your happiness be as vast as the East Sea, and your life as long as the southern mountain." Xiaoan, Zhang He, little Tiger looked confused. What's wrong? It seemed they didn't like that blessing, so he tried another one. "Then I wish little uncle and little aunt a long life and endless happiness." Some of the children couldn't stand it and gently tapped little Tiger's not-so-bright head. "Little Tiger, those words are only said when the grandpas are celebrating their birthdays." "You're such a big fool." Little Tiger said he didn't know. "Then what should I say?" "You should say, wishing sister and brother a happy life together and a forever loving heart." Little Tiger understood and smiled again, saying, "Wishing sister and brother a happy wedding, 100 years of harmony and eternal unity, the other little friends." No hope. Joan was amused by this silly child. She reached out and handed a big handful of candies to the children. When the kids saw that saying nice words earned them candies, they quickly said more. Joan was happy listening to them and filled their pockets with candies. Shenzi and Xiao Shang came in. Seeing this, Zhang He said, "You talk nicely with your parents. I'll go out and handle some things. I still need to entertain the guests." Joan nodded. "Okay, go ahead." When Zhang He left, he took the children with him. Shenzi sat next to Joan and held her soft little hand. "Anan, today you got married. Mom is happy. From now on you are married and have a family. You can't be as naughty as before." Joan leaned on her shoulder, joking. "Mom, I wasn't naughty before. I was very obedient." Xiao Shang snorted. "Exactly. My daughter isn't naughty. If anyone is naughty, it's those bratty boys at home. I don't know who they take after, but it's definitely not me." Joan mischievously asked, "Dad, is it like Mom?" Xiao Shang instinctively nodded. "Yes." Then he shook his head. "No, no." Shenzi clenched her fists, smiling gently. "Don't make me slap you on such a happy day." Xiao Shang quickly apologized. "Ha, it's me. With such a gentle and beautiful wife, how could those bratty boys be like you, right?" Joan laughed so hard she nearly fell over. "Dad, why are you so afraid of Mom?" Xiao Shang's voice lowered. "I'm not afraid of your mom. I love her." "You little brat, you don't understand anything." Joan. Yes, I don't understand. They continued talking inside the house. Soon after, Shenzi and Xiao Shang also left. Joan sat alone in the room, feeling a bit bored. She looked around at the layout of the room. The basic furniture was already there, including a large double-door wardrobe with a mirror in the middle. Inside, there were several brand-new quilts. Each piece of furniture was covered with red curtains or tablecloths, and the whole room looked completely different. Joa anxiously felt warm inside. She had finally married Jeong-hee. Thinking about what would happen tonight, she felt both nervous and excited. This was the first time in her life she experienced something like this. In her previous life, when she read novels, she also saw such scenes. The heroine would sleep until late the next day, exhausted and in pain all over, with weak legs that made walking difficult. Would she also be like that? Thinking of this, Joa couldn't help but blush. It probably wouldn't be that serious, right? There was no way she could be unable to walk. Those authors exaggerated too much. As Joa was lost in thought, the door was gently pushed open, and Jeong-hee came in carrying a bowl. "Wife, you didn't eat today. Don't go hungry. Eat quickly," Jeong-hee said, handing her chopsticks. The bowl was filled with braised pork, topped generously, along with a soft-boiled egg and some greens. Lu Yanjun had cooked this just for Joa. The meat in the bowl was more than what was on a table in the courtyard. "Smells so good." "I'm starving," Joa said. She took the chopsticks and picked up a piece of braised pork, which melted in her mouth. Jeong-hee stared at her intently. Her bright red lips were shiny with oil, moving slightly as if inviting him to taste. A rice grain stuck to Joa's corner of her mouth. She stuck out her pink tongue to lick it, and that gesture was incredibly tempting. Jeong-hee's throat tightened. He quickly looked away and said in a hoarse voice, "I'll go out first to entertain the guests. When you finish eating, just put the dishes on the table. I'll come to clear them later." He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't want to step outside this room at all. Joa took a bite of greens and asked curiously, "Do I not need to help entertain the guests with you?" "No, you just need to stay inside the room," Jeong-hee replied, then opened the door and left. At the hospital, Li Xiaona lay on the bed, clenched her fists, and her eyes were full of hatred. Joa's wedding was lively, and she heard about it from the young people visiting her. Why was it that she was seriously injured, but Joa was happily holding her wedding in the village? Apart from the two young workers who just arrived, no one came to visit her. Everyone was at Xiao En's wedding banquet, so no one paid attention to her. She always felt that the events of that night were brought by Xiao En and the village chief. Otherwise, why would so many people suddenly show up? Only she and Zhou Dateo knew about the meeting in the mountains, and she wouldn't tell anyone else. Xiao En must have overheard Zhou Dateo threatening her. When Wang Lan, the crazy woman, stabbed her, she saw Xiao En smiling happily. That knife was definitely taken out by Xiao En. She clearly didn't provoke Xiao En, so why was she harmed like this? Li Xiaona trembled with anger. She didn't know how the Li family would treat her after she left the hospital. She was scared, but she couldn't stay in the hospital forever. She wanted to, but it wasn't possible, and she had no money. The expenses during this time were paid by everyone together, and she would have to pay them back later. When the two young workers came earlier, they only brought some food, just a few egg cakes. Li Xiaona had never seen such stinginess. Visiting her in the hospital, shouldn't they bring a bunch of nourishing foods and delicious treats? Bringing only a few egg cakes, what's the point?
Who could eat that?
It was so frustrating. They might as well just give her money so she could buy whatever she wanted to eat. Li Xiaona cursed inwardly, feeling hungry. She was about to reach for the egg cakes, but she found only 2 left.
Ah?
Old hag, where are my egg cakes? Did you eat them? Li Xiaona yelled sharply. On the bed next to her, an elderly woman with white hair, over 70, was lying with her back turned to Li Xiaona. She seemed to be sleeping, but secretly, she was eating the 2 egg cakes bought by the young workers. A few pieces were hidden inside her quilt. "Speak up. Don't pretend to be asleep." Li Xiaona angrily got off the bed and tried to pull the quilt off the old woman. Her chest was stitched with many stitches. She had rested in the hospital for a few days, but it still hurt. She didn't dare move too much, afraid of pulling her wound. The old woman quickly chewed the egg cakes in her mouth and then stuffed some into her own mouth on the bed. Many crumbs fell onto the bed. Li Xiaona broke down and shouted, "You stole my things again. Since I've been in the hospital, how much of my food have you stolen?" You old thing. How dare you do this? I am seriously injured, and you still steal my food. Do you have no shame? While she was in the hospital, the old woman was there too. Most of the food people brought her was eaten by the old woman. Every time she was asleep or in the bathroom, the old woman would quietly steal her things. Once, Li Xiaona caught her in the act. The old woman wasn't afraid and directly took the food away. The old woman rolled her eyes at her, finished what was in her mouth, then reached for the remaining 2 egg cakes on the table, grabbed one, and shoved it into her mouth. Li Xiaona was even more upset. Only 2 left, and you won't leave me any. That was her only food today. If the old woman ate it all, what would she eat? Spit it out. Give it back to me. Li Xiaona reached out to open the old woman's mouth, but her movement was too strong and hurt her wound. She broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. The old woman took advantage of her injury to do this. Otherwise, she was afraid she couldn't fight Li Xiaona. Right in front of Li Xiaona, the old woman ate the last egg cake and then let out a big burp.
Ah!
You old hag, you're not human. No wonder your son and daughter-in-law don't visit you. You deserve it. When you have nothing to eat, you come to steal mine. I'm hungry too. Li Xiaona sat on the ground, crying like a pig being slaughtered.
Just steal from you.
I'll still eat next time. The old woman rubbed her full belly and licked the crumbs off her fingers. This made Li Xiaona very angry. She hadn't eaten all day, and now she was starving. The old woman stealing her cake was bad enough, but she was so arrogant about it. She got up from the ground, ready to teach the old woman a lesson. She reached out to grab her, but the old woman dodged and she fell down. Unfortunately, her wound hit the corner of the bed hard.
Ah!
The pain was so intense, she cried out loudly. She closed her eyes and fainted, probably needing stitches again. Don't try to blame me. You came to grab me yourself. Don't pretend to faint. The old woman thought she was acting. Really fainted? She kicked Li Xiaona with her foot. Seeing no response, she hurried out to find a nurse. What if she died and blamed her? Later, the wedding was successfully finished. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough, the guests started to leave. Luo Wanyue and Jiang Ming were tidying up in the yard. Because Shen Ziyi and Qiao Shang were leaving, Qiao En came out of the bridal room to see them off. Lu Yanjun tried to persuade her, saying, "Z, there's an empty room at home. If you don't mind, you can stay overnight. I've cleaned it up, and it's very tidy." Lu Yanjun and Shen Ziyi had just been chatting happily during the banquet, and now they were calling each other so affectionately. Shen Ziyi waved her hand and said, "No need to trouble Yanjun. We can stay at the county guest house too. We'll go back early tomorrow morning." Qiao Shang shouted at Jiang He, "You little brat, remember what you promised me. If you don't do one thing, don't forget what I said." Jiang He smiled and promised again, "Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely do it." Qiao En curiously stuck out her little head. What were they whispering about? Hearing the word, Dad, Qiao Shang felt more and more uncomfortable. He hummed awkwardly and went to open the passenger door for Shen Ziyi. Shen Ziyi held Qiao En's hand and said, "Mom and Dad are leaving. You and Xiao He should have a good life. We will visit you when we have time." Qiao En hugged her and said, "Yes, I will take good care of Xiao He. We will also come back to see you and Dad." Shen Ziyi patted her head and then said to Jiang He, "And En is in your care now. Please don't let her down. Take good care of her for us." Jiang He nodded seriously. "You and Dad can rest assured. I will take good care of En." After saying goodbye, Shen Ziyi sat in the front passenger seat and Qiao Shang started the car. Qiao En and the others stood at the gate of the yard, watching them leave. Luo Wanyue was still complaining. She vented her frustration on the broom, vigorously sweeping the trash on the ground. Lu Yanjun turned her head and saw her little actions. Sweep properly and clean it well. On such a happy day, she wouldn't speak harsh words or curse. Normally, she would have scolded Luo Wanyue a few times. Lu Yanjun shook her head. "That won't do. You're the bride, and on your wedding night, you shouldn't be working. Even if you weren't the bride today, I wouldn't want you to do chores." Jiang He also said, "Mother is right. Well, tidy up. You go rest in your room." If you're tired, go to sleep first. Luo Wanyue was speechless. How could she finish tidying up all these things so quickly? More people mean more help. Doesn't she understand that? On the night she married Jiang Ming, why didn't Lu Yanjun mention that brides shouldn't help with chores? She also washed many dishes, her legs tired and numb from standing. Why is there a different rule here with Qiao and... Her heart is so biased. After tidying up the yard, Jiang He couldn't wait to go to the bridal room. But Lu Yanjun stopped him. Your mother already told you in advance. Anan is delicate and weak, not as strong as you. You need to be gentle with her. Don't hurt her. Be careful and have some sense. Jiang He had been single for so many years. Finally, he found a wife and got married. He was so excited, he couldn't hold back. Lu Yanjun looked at his tall, muscular body and sighed. Why is such a strong boy like him? Anan is so petite. She might suffer a lot.
Sigh.
Jiang He, got it, mother. I'll be careful. When he returned to the room, Qiaoan was already asleep. She lay on the soft wedding quilt, breathing evenly, with a sweet smile on her face, seeming to have had a good dream. He tiptoed over, sat by the bed, and looked at her side face with gentle, loving eyes.
Don't.
Qiaoan mumbled in her sleep. Jiang He gently stroked her cheek and heard her talking in her sleep. He. Don't. He lowered his head and chuckled softly. What exactly did Anan dream about him? After a while, Qiaoan slowly opened her eyes. You're awake? Did you just have a dream? You kept calling my name and saying don't. What did you see? Jiang He raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a smile. Hearing this, Qiaoan immediately became more alert, and her face turned bright red. Sorry, I can't assist with that request.